Amidst the suffocating, pitch-black void where light seemed to be swallowed whole, only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing echoed, accompanied by a twisted, distorted smile. The battlefield was stained with blood and relentless waves of crimson energy rained down, leaving no path for retreat. One by one, everyone fell, yet a faint glimmer of hope still flickered, for we had finally made it this far. Even while facing such overwhelming fury, he managed to maintain his resolve. If we can defeat it, we will. Everything happened too fast. That piercing light tore straight through Gray Lee's chest. The sudden surge of pain caused him to freeze in his tracks for a fleeting moment. With his chest pierced through, his eyes turned hollow and vacant. Gray Lee's dreams were forced to an end as his body lost its center of gravity and his legs buckled beneath him. Drained of all strength, his body collapsed, leaving only a lingering sense of regret. So this is how it ends. Blood pooled on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless corpses of those who had perished. And as he gradually accepted his fate, he realized this was the final, fatal blow. Gazing at the ruins and his fallen comrades, a deep sense of shame washed over Gray. Was this it, after all? Was I destined to die without having accomplished anything? His hateful gaze locked onto the creature hovering in midair. One day, an unknown catastrophe would emerge to wipe out the entire continent. That was the enemy of humanity, the Purger. As the entity continued its path of destruction, Gray looked at those standing tall behind their shields, pinning his last hopes on them. A group formed to protect humanity, consisting of a young man who had survived the impact of a massive meteorite, the shield that guarded the world, Brian Miller, the blue-haired girl summoning a series of magic circles simultaneously, an archmage said to possess power equal to an entire legion, the archmage Bella Albright, the young man clad in green armor wielding a bow, every shot he fired possessing immense sharpness and precision, an archer who had once taken down a high-level dragon beast with a single arrow, the divine archer Jacob Bloomfield, the golden-eyed maiden who yielded to no danger, using her own speed to overcome every obstacle, the strongest swordswoman in history, the sword saint Amy White. Watching them, Gray felt even more inferior. As for us, we were merely the so-called support unit. He had long known what it felt like to be used and discarded, but the cruel reality was even harsher. In truth, we were just sacrificial pawns. Gray Lee watched their skillful and powerful combat techniques with a sense of admiration, realizing these people truly operated on a different level. I know that all those who graduate from the World Union Academy are exceptionally talented. Watching the warriors close the distance with ease, he began to grasp the gulf between himself and them, but he never expected the gap between us to be this massive. The Purger was being suppressed by the magical orbs. Gray trembled on the ground. Meanwhile, Amy continued her fierce assault. Her sword strikes were filled with devastating power. The resentment hidden within Gray finally reached its breaking point, an unbearable sense of humiliation. We also trained so hard, but Amy unleashed her fastest techniques, forcing the Purger onto the defensive. A powerful strike finally managed to wound him. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, he grew ecstatic, shouting, "Oh, you managed to hurt me!" as a potent, flaming red spiritual energy began to radiate from his body. The sensation was completely different from before. He was growing stronger. Well done, it's about time. The Purger began creating a spiral vortex. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into long, searing blades of energy lashing out toward the front. All those remaining perished in a single move, their bodies cleaved apart, and the scene was truly merciless. The only one left standing was a villain. Gray's pupils constricted in shock and disbelief. With everyone else dead, the Purger remained calm, remarking, "Finally, things are getting serious, aren't they?" Gray couldn't bring himself to believe it. The monster had wiped them out in one stroke, yet claimed he had only been playing around until now. Then he slowly closed his eyes, thinking no. Reflecting on the chaos, Gray accepted the grim reality. There was no way to win this. His body lay motionless on the ground. Gray Lee suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide in shock. Wait, how much time has passed since my heart was pierced? Looking at his own reflection in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but wonder, why am I still alive? As blood dripped with a rhythmic sound, a voice echoed, "Found you." It felt as if Gray were being dragged into another dimension, with a bright magical light appearing before him. It slowly opened into a black hole, beckoning to Gray, "Come here, you who possess such immense power." He stood frozen, the sensation feeling utterly surreal. It was an open world that appeared like a massive city inside. Gray could stand, his wounds were healed, and he wondered, where am I? Is this the afterlife? But this place looks a bit desolate. Feeling as if someone were watching him, he turned his head. Who's there? Behind him stood a figure clad in a black cloak, exuding an aura of mystery, and he demanded, "Who are you?" That person was Kronos, who kept his face concealed but emanated an undeniable air of authority. Kronos began to explain, "You aren't dead yet. Your wounds have all been healed," and an ancient magical space appeared, bathed in a blinding golden light. Gray Lee was dumbfounded. On the screen was the body he had just seen wounded, and he softly asked, did you heal me? Kronos remained calm. No, it wasn't me but your own power. Still skeptical, Gray touched his own chest. My own power. The figure seemed helpless before the question. I cannot explain it. Even I am unable to precisely analyze your strength. Kronos spoke with confidence, judging the situation seriously. However, I can assure you that your potential is even greater than that of the Purger if only you knew how to control it. Deep down, Gray remained doubtful. Do you mean I could actually win this fight? Kronos replied coldly yet firmly. I don't know and I don't have high expectations, but I believe we must eradicate the Purger, which is why. Before he could finish, he lunged forward, piercing Gray's chest just like before. Afterward he whispered, there, you're free to go. Gray's chest area was now protected by a magic circle. He gradually returned to his own timeline. The voice of Kronos echoed, I will lend you my power. Everything happened as fast as a dream, and Gray returned to his body, still lying on the ground. He gripped his sword, thrusting it into the earth, trying to muster the strength to stand. The blade began to change, the tip shifting in color. What is this? From an ordinary weapon, it had morphed into a black sword, and the voice of Kronos still lingered. It is your power now. My strength is not something that mortal eyes can perceive. Gray Lee was ready for the fight. The noise caught the Purger's attention. Just as the creature turned, Gray closed the distance and attacked, his swing filled with newfound power. Now Gray was overflowing with killing intent, fully determined. The Purger could feel that immense surge of mana and couldn't believe it. Impossible to think someone this strong actually existed. He retreated a step, carefully assessing the situation. It seems I actually managed to land a hit. Like a bolt of lightning, his body surging with spiritual energy, Gray didn't hesitate to advance. He kept his focus entirely on detecting the enemy's weaknesses. My power is greater than yours. Before Gray could finish his sentence, the creature launched a quick counterattack, sneering, don't get cocky. Gray stood frozen, and in the blink of an eye, his body was sliced in two. Gray realized it too late, gripped by utter horror. Looking at his body now far from intact, with blood spraying everywhere, the Purger wore an arrogant expression, feeling smug, commendable. He then turned his back, lowering his guard. You actually forced me to use my full power. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of glowing red eyes stared at him, as if wishing to burn everything to ash. The Purger's body felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible force. A body enveloped in dark magic stood tall and proud before him. In his hand he gripped the black sword. It was Gray, hovering in midair. He wasn't dead, as the black smoke hadn't just coated the sword, it had merged into his very being. The Purger began to panic. What the hell? He quickly activated his shield. Are you truly human? Half of Gray Lee's face was already deformed. The black sword had now grown massive, bringing a strike crashing down directly onto the Purger. The force was so immense that, in a heartbeat, the shield shattered and the sword sliced through the creature's body. That strike also tore a massive gouge across the ground. The Purger continued his foolish question, are you truly human? Gray's voice was filled with rage as he stood before the murderer. That should be my question to you. Suddenly, a savage laugh rang out, and Gray dug his heels in, retreating. Despite being dealt a deep, grievous wound, the Purger still clung to life, and Gray remarked, you're still alive. Your strength truly cannot be underestimated. The creature breathed in heavy, labored gasps. Then, leaning his face close to Gray, he issued a threat. I'm going to crush you over and over again until you die. Unwilling to argue with a madman, Gray quickly gathered all his strength and delivered a devastating slash straight at him. The strike was powerful, leaving the enemy critically wounded as yellow fluid gushed from his body. He screamed in pain, cursing, you monster, but the Purger suddenly froze, pressing his palms together as if performing a spell. His body began to emit strange rays of light as he focused on channeling a vast power from within, his wings shifting into a spectrum of 5 colors. He pointed both palms toward each other, preparing to unleash magic, a magic circle manifesting between them. The timeline suddenly shifted, and the night sky descended, enveloping everything. The Purger muttered, time's up. Watching the moon slowly rise, Gray felt a pang of doubt. What is this? It suddenly turned into night. He flashed a sharp, indifferent smile. Without him realizing, Gray had already appeared behind the Purger, his voice softly echoing, so what? He then launched an attack straight at the creature's neck. But now it seemed as if the Purger had a hard, firm defensive barrier protecting him. Gray froze for a split second. The Purger assumed a tone of arrogant contempt. It's useless. In this twilight dream realm, nothing can harm me, so stop struggling in vain and take one last look at the stars. Gray was startled, standing frozen, afraid to move. Deep within those eyes, one could clearly see the light from the sky plummeting toward him. It surged forward at incredible speed, growing larger by the second. It was as large and brilliant as the stars in the heavens, and the Purger's voice wormed its way into his mind. It's beautiful, isn't it? As the star drew near, it looked like a giant fireball. It crashed directly where Gray stood, creating a terrifying explosion that laid waste to everything around. The Purger flew up, gazing down at the wreckage. After a while, the site of the explosion turned into a deep crater, but there was no sign of Gray. He felt smug. You cannot be resurrected if you've been turned to ash. But from above, a magic portal began to manifest and the Purger panicked. What? As it took shape, it resembled a clock storing time, and he realized with a start, this is. The voice of Kronos drifted down. You've gathered an incredible amount of power. This should be enough to send you back. Hearing that familiar voice, the Purger fell into a panic. Impossible, Kronos. Ignoring the creature, Kronos sat calmly and continued. Can you hear me, you who hold great power? Use all of my strength, I will send you back to the past. The Purger's agitation reached its peak as he roared, Kronos, you bastard. Without responding, Kronos continued his work. This is all I can do for you. The time clock began to wind backward to the past. As time returned to the beginning, his voice grew fainter. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this was not the end, but Gray's new beginning. Gray Lee woke up, lying on a patch of green grass. The sky was clear, and the world was still at peace. He sat up slowly. Where am I? The surrounding scenery offered a sense of healing, a place brimming with light. Looking into the distance, he inadvertently recognized the mountains, houses, and the village. Is that my hometown? Is that Renato village? Everything felt nostalgic, like a dream. It had clearly been destroyed 15 years ago, so why was it still here? Gray vaguely recalled the final words of Kronos, suddenly realizing, those things he said earlier, did they really happen? The agitation caused his injured wrist to throb with pain. Looking at the injury, he mused, this wound. That's right, during this period I was always being bullied by Belder and the others. His body began to tremble and he whispered to himself, I can't let them beat me up like that anymore. In the past, Gray had felt too weak to fight back, but they're so strong I can't beat them. Because of that, he wanted to continue with that same fate. Daring not to think of far-fetched ideas, he concluded that destroying the Purger was nothing but a vain fantasy. Gray stood up, heading toward the forest, trying to reassure himself, when I'm a bit stronger I'll think about dealing with them. I don't want to get hurt. He suddenly stopped in his track. It was Belder's group deliberately blocking his path, each of them wearing a cocky, arrogant expression. How annoying. Belder spoke with a condescending tone. I've been looking for you, what a pain in the ass. Gray, exhausted and unwilling to argue, saw them toss a sword at him. Pick it up. With no intention of obeying, he remained silent. Seeing this, the others pressed in. Don't play dumb, let's have a go. Gray Lee tried to dodge the issue, worried about his physical condition, saying, oh, a fight? Sorry, but my wounds haven't healed yet. Thanks for the invite, but unfortunately I can't participate until I've recovered. Belder and his group didn't intend to let him go, openly mocking him as Belder feigned reassurance. Don't worry, the blade is dull, so it'll be perfectly safe. Realizing their malicious intentions, Gray Lee bluntly exposed them, saying, no matter how dull the blade is, it's still a heavy block of iron if you hit someone in a vital spot then. Before he could finish, Belder cut him off, unwilling to be lectured and losing his patience, shouting, shut your mouth, as he slammed his sword into the ground in agitation. Belder began to threaten him. Do you even have the right to refuse, if you don't like the sword? He then charged forward with a competitive edge, full of confidence. Then you can just fight me barehanded. Gray was utterly shocked, thinking he wants to fight me while I'm unarmed. What kind of sparring match is this? He then tried to piece together his past, recalling how a former army medic had told him before his regression that the reason his swordsmanship never improved was due to an injury he sustained as a child. Thinking back, perhaps the life of a loser like himself started right there. Not wanting to regret it again and not wanting to live a meaningless life like he did last time, he subconsciously dodged Belder's strike. Gray Lee was also surprised by what he had just done. He found Belder's attack difficult to comprehend. Still confused, his opponent threw the next blow, which he also dodged, thinking, are they always this slow? Belder tried hard to take Gray down, but he dodged every single strike, and it was as if he suddenly understood the key to it all. No, that wasn't it. Belder was furious because he couldn't land a hit, yelling, you bastard, why can't I hit you? As the blade was about to graze his face, Gray just kept his focus on the movements. Then he gently dodged the attack and skillfully evaded each sword stroke. He understood his body better now. He had become faster. Belder's group were all stunned, and the mushroom-haired guy found it hard to believe, thinking, the way he's moving, it's as if he's become a completely different person. Gray quickly picked up the sword from the ground, thinking, I might not be able to get back the body I once had. This time he gripped the sword tightly, determined to fight back, as he still had the memories of the battles he had fought. Belder attacked from above, intending to deliver the finishing blow, shouting, take this. Not as he had expected, Gray countered, the sheer force causing him to stagger and fall backward. This time Gray was still worried. but he was more concerned for his opponent. He fell from just that. Is it really okay to fight someone as amateurish as him? Concentrating for a moment, he decided not to hold back this time. No, he didn't deserve any mercy. After all, these pieces of trash had tormented him simply because he couldn't fight. Now he wanted to change his humiliating past, his eyes full of determination, but yet, that wasn't quite right anymore. Gray struck, knocking Belder's sword away. He grew worried, muttering, "Damn it." He had never encountered this situation in the past. Did he really let go of his sword that easily? He was even worse than a novice. With no weapon in his hand, Gray began to teach him a lesson. Perhaps you've never been trained on how to parry a sword. He then stomped his foot hard to intimidate him, making Belder flinch, adding, "But don't worry because you guys taught me that." Gray held his sword high, a smile on his lips, but his eyes revealed clear hostility. "As long as the sword is dull, it's fine to hit people with it." The blade slashed across Belder's shoulder. The blood flowing out left him bewildered. Fresh drops of blood splashed onto his face, reminding him of the pain. Belder collapsed, clutching his shoulder and crying out in agony. Things had exceeded Gray's control, as this incident wasn't part of his plan, and he hesitated. Wasn't the blade supposed to be dull? Suspiciously, he picked up the sword to inspect it again, and the blade was indeed notched, leaving Gray a bit confused, thinking it was clearly dull. If this had been a sharp sword, he probably would be dead by now. But that didn't mean he would forgive him, and the next second, his eyes turned cold and sharp. Gray smashed the sword straight across Belder's face, the impact causing blood to spray. His nose bled, a tooth broke, and the force sent him flying backward, but Gray didn't soften his heart, focusing only on the thought, "I'll just stick with this dull sword then." Gray Lee approached, completely suppressing Belder, who was crawling on the ground, and mocked him. "What's wrong? Why are you screaming so loud?" Belder was trembling to the point of tears, but Gray continued to criticize him. "You were the one who said a dull sword would be safe." His expression now relaxed, and while he was smiling, one could clearly see the anger. "It was you, wasn't it?" Belder was too terrified to speak. Just when it seemed he had learned his lesson, he suddenly turned and ordered his accomplices, "What are you standing there for? Go get him." The fat guy, having witnessed the fight, hesitated, but he suddenly grew very confident, while the mushroom-haired guy remained aggressive and completely disrespectful of others, shouting, "Let's all jump him together. Grab him from behind." Then they all lunged forward, surrounding Gray from all directions. Unfazed, he remained composed and cold. "What's this? Want to go another round?" The whole group frantically attacked at once, but Gray stood motionless. He muttered, "I was planning to let it go, but..." Now all that could be heard were cries and moans of pain, with every one of them sporting bruised, swollen faces as they knelt on the ground. Looking at them reminded Gray of his dark days in the past when he used to be terrified of these guys, and he immediately demanded, "You guys are from the Saria Sword Dojo, right?" Belder didn't dare look him in the eye but admitted it, and the fat guy started to confess, "We thought we were strong enough, so we haven't been going there lately." Gray felt helpless at their childish mentality. "Strong enough, huh? I shouldn't have expected too much from the dojo, but it still has its uses." Resting the sword on his shoulder, he made a demand to Belder's group. "Refer me to the dojo. It only accepts students by referral, right?" Humiliated, Belder panicked. "Can't you just ask someone else? If I tell the master that I lost, I can't even imagine what she'll say." Gray slashed through the air as a threat. "So, should we continue where we left off?" Belder's face went dark with fear. As if chased by a ghost, he left his comrades behind and ran for his life, shouting back, "I'll refer you, the dojo is in this direction." His companions were all stunned. "What? Hey, wait, Belder, don't leave us behind." A long time later, Belder and the others led Gray Lee to a town. While walking, he asked curiously, "But why do you want to go to the dojo?" As if it were natural, Gray replied indifferently, "The dojo has a referral slot for the academy, doesn't it?" Belder had skipped classes for many days, so he only had a vague idea. "I have heard of that." And Gray made it clear that this was his priority. "That's why I want to go there." The long-haired guy interrupted the conversation. "I think you're strong enough even without the academy." Gray Lee was strict with himself and wouldn't allow himself to become lazy just because of some praise, thinking, "If I were truly strong enough, how amazing would that be?" Recalling the battle with the purifier, he fell into deep thought, hearing that even the strongest squad in the world was no match for the purifier. Even when he used that power, he couldn't even cause any damage while the enemy was fighting seriously. The image of the purifier enhancing his strength only fueled him further. "I wonder how strong I need to become to defeat that guy." However, it wasn't impossible. As he was deep in thought, Belder signaled that they had arrived. The only reason he wanted to go to the dojo was to become stronger. In that moment, even if only for a second, he felt like he could control the dark energy. He tried to remember the times he practiced with the Sword Saint, focusing on the moment. The real sword techniques the Sword Saint taught him. Gray always regretted that, if only he had spent more time practicing swordsmanship under the same conditions as the Sword Saint. The outcome of the battle might have been different. After everything, he finally understood his mission upon returning to the past. This must be the reason Kronos sent him here. A girl's voice brought him back to reality. So, in summary, what is it you want to tell me? Belder's group was kneeling on the floor, repentant, as the person questioning them, surely their master, said, "So you used the tactics you learned from me to bully a civilian, and in the end you got your faces kicked in." The master was a young woman with platinum hair covering one of her eyes. She was sternly punishing her students as the instructor of the Seria Sword Dojo. Belder still tried to justify himself, not being truly repentant. "We didn't mean to bully him, we were just sparring." Provoked, Seria sent him flying a long distance. The others sitting nearby were also trembling. Seria said with great authority, "Who gave you the right to make excuses? If you call beating someone who is unarmed sparring, then what just happened was also a sparring match, wasn't it?" She pointed her sword straight at Belder's eyes, disappointed and unforgiving. "Get out and never come back. All of you, from now on, never claim to be students of this dojo again." Belder's group obeyed and helped each other out. Seria immediately turned back, knelt sincerely, and said, "I apologize for that. It seems my former students have caused you a lot of trouble." Gray didn't want to hold a grudge, no need to worry about it. She thanked him sincerely for his generosity. Then, getting to the point, she asked, "Earlier, I heard you wanted to be referred to the academy," and Gray didn't deny it. Seria pulled a wooden sword from the rack to apologize for the trouble Belder and his group caused, and before writing the referral letter, "I need to verify your abilities." Saying this, she handed the sword to Gray Lee and he complied, understood. The two began their evaluation match with Seria yielding, "You attack first, come at me when you're ready." Without wasting a single second, Gray Lee attacked, "I'm coming." Gray utilized his speed, while Seria skillfully defended. Watching his attacks, she couldn't help but evaluate. His real sword technique is very practical for his age. It's as if he's already experienced countless battles. Gray fought with all his might, suddenly lowering his body. Then he attacked from the side and Seria acknowledged his talent. Belder and those guys are nowhere near his level. Gray's movements were sharp with no wasted motion. It seemed mostly self-taught, but occasionally his sword strokes were very similar to what was taught at the academy. Seria began to feel curious, had someone taught him, but it was still very raw, and though he had talent yet, she felt satisfied with her new student. He was a diamond in the rough. Seria started fighting seriously. It's sad to end it here, but it's time to bring down the curtain. Now she was even faster than before. Gray didn't give in either, immediately running past the instructor. With her keen senses, she countered. Gray grasped Seria's movements, and not only did he dodge the blow, but he also kept up with her movements. His spirit left her constantly wondering, this is really strange. How is he still not shaken? How could he keep up with me? Seria's body began to fall into fatigue and she faltered. "I only wanted to test his abilities a little, but why am I giving it my all now, and why am I?" She stood stunned, afraid of this child. Gray swung his sword hard, forcing her to step back. Seria hesitated. "I have a bad feeling about this. That was just a powerful sword swing, right?" After the slash, the floor cracked. Seria felt intrigued and declared, "Let's end it here." But that confidence was quickly cut short. She was shocked to see that her sword had been snapped by Gray. Caught off guard by the current situation, Seria couldn't react and could only stammer. Right after, the image of her broken wooden sword blade rolled across the cold wooden floor. Seeing the scene before him, Gray thought to himself, "Ah, it feels just like that time, so I currently possess that power too." Suddenly, a wave of pain struck him. The pain was so sudden that he collapsed to the ground, letting out a loud cry. Witnessing his strange behavior, Seria asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Gray wore a pained expression and gritted his teeth, guessing, "My body can't keep up with that power." Immediately, Gray tried to act stable and shakily stood up, struggling to speak hesitatingly, I'm fine." With a face drenched in sweat, he lamented in his mind, "I can't even stand steadily. I shouldn't use this power so recklessly." Looking at the person in front of him, he hesitated. Should I tell her about this? Feeling Gray's unusual gaze, Seria frowned in confusion. After adjusting his state, he quickly pushed aside his impulsive thoughts. "No, it's best not to. Even if I told her, she would find it hard to believe, and it's something I can't even control myself." Finding the situation awkward, Gray scratched his head in confusion and explained to Seria, "I just got distracted for a moment." Hearing Gray say that, Seria stood silent as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She was bewildered by the sword he had broken, guessing, "It's clearly impossible to break my sword with a dull wooden one." Finally, she concluded, he must have realized it too. Seeing Seria frozen for so long, Gray felt confused. He hesitated and asked, "Is something wrong?" The more she observed the small boy before her, the more Seria's concern about his secret grew. But is he not planning to talk about it? While thinking, she closed her eyes, looking serious for a long time. After finished thinking, she turned and walked toward the trash can, tossed the broken wooden sword and said, "All right, you said you wanted to be referred to the academy, right?" Hearing her question, he showed a tense expression and replied, Yes, I heard you could do that. As soon as his words faded, Saria confirmed, yes, of course, I can refer you to the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, the Royal Sword Academy. She paused for a moment, then hesitated and offered her opinion, but I advise you not to go there. Her face darkened for a moment and she lowered her voice, confirming once more, you are not suited for that place. Her words dragged Gray's mood into a dark, silent abyss. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, his mind filling with self-pitying thoughts. I know it's because I don't have enough power. After all, I couldn't do much except for that final moment. As if understanding his thoughts, she spoke up, dispelling his disappointment. The place you should go to is the World Union Academy. Her firm words surprised him to the point that his pupils constricted. Once again, she raised her voice to dispel his confusion, confirming where he needed to go. It's not the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, but the most prestigious academy in the world. Her words startled him and he thought in a panic. The World Union Academy, isn't that where the Sword Saint and the others came from? Surprised by the information he had just received, he asked excitedly, can someone like me be accepted there? Saria shook her head helplessly and said, no, it's impossible. She then explained to Gray about his current situation. You must have realized it yourself, your current body is completely unfit to become a swordsman. She put on a serious face as if assessing him and spoke earnestly. If it were the Royal Academy, you might be able to get by with your skills, but at the World Union Academy, it's impossible. How could you reach that level with such a weak body? Unable to refute those harsh words, he stammered, I guess so. For a fleeting moment, his eyes showed disappointment and heavy thoughts gradually appeared in his mind. Everyone who gets into that academy is a monster. With this body, I don't even stand a chance to compete. In the soft light of the room, Saria appeared with a cold expression. She spoke coldly, showing disappointment. Have you given up already? There are still 9 months until the entrance exam. Knowing the time he had, Gray replied in confusion. Only 9 months. Saria agreed, yes, perhaps it's not enough time. She hesitated, then confirmed with a tough attitude, but trust me. She gritted her teeth in a threatening tone. These 9 months, are you ready to endure the torture? Gray looked at his palms and replied vaguely, I don't want to endure torture, but I will do it. Clenching his fist against his chest, Gray declared in a heroic tone, I look forward to your guidance for the next 9 months. Receiving an appropriate answer, Saria gave a smug smile and said, a very good answer. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet and Gray trembled as he listened to Saria speak. Now then. Saria revealed a terrifying expression along with a threatening tone. Let the hellish days begin. She stood by her word and immediately afterward, images of Gray's arduous days flashed by, interspersed with Saria's relentless, tough love attitude. In every image, she was always screaming, Time flew by and 8 months passed in a flash. After such a long period of training, Gray's body had become much more toned and muscular. Seeing his current state, Saria thoughtfully complimented him, you've grown stronger. Pride was evident on her face as she smiled slightly with her arms crossed. I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, walk your own path with confidence. Gray was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with surprise as he asked, but there's still a month left until the exam. Seeing his surprise, Saria explained, testing in an unfamiliar place will be difficult for you, so it's best to head there early. After explaining, she reached out and handed him a brown bag, adding, this is money for the trip and for food enough for a month. Sensing her generosity, he awkwardly waved his hands in refusal. But isn't leaving an entire month early a bit too soon? Sunlight streamed through the small windows, lengthening the shadows of the master and student, and Gray expressed his view. It's as if you want to kick me out of the village. A faint smile brushed her lips, blending with her half-closed eyes as she calmly comforted him. You're overthinking it. Suddenly, Gray mentioned something that startled Saria. I heard a goblin lair was found nearby, and there aren't many guards in the village either. Upon hearing this, Saria didn't deny it, instead gently saying, ah, that's right, a lair was indeed found. With a look of awkward surprise, she quickly turned away to avoid the subject and calmly explained, but it has nothing to do with us. She smiled slightly to reassure him, there will be aid from the capital so we don't need to worry. She then quickly quelled his anxiety, just go take your exam, don't worry. As if he had predicted everything, Gray thought seriously, she's lying. There will be no aid for the village, and before the village is destroyed, my master will lose her life. Images of Saria lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, flashed through Gray's mind, accompanied by the thought, they said she was killed when she charged into their lair by herself. Despite this, Gray acted as if he knew nothing and calmly replied, I understand. The agreement happened so easily that Saria found it hard to believe. In an instant, Gray placed his hand over his heart to express his gratitude toward Saria. Thank you, master. Gray looked at her with a resolute gaze full of confidence, as if declaring, I'm off. Hearing this, Saria silently curled the corners of her mouth. With a smile from the bottom of her heart, Saria sent her well wishes to her little student. I hope you pass the exam. After Gray left, Saria quietly walked deep into the forest, where the image of the night sky centered on a hazy moon appeared clearly. Along with that was a skeleton with a sword impaled through its mouth. Saria touched the bloodstain on the ground and muttered, according to the scout's report. Gazing along the trail of blood, she formed a judgment. They're over there. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the night, startling her. Where are you going? No sooner had the words been spoken than a familiar figure appeared on a dark, high tree branch. It was Gray, who put on a look of feigned concern, asking, Master. Gray was moving when a loud shout rang out behind him. Gray! He turned around and suddenly saw Saria, who asked, Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on your way to the academy? Hearing this, he jumped down from the tree branch and said, I should be the one asking you that. I thought you said the goblin lair would be handled by the capital's troops. Saria waved her hand and replied, They said they couldn't make it due to an emergency, so I intended to handle it alone. She added, Besides, I'm enough on my own. Thanks to the scout's report, I know exactly what kind of strength that lair possesses. After speaking, she let out a sigh. Their boss is a high-level goblin, and there are a total of 40 to 50 monsters in there. I have to admit that many troops are a bit of a nuisance. He listened and pondered. A high-level goblin? No, it's not just that, the monster itself is strong. He remained at the scene and analyzed. The true strength of a goblin lies in its intelligence and leadership. He added, If you fight alone while surrounded, it's no different from suicide. He couldn't stop thinking, and there is one thing I am certain of. He looked at her and asserted, If I let my master go alone, she won't return alive and the village will be wiped out by them. He emphasized, I have witnessed that future with my own eyes. Breaking his train of thought, he immediately spoke up, Let me come with you. But Saria blocked him, saying, I already told you I'm enough on my own. Gray's gaze was incredibly firm. I don't want to miss the chance to gain real combat experience, or do you think I'm just going to get in your way? She explained, You know perfectly well you wouldn't get in my way. I couldn't even beat you in our sparring matches. She turned her body slightly and spoke softly, But who knows how it will go in real combat, especially when a monster lair suddenly appears like this. She stated firmly, It's best to wait until you have some real combat experience before doing something this dangerous. But he remained extremely stubborn, his voice cold. So you really want to go alone? If that's the case, I have an idea. She quickly asked back, What idea? He stepped forward and said, I will fight you and quickly take you down. Then he delivered a powerful line, And then I'll take care of the goblins myself. The space fell into silence. He was quiet and so was she. The sword in his hand remained pointed straight at her. She smiled slightly and answered, Fine, I give up. She added a condition, But you must promise me one thing no matter what happens. She looked at him, You must come back safely. Hearing this, he lowered his sword. Understood, that's my plan anyway. Having said that, the two slowly headed deep into the forest. You too, master, don't you dare die, of course. The scene shifted to the context of the goblin lair. The two chatted as they walked. There isn't a single escape route in this terrain. They're truly confident to build a lair in a place like this. He observed and evaluated, We won't be able to escape either. The monsters we're facing this time are intelligent, so we must be very careful. She replied softly, I know. Her gaze gradually turned cold. The two hurried to scout the situation. The boss is nowhere to be seen. It must be in the tent, they whispered. I hope we can reduce their numbers before the boss appears. She spoke in a low voice. Gray, take down every monster you see in that direction. They looked at the military camp, which was dense with goblins. They discussed strategy. I'll handle this direction. The goblins looked incredibly grotesque. He replied, Understood. She said, Good. As soon as they finished, the two lunged forward. Let's go. A goblin sniffed something and snapped around. Immediately, Saria lunged forward. With a decisive swing, she severed the monster's head. The goblin behind it watched and growled in rage. The whole group of goblins stirred in panic. Then they began to gather and swarm over, one by one. On this side, Gray was also incredibly ferocious. He lightly raised his sword. Then he delivered a decisive slash, leaving the goblins no time to react. Blood sprayed everywhere and the scene became chaotic. On this side, Saria didn't give in, fighting against a dense horde of goblins. Gray then lunged forward, finishing off the goblins with one swing. The two paused, surrounded by countless corpses. She praised him from the side. Not bad. Is this truly your first time? He warned her. Master, be careful, we've only just begun. He watched in bewilderment. How strange. He examined them. They are too weak. If it's like this, Master is perfectly capable of handling them. Suddenly a thought struck him. Unless, inside that tent. He cast his gaze toward the tent in the distance. It seemed a pair of crimson eyes was watching every single move. A grotesque pair of eyes. He watched, chilled to the bone. He turned and shouted loudly at Saria. Quick, let's go. Run, she asked softly. Why? But perhaps he was losing his composure. Just run. She was stunned but followed his lead. She replied, All right, and the two began to run for their lives. Behind him a goblin gave chase. His eyes widened in shock. Behind him now was a goblin that looked incredibly strong. As its feet landed, rocks and earth flew up. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Under the high moon of the dark night, he said, "A high-level goblin." She added, "It's an honor that the boss came looking for us himself." But he suddenly shouted, "No, that's not the boss, the real boss." A grotesque mouth opened wide. Behind the two, a crowd of goblins swarmed over. They growled and shrieked in disarray. She was suddenly flustered. "What's that?" He spoke up, an individual stronger than the rest, a high-level goblin. He confirmed, a goblin warlord. He explained, "That is the real boss." A crowd of goblins was approaching, wielding axes, followed by the boss. That was the true boss of this lair. The boss was massive and many times stronger. She finally regained her composure. "A goblin warlord, this isn't the type of monster we can handle." She frowned, her heart filled with turmoil. She shouted at the high-level goblin before her, "Kill this one, then run." She swung her sword at him, but she froze in place. She continued to swing. Blood gushed from its arm, it hit. She didn't have time to be happy. Suddenly, its arm began to regenerate. She panicked. The wound, it healed itself. He lunged forward and said, "It's useless." He added, "The roar of a goblin warlord can increase the strength and recovery speed of its allies." He emphasized, "That's why they're abnormally strong. It seems we won't be able to destroy any of these goblins." He continued to slash and then thought of an idea. He said, "Master, I'll leave the goblin behind me to you. You don't need to kill it, just stall for time." She turned around in surprise. "What are you planning to do?" He was incredibly cold. "There's only one choice left, isn't there?" He let out a harsh sentence, "And that is to destroy that bastard." A sinister and arrogant smile appeared on his face. Gray Lee swung his sword at the monster in front of him. As he fought, he thought to himself, "It's so annoying that they keep trying to ambush me." Then he delivered another slash at the monster. The demon didn't give in either, immediately raising its axe to slash at Gray Lee. As he parried, he calculated his next move. "For now, I just need to focus on wiping out all the enemies in front of me." But the very next second, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gray Lee's sword shattered into many small pieces the moment he swung it down. Gray Lee looked at the hilt remaining in his hand with disbelief. "My sword couldn't withstand hitting a reinforced goblin." The goblin didn't have the patience to wait for Gray to recover. It immediately swung its axe down on the ground, sending Gray Lee flying back from the force. He quickly drew his second sword to fight it. "Good thing I brought a spare, but this one won't last long either." From afar, Saria, who was also fighting goblins, shouted, "Gray Lee, use my spare sword." Gray received the sword as if gaining more strength. "Thank you." He held two swords in his hands, preparing to fight the goblin to the death. "Now I have two, but it's still not enough to wipe out all the monsters, but with the warlord and the goblins in the middle." Then he sheathed one of the swords. He immediately flew toward the goblin, slashing a large vertical streak of light. "I have enough strength for this." The goblin didn't give in. It swung its axe straight at Gray Lee's face, wounding his cheek. Gray tried to use his sword to block the goblin's axe blade. He gritted his teeth, letting out an impatient sound. Immediately after that, he drew another sword from behind his hip, fighting with all his might against the goblins swarming toward him. A stream of light awakened from the horrific skull. A goblin screamed, its eyes emitting yellow beams of light. Gray was also surprised by the sight before him. What? Following that, a series of other goblins were strengthened. It's enhancing the others too. After being upgraded, the goblin continued to slash its axe at Gray. Gray could only struggle to withstand its immense strength. "So you saw my plan, did you?" The goblin chieftain roared, and instantly dozens of goblins lunged at Gray. He sighed internally. "Your intelligence is definitely not just for show." Gray's sword clashed with the goblin's sharp axe, sending small sparks flying all around. After a fierce struggle, Gray finally managed to escape from the goblin's axe. He stepped back to gather momentum and ordered, "Bring it on." Then he flew rapidly through the goblins, leaving them unaware of what was happening. Gray tried to swing his sword to take down as many goblins as possible. "I don't have time to deal with them." But then suddenly, Gray was held back by a goblin. Another one flew from out of nowhere, swinging its axe straight at Gray to finish him off. But it plunged headfirst into Gray's sword and died on the spot. Finally, he realized the goblin's intent. "They're trying to destroy my sword by ramming their heads into me." Gray suddenly looked up. Something had blocked the faint light on his face. A ferocious goblin was swinging its fist hard at Gray. Even so, he had enough time to use his sword to block its attack. But Gray was also significantly affected by the force of that punch. He was sent flying back, dust billowing everywhere. Gray coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire face was covered in wounds. He slowly struggled to sit up amidst the shattered rubble, unable to help but moan in pain. He looked at his final sword. "Now I only have this last sword left." Then Gray slowly stood up, looking at the goblins in front of him. I have to face an entire pack and a warlord with only one sword. Gray hung his head slightly, but thanks to the experience before he regressed. I know I can't win, Gray helplessly admitted. Despite knowing the outcome, Gray still picked up his final sword. If that was the case, he turned toward Saria and shouted, Master, run, while they're focusing on me, run. Saria on this side only smirked. She gripped her sword tightly and replied, sorry, but I can't do that. Gray tried to dodge the goblin's attacks while continuing to urge Saria, do you intend to die in vain? Master, I'll be right behind you, don't worry about me. Saria slowly responded, no, it's not that. A flicker of something crossed Saria's eyes. Helplessly looking at the wound on her thigh, Saria said, I can't run anymore. Hearing this, Gray couldn't believe his ears, and he turned back to look at her in despair. Gray looked at the last sword remaining in his hand, thinking, I'm out of options. Then he decided to fight the goblins in a life-or-death struggle, telling himself, I regress to destroy the purifier. He tried swinging his chipped sword toward the goblin, hopping to put up some form of resistance. But then he looked at the shattered blade fragments before him with a look of hopelessness, thinking, so everything ends here in a place like this. Gray stood there completely unarmed and defenseless, ignoring the goblins surrounding him. Yet he still wouldn't give up, gripping the final hilt in his hand, thinking, no, it's not over yet. If it's the power from that time. He remembered how he had been backed into a corner just like this in the past. As long as I can unlock it, even if there's a whole swarm of them. As the blade shattered into several large pieces, Gray tried to remind himself, remember the feeling from back then. Gray held the hilt, which had only a short piece of the blade left, up in front of him. He shut his eyes tight. Suddenly, a wave of red power was finally awakened. Gray gently slashed through the necks of all the goblins. The sword in his hand had now transformed into a dense stream of black energy. Seeing this, Saria was extremely surprised. Gray. He stood there, his face covered in blood. But he looked toward her with a bright smile, as if to reassure Saria, it's okay now. Right after, Gray swung his sword repeatedly, causing the goblins to fall in droves. Even the strongest goblin was sliced in two. The goblin chieftain couldn't believe his eyes. Saria felt the same. She couldn't believe that her student had been able to awaken such immense power. On her side, she only needed one hand to block a massive axe strike from a goblin. She calmly turned to provoke it, too weak. Then a flash of light appeared in Saria's eyes. You've caused me enough trouble. Saria waved her hand slightly, and the goblin was sent tumbling backward by the force. But without a war general to enhance your strength, Saria thought to herself, you are nothing. Past midnight, the two of them finally managed to defeat all the goblins, and Gray spoke up. Somehow, we were able to. Then he held out the broken sword. I'm sorry I broke your sword. Saria replied calmly, don't worry, you saved my life. She reached out to take the sword back, but Gray. That attack earlier, before Saria could finish her sentence. Gray collapsed and lay still on the ground. Saria rushed over to check on him, shouting loudly, Gray. Gray slowly regained consciousness, wondering, where am I? He looked around. Everything was a sea of dense black water. He looked at the object in front of him, a door, and a swirl of black smoke suddenly appeared. Gray looked at the door floating before his eyes. This is. Then he realized it's that power. The door in front of him kept spewing out streams of black gas. If I open it, will I receive that power? Gray thought seriously to make a decision for himself. He slowly took a step toward the door. As soon as he touched the door, Gray was held back by some force, causing his whole body to stiffen. He immediately backed away, staying clear of the door, and clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. I don't know why, but I know for sure that if I open this door right now, a tear ran down the corner of Gray's eye, I will die. A notification popped up. Wise decision. Gray seemed to have awakened something, his eyes wide open. His mind finally returned to reality. He opened his eyes wide, gasping for air, and realized he was lying on a small bed. Saria looked at him and called out softly, Gray, you're awake. Gray asked, where am I? Saria stood by his hospital bed. This is the village infirmary. You've been unconscious for 5 days. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up. Gray put a hand to his forehead, slowly accepting the reality of the situation. So I've been asleep for 5 days. I overexerted myself. That must have taken a toll on my body. Saria replied, I don't think overexerted is the right word to describe what you did. Gray sat up and Saria kindly inquired, never mind that, is your body all right? Can you get up? Gray answered, let's see, and then realized something was wrong with his body. I can't put any strength into my right arm. I can move it if I try my hardest, but will I ever be able to hold a sword with this arm again? Then he noticed the black marks on his bandaged arm, furthermore these bruises. Saria also realized he couldn't move his arm well. It's not moving very well, is it? He wondered, doesn't she see it? Then Gray replied to Saria, my dominant arm is having trouble exerting force. Saria answered as if she had expected the response, just as I thought. It won't heal normally anytime soon. I mean, all the bones in your right arm were shattered. Gray touched his body all over. My bones were shattered, but it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Saria pointed to the medicine bottle on the table. We treated you with magic potion. Gray was extremely surprised to see the bottle, magic potion, Isn't that very expensive? Saria sat on the bed opposite him, reassuring Gray, don't worry, the village chief gave it to us. Gray was surprised by her words. The village chief? Why would he give that to someone like me? Saria replied indifferently, what are you saying, Gray? You are the hero of this village. Gray heard this but still didn't understand what she meant. Suddenly, a silver-haired man burst through the door and shouted his name, Gray. Gray was quite confused when he saw the village chief clutching the medicine bottle. Chief, thank you for the magic potion. The man quickly cut him off. We are the ones who should be thanking you. We are talking about a goblin war general. That is a monster that cannot be harmed, even when all the forces from the surrounding towns gathered to fight it. A monster like that was targeting our village. The village chief rushed to the bedside and grabbed Gray's hand. If you hadn't killed it, the village would have been destroyed. Saying this, he held Gray's hand with both of his own. Without you and Saria, this medicine, this infirmary, and even the lives of the villagers you saved, none of them would still exist. Gray replied in embarrassment, you are exaggerating, chief. The village chief couldn't stop expressing his gratitude to Gray. You know I'm not exaggerating. Gray looked down at the magic potion bottle in his hand. Maybe the chief is right. In the world before I turned back time, this village must have been destroyed by the goblin attack. The village chief stood up and bowed respectfully. If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, I would be very happy to explain it in detail. I heard you will be participating in the World Union Academy entrance exam, is that correct? Gray answered awkwardly, yes. He suddenly realized something and held his chin in thought. I went to kill goblins a week before the exam. If I slept for 5 days, then there are only 2 days left. Gray's expression became even more serious. It takes 3 days to walk from here to the World Union Academy. I could get there in 1 day if I had a horse, but I don't have that kind of money. Thinking of this, Gray hurriedly turned to the chief and asked loudly, I'm sorry, chief, could you lend me a horse? The village chief turned to head outside, saying as he walked, I knew you would say that, so I prepared the best horse in the village for you beforehand. At that horse's speed, you'll be there in no time. Saria, standing nearby, added, if you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves. Gray slowly got off the bed and reached out to open the door to welcome the natural light. Then he realized something surprising was waiting for him outside. Gray stepped out to find hundreds of villagers standing there, cheering to congratulate him on waking up. Everyone held up a banner and happily shouted, thank you, you must pass the exam. Someone else said, thank you for saving the whole village. A man walked up to him and handed him a small bag. Gray, please accept this. He reached out to take the small cloth bag and asked, what is this? The man replied, it's something the whole village contributed for you. We heard that the registration fee for the World Union Academy is very expensive. Gray suddenly didn't know how to respond. Everyone. Thank you all so much. Then he prepared to set off, and before leaving he said to everyone, if I fail the exam now, it will be hard for me to come back. Saria heard this and reassured him, no need to worry. She turned her head, looking at him with a confident expression. None of the contestants at the World Union Academy could defeat a goblin war general. Nevertheless, Gray still felt a bit insecure. He reached out to touch his immobile arm, but with my right arm as it is now. Saria, still full of confidence, comforted Gray. Your left arm still works fine, doesn't it? Gray tried to test his left hand. Yes, but Saria interrupted him. That's more than enough. You don't even need to use that power. Gray turned to get on the horse, but the entrance exam might not be easy enough for me to pass with just one arm. Saria stepped closer to Gray. It's fine. The academy examiners aren't so blind as to overlook your talent. I guarantee that. She looked him straight in the eye, her voice full of confidence. You will definitely pass. Gray felt empowered. Thank you very much. After you said that, now I can't afford to fail. This village was destroyed in the previous world, but it still exists here right now. This world is no longer like the old one. The future can change with this power. Gray turned to look at the villagers one last time and said his farewells. I'm going now. Not long after, Gray arrived at the exam venue, stroking his horse. Thank you, thanks to you, I made it just in time. Gray looked at the massive castle in front of him. So that is the World Union Academy. Before Gray's eyes, the grand building of the World Union Academy rose up against the blue sky. Amidst the clear blue sky, the examiner's voice suddenly rang out. We will now begin distributing the test papers. Until this process is complete, all contestants must stay in the central arena. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, a flurry of murmurs broke out from those standing below. Are we all contestants? But only about 20 of us will pass. Some were discussing previous competitions. I heard the number of passing students changes a lot each year. Some years they accept 50 people and some years only one person passes. Once again, the examiner's voice rang out, cutting through the noise below. Now, please welcome Professor Ariel. Without making everyone wait, a figure with long red hair appeared before the many people who were all in awe. She smiled mysteriously. Let's start right away. We will now distribute the test papers. Students, please take the paper that appears in front of you. Suddenly she snapped her fingers. A strange golden light suddenly appeared high above. Before Gray, a piece of paper was gradually created from that mysterious golden light. Gray quickly reached out to take it, and suddenly his information appeared on the paper. Contestant number 513, Sword Fighting District, first day, 11:00 a.m. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel stood high above and reminded them, "It seems you all have yours. Some of you might be surprised to see nothing written on it except your number and district. Rest assured, it's like this every year." Above all, the professor sternly reaffirmed the exam rules. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else. She reached out, gripped the edge of the table, and said decisively, "Not even your name." Right after that, she gave a dark smile and continued, "Is of any importance to us." The entrance to the academy stood proudly in the middle of the road, accompanied by the professor's words, "Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their names. You can even give us a fake name if you wish." Looking at the test paper in his hand, Gray thought to himself with dissatisfaction, "I left my sword at the inn, yet it says I'm still in the sword fighting district. What kind of system is this?" As if she knew everyone was reading their test papers, Ariel spoke with an arrogant attitude. "Furthermore, I assigned your districts based on my observations of you," she said coldly with a threatening tone. "If I am mistaken, please raise your hand." Hearing the professor's announcement, everyone started to panic and object. "She chose our districts just by looking? She must be joking, right? There's no way she could do that with such a large crowd." Then they drew their own conclusions as if they understood. "Surely they checked us out in advance, or maybe she used some kind of mind-reading magic on us." Seeing no one raise their hand, the professor seemed satisfied. "It seems no one is in the wrong district. The waiting time is over." She provided instructions for those preparing to take the test. "Next, I will announce your exam schedule. Please check your tickets." Gray immediately held the exam paper in his hand to check his test information. A line of black text appeared on the paper. "Contestant number 513, Sword Fighting District, first day, 11:00 a.m. Seeing the information on the paper, he panicked and lamented inwardly, "Damn it, I'm testing on the very first day. I was hoping to have a little more time for my hand to heal." Silent for a long time, the professor wore a terrifying expression, then looked down seriously and warned them, "This is a one-time practical exam. If you arrive late, you will be automatically disqualified. Be sure to arrive on time. We do not accept personal requests for schedule changes." Meanwhile, Gray was clutching his arm, worried, "I still can't exert much strength into my dominant arm. Please heal by tomorrow, even if just a little." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Upon reaching the exam site, Gray looked at his injured arm with growing panic. It wasn't healing at all, and he realized he would have to take the test with his arm in this state. Suddenly, the examiner's voice rang out, snapping Gray out of his thoughts and leaving him to merely mumble his agreement. "Next candidate, please wait at the arena entrance." To try and steady his nerves, Gray took a deep breath and consoled himself. "Okay, no, I shouldn't be pessimistic about this right now." He grabbed his right hand, thinking, "My left arm is working perfectly fine and I can still move my right arm to a certain extent." After regaining his calm, he quickly brainstormed ways to pass the exam in fragmented thoughts. "I need to use the remaining time to observe the examiner's movements, find an opening, and..." Before him, a sparring match between the examiner and a candidate unfolded, with the examiner initiating. "You may strike first." The candidate, fighting without hesitation, replied, "All right." Having said that, he didn't falter, immediately grabbing his sword and lunging at the examiner with a shout. He swung his sword, striking the wooden floor and creating a loud noise and a dense, blinding white cloud of smoke. As the thick white smoke began to dissipate, the image of the examiner standing motionless and unbothered by him slowly appeared. Seeing that the examiner wasn't wounded in the slightest, the candidate was determined and shouted, "Ugh, I'm not done yet." No sooner had he finished the sentence than he furiously poured all his strength into the sword to swing it at the examiner. However, upon seeing that the examiner was still able to easily block his sword strike, he shouted in panic, "Impossible." In the blink of an eye, his sword was unexpectedly sent flying by the examiner. The image of both the person and the sword being thrown back seemed impossible to stop. He was sent flying, crashing onto the wooden floor with such force that the floorboards seemed to emit a loud bang. Clutching his arm in pain, unable to stand, his face pale with disbelief, he didn't wait for him to recover before a cold voice rang out, waking him to reality. "Your exam is over. You may retrieve your weapon and leave the site." Hearing this, his face showed clear disappointment as he muttered, "Understood." Witnessing the scene, Gray curled his lip slightly. Instantly, he turned to stone, deep in mental collapse. "I'm done for." Then, the examiner's urging voice rang out as if to wake him from his daydreams. Next, number 513. He answered with a serious face, yes. Then he reminisced internally. He told me to fight someone who just defeated a guy with a bigger build than himself. As if preset, the examiner initiated the match this time with the same phrase used for the previous candidate. You may strike first. Hearing this, Gray replied seriously, understood. Even though he was standing on the arena floor, Gray couldn't help but tremble, trying to console himself. To be honest, I don't feel like I have any chance, but I'll still do whatever I can. Escaping his train of thought, he lunged straight for the examiner's position with his sword and shouted, I'm coming. While running, he recalled what Saria had taught him. A sword isn't just swung by the arm, you channel the power generated by your entire body through your arm. Carrying determination and belief in himself, Gray decided to follow the hope Saria had planted. That's what you taught me, isn't it, teacher? Even if my right arm is powerless, if I can channel strength through my other muscles. In a flash, the hand holding the sword was swung. The strike missed the examiner. Not stopping there, contradictions began to appear within him, but I can't fight the way I usually do. If swinging a sword didn't require arm strength that easily, nobody would bother training their body from the start. The image of the examiner appeared. He unexpectedly swung his sword at Gray. While observing the movement of the sword in the examiner's hand, he gradually discovered something. The examiner's sword, it seems a bit slow. After discovering the examiner's weakness, he immediately blocked the sword. Fighting, he pondered to find a solution. He has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique are nowhere near teachers. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can compensate for the gap in arm strength. When he found an appropriate solution, his thoughts were interrupted by the action. In that case, he continuously used quick sword strikes to fight the examiner. That helped him confirm the accuracy of his deduction. That's right, he's definitely slower. Suddenly being struck by unexpected sword blows, the examiner became grimacing and flustered. Always in a state of high concentration, Gray judged thoughtfully, he's not as strong as I thought. Saria's familiar, generous, and smiling face appeared in Gray's mind, along with her confident statement, you will definitely pass. For now, he only remembered Saria's noble role, which was teacher. The encouragement from Saria gave Gray more strength and confidence. Carrying a face full of determination, he poured all his strength into it and successfully knocked the examiner's sword away. With a burning heart, I think, I really can do this. The match between the two was extremely fierce. It could be called a speed battle. The teacher's attacks were steady and never stopped, while Gray was heightening his defense. Gray was still at a disadvantage even though he had caught on to his opponent. Even though I've seen through the examiner's swordsmanship. Gray gripped his sword tightly, preparing to counterattack. After that, he attacked the teacher's shoulder without hesitation, but due to his extensive experience, the man easily dodged it. Gray began to hesitate but had no intention of giving up. He mused, the strength gap is still too big, I can't break his sword stance. It's true that it's not easy to win with just one arm. Gray continuously attacked using his fastest speed. The teacher gradually exposed openings and Gray quickly grasped the situation. That's easy to say, but his movements are becoming rougher. It's a bit risky, but if I do it right now. Without overthinking, Gray abruptly retracted his sword behind him, causing the man to lose his momentum. He prepared for his plan, now come on. Just as predicted, he lunged forward. His eyes clearly showed confidence. Gotcha, you swung too hard and it was easy to predict. He stepped back, taking a defensive stance. Nothing reveals an opening more clearly in such a large sloppy attack. Although he took a defensive stance, he didn't block the attack but nimbly circled behind the teacher, causing him to panic. Seeing the teacher fall into a passive state, Gray thought happily, no matter how big the strength gap is, as long as I can get behind him. Gray relied on his speed to lunge forward. When the referee's voice drifted over, stop. He was just a split second away from being able to cause damage to his opponent. The sword blade was only separated from the teacher by a thin layer of clothing. Gray was unsatisfied, his body was filled with fatigue. Is the match over already? Isn't it a bit too early to stop? The referee stood above the stands announcing the match results. The match time is over. With this, the result is a draw. Gray was disappointed to hear the result. He stood stunned. He felt helpless knowing he couldn't change it. I'm too late. He trembled as he held the sword, but then let it go, accepting it. Gray resignedly turned his back to leave the arena, saying to himself, I've tried my best. But if I can't even beat him then, I will face many more difficulties later on. Gray regretfully turned back to look at the arena, carrying deep sadness in his heart. Thank you, teacher. A week after the match, in conference room 53 of the World Union Academy, there were 6 members in the large room. They were the organizing committee, the people who provided the evaluations. The elderly man with glasses, the principal of the school, asked, what do you all think about the candidates? They have now completed the exam. The brown-haired man replied indifferently, exhausted. Beside him, an older teacher carefully offered an opinion. I find that this method of everyone observing together is slightly inefficient. Next year it would be better to divide the work. The mustached old man in the room only focused on the benefits. We cannot miss talent just to save our own energy. The principal could only feel helpless at the members' lack of care. I'm asking for your opinion on the students, not the exam system. Let's start with the swordsmanship training course. Small frames began to appear on the desk. Someone asked, who passed? The teacher from before was still carefully analyzing, accepting opinions from everyone. As usual, those who defeat the examiner pass, while the others are evaluated based on their performance quality and ability to hold out for 15 minutes. What do the swordsmanship teachers think? Besides those who defeated the examiner, candidates number 5, 217 and 753 are the most outstanding. The brown-haired man interjected, keep the list to just that. Even if the others pass, they won't keep up with the classes. The mustached man also agreed, likely because it benefited him. I agree. Does anyone have a different opinion? The entire room was silent, without a single counter-opinion. The principal spoke, we have confirmed the list of those admitted to the swordsmanship course. Suddenly, someone offered their own opinion. What about candidate number 513? That suggestion caught his attention. It was the opinion of the red-haired girl who had been silent from the beginning. What does everyone think about candidate number 513? The man wearing round sunglasses remained silent. The person with a gloomy appearance was curious. Number 513, huh? The mustached old man opened Gray's match screen to examine it. This kid, huh? Looking at it, it seems like he's about to win, but if he has to rely on setting traps to defeat the examiner, it will be hard for him to keep up later. Good technique, but his strength is still too weak. I find that from beginning to end, he was completely overwhelmed. The principal was puzzled. If so, then. The mustached old man quickly extinguished the thought of adding Gray. The red-haired girl sighed, feeling helpless. Looking at that group of people made her weary. With so many people observing, does not a single one of them realize it? If everyone is this clueless, then the way we all observe together is perhaps truly a waste. The discussion ended, and the next day everyone came to receive their results. Gray was also present. He held the notification paper in his hand. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Course, first day, 11:00 a.m. On the clock tower, the loudspeaker sounded. Now, the list of those admitted to the swordsmanship course will be announced. A total of 6 candidates have passed. Gray Lee held the notification paper, waiting in anticipation. This is it. The papers of those admitted would automatically catch fire. Candidate number 5, candidate number 217, candidate number 432 and 615, candidate number 753 and 925. That is all. These 6 candidates have been accepted. Gray stood stunned. He fell into despair. The loudspeaker continued. Those who have passed, please cross the bridge and complete the enrollment procedures within today. The atmosphere was now truly chaotic. There was joy, sadness, and regret. Gray was sorrowful, so I really failed. The loudspeaker's announcement continued. Next is the notification for the special quota for the divine eye. Candidate number 513, and unlike the papers of the others, Gray Lee's paper was consumed by blue flames. In an instant, he became the center of the crowd's attention. Looking at the burning paper, Gray was still skeptical. Did I pass? People around began to gossip, but most of it was sarcastic. A special quota for the divine eye, they chose this way again this year. Gray Lee asked himself many questions. A special quota for the divine eye, this is the first time I've ever heard of that. The insults still hadn't ceased, especially coming from the mouths of the candidates who had passed. Isn't that just a way to get admitted through the back door? The World Union Academy is truly going downhill. The words wormed their way into his mind, causing Gray to lose focus. The back door. But I don't know anyone. Could it be thanks to teacher? But I didn't hear anything. From within the crowd, an old man leaning on a cane walked over. He scolded those with the wrong mindset. Hey, stop talking nonsense about the special quota for the divine eye like that. The special quota for the divine eye is a prestigious category that has produced heroes for the past 100 years. They didn't take the old man's words seriously. Those old geezers are truly obsessed with the special divine eye quota. Isn't that just a story of glory from the old days? Besides that, there was more gossip. The people who passed the divine eye recently were all failures. Amy White, Belle Albright, Leek Mueller, and Jacob Bloomfield too. Gray didn't resist. He merely endured and silently listened to the sarcasm. That's right, all failures, even us, the current candidates, know that. The names just now evoked a memorable feeling in Gray. He felt as if he had a new ray of hope. Amy White, Belle Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield. The 3 of them were once in the main force fighting against the liquidator, right? And now my name is being mentioned along with theirs. Morning gently covered the entire academy, everything immersed in a gentle and quiet light. The main building appeared majestic amidst a thin fog, the canal around it still flowed peacefully and crowds of people busily entered. The school's PA system rang out. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you have finished changing, please gather at the plaza in front of the main office. Groups of students in academy uniforms began appearing on the stone-paved path, their dark blue jackets with gold trim standing out in the morning light, and on their left chest, the academy badge glittered in silver. Amidst the stream of students moving toward the plaza, one figure stood out more than the rest. Gray walked with a calm appearance, exuding a cold and unpredictable aura. A few students began to gather, some looking around in confusion, asking the friend beside them to be sure they were standing in the right place. The plaza in front of the main office, is this the right place? His friend was also unfamiliar. There's nothing here, are you sure you're in the right place? Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the group of students, the voice mixed with heavy breathing from fatigue. Sorry. Due to a slight mix-up, the preparation work was delayed. The student wondered, preparation. He then continued, please step back a bit so I can place the staircase there, okay? Everyone looked at each other, confused by his request. The student stepped back as he requested, is this far enough? He turned back to the crowd and smiled, that's enough. In that state of surprise and confusion, he knelt down in the middle of the schoolyard, pressed his palms to the ground and muttered, all right. A magic matrix glowed brightly, covering the entire space, the complex interwoven magic lines radiating a dazzling golden light like a sun bursting forth. Each red-orange lightning bolt darted through the stream of light, creating an intense and supernatural sensation. The ground shook, the air feeling as if it were being compressed by a massive amount of energy about to explode. People standing and watching could only widen their eyes in shock at the power that surpassed their understanding. In an instant, everything vanished, the sky as clear as after a storm, and he stood up abruptly before the shocked eyes of the crowd. He glanced at them as calm as if nothing had happened. Sorry for the delay, you can all sit anywhere you like. The students still couldn't believe their eyes, their lips trembling with panic. Yes. They glanced left and right, verifying the surroundings, some confused, that was teleportation magic, right? While others gritted their teeth in amazement. They can teleport something this big. Gray sat calmly on his chair, thinking to himself, I guess they wanted to hold the entrance ceremony in a place where you can see the school, using such teleportation magic, that's so wasteful. He tilted his face up and smiled brightly as if discovering something. So this is the power of the World Union Academy. Gray suddenly looked at the two people chatting with each other. These seats are a bit too numerous, aren't they? If only 30 students were accepted, why would we need this many seats? The short-haired girl smiled wryly. You don't know about that. The other girl was a bit self-conscious. Sorry, apart from swordsmanship, I don't know much else. The short-haired girl smiled. Then let me explain it to you. She twirled her finger to the rhythm of her voice. The World Union Academy, like its name, is a place that gathers the best students from all over the world. Suddenly she cheered, look, they're here. The other girl was startled and looked in the direction she was pointing, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before her eyes were things that were unimaginable. Between the high blue sky, massive airships silently glided through the clouds, their polished hulls reflecting the faint light of the early morning. The sails were taut, catching the wind, looking like majestic flying warships. Intermingled among the airships were massive winged creatures. Dragons were spreading their wings and flying with their colossal bodies. She screamed as she witnessed the scene that seemed like a dream. What is this? The airship remained soaring, majestic and awe-inspiring. Gray widened his eyes in shock. The magic airship Strato Queen, I was on it once when I joined the Liquidator Extermination Squad. I heard it was one of the largest airships in the world, and they brought it out just to hold an entrance ceremony. It truly lives up to its name, the World Union Academy. The airships landed on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The group of people, each with a cold expression, walked into the gathering place. The principal was overjoyed to see everyone. He leaned his hands on the podium. It seems everyone has arrived. In that case, let's begin the entrance ceremony. The school's PA system rang out. Thank you, principal, for your speech. Gray sat back with his arms crossed, yawning repeatedly. As it turned out, the entrance ceremony for the World Union Academy was no different from any other. Then he glanced with surprise at the person being called. Next, we have the valedictorian greetings from each department. Leonhardt, valedictorian of the Sword Arts Department, please come forward to speak. He stood up and bowed politely. Yes. Leonhardt walked down the steps amidst the whispering and praise from everyone. Hey, that's him, the one who defeated the examiner in just one strike during the entrance exam, right? Exactly, I heard his swordsmanship skills are on par with the instructors. Leonhardt bowed deeply, placing his hand over his chest to salute the professors. That was Leonhardt Appiah's, truly an outstanding student, his face radiating an air of serious charisma. Gray sighed, lost in thought. Leonhardt politely asked for permission. May I ask one more time, am I free to speak my mind? The The professor smiled, of course. Receiving consent, he thanked them and turned sharply to face the seated student. I have something I want to say to the academy. First of all, to my fellow students, no, to everyone who has been admitted through the official process. It is an honor to be enrolled with you all, he said, placing his hand on his chest to show his sincerity. He continued, in order to graduate and become people who can contribute to the world. Let's all work hard together. I truly look forward to the days where we can progress further together as students of this prestigious academy. However, it is regrettable that among us, there is someone who does not deserve to stand here. Right, Professor Ariel? She had been closing her eyes, enjoying the lively atmosphere, but she was slightly startled when she suddenly heard her name called. But she regained her composure immediately and replied, all the students here have passed the rigorous selection process. Even if they aren't as strong as you, it wouldn't be reasonable to exclude them. And why do you ask me that? Leonhardt's face hardened, a hint of indignation in his eyes. I'm not talking about those who passed the exam fairly. I am talking about the student whom the professor favored and admitted through the special eye admission. He shouted, pointing at where the student was sitting, step out, return your uniform and leave the academy immediately. The students were in an uproar over Leonhardt's words. Gray felt a bit anxious, what's with all this tension, and luckily he doesn't recognize my face. If I just sit still, I probably won't get caught, right? Ariel laughed aloud, it seems this year's freshmen are quite lively. Gray continued to protest, Professor, I'm being serious. Please stop admitting students through the back door and a swift sound glided past like the wind. Ariel's voice grew closer and closer. Immediately after, she was behind Leonhardt, whispering, do you think you're stronger than that student? Leonhardt shouted out into the air. What? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Of course, am I wrong? Ariel smiled playfully. I like that attitude, let's make a bet. Leonhardt was surprised. A bet. Ariel crossed her arms, appearing strangely calm. Yes. The corners of her mouth curled up in a confident look. I bet my entire position as a professor and his enrollment spot. Gray was taken aback by the person opposite him. He choked slightly and asked, a bet. Saria, also failing to understand, asked, Professor Ariel, are you planning on making me fight that special admission brat? Ariel didn't bother to open her eyes and waved her hand. I wouldn't do something so rude. Then she adjusted her glasses and looked straight at Saria. Anyway, if he goes all out, you'll die. As a teacher, I can't let a student get hurt. A series of veins slowly began to bulge on Saria's face. His face darkened and he glared furiously. Are you provoking me? Ariel didn't change her attitude, her voice calm in the face of his anger. I'm being serious. So let's bet with monsters instead of people, that would be safer. Pausing for a moment, she continued, besides, you're better at fighting monsters than humans, right? Leonhardt grew even more furious. So you knew, huh? Then exactly what are we betting? Ariel smiled faintly as if she had achieved her goal. Suddenly, a hand reached out and Ariel continued, it's simple, just kill the monster I choose as the target. The professor went on to explain the rules for each round. In each round, the monsters will get stronger. Whoever fails to kill the target first loses. Gray sat in his chair, rubbing his head in despair. Ariel continued, if he loses, I will resign from my professorship and all special admission students will be expelled. And if you lose, you will have to follow everything I say. Leonhardt's defiant expression was reflected in Ariel's glasses. She acted as if nothing was the matter, reaching her hand out toward Leonhardt. Well, he reached out and touched the sword at his hip. Tell me what the targets are first. Even though I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get caught in some ridiculous trap. Ariel put her hand to her chin, beginning to deliberate. Let's see. How about the first target? A goblin war general. Or is that too easy for you? Every student in the hall was surprised to hear the first target for the two of them. Gray sat in his chair, arms crossed, carefully contemplating. A goblin war general. Why did she pick that one specifically? Contrarily, Leonhardt couldn't help but slam his desk in anger. Are you kidding me? Sweat beaded on his forehead. A goblin war general is not the type of monster a single person can take down alone. Ariel remained calm, smiling lightly at his attitude. I didn't say you had to kill it immediately. We will set the deadline for within this year, that's reasonable, isn't it? Leonhardt continued to shout, if someone could kill a disaster-class monster alone after only 1 year of training, people wouldn't be suffering anymore. Pick a more realistic target. Finishing his sentence, he paused for a moment and let out a miserable sigh. Immediately after, he began to smile. I see. He clenched his fist as if he had realized something. You intentionally chose a monster no one could defeat to end this bet without a winner, right? I won't agree to that. Ariel stepped closer to Leonhardt. Then, one more condition, if it's a draw, you win. He was surprised. Huh? Ariel continued. In other words, if that kid can't take down the Goblin War General, I'll automatically be fired and all special admission students will be expelled. She winked playfully at Leonhardt. How about that? Saria looked at her, fearfully confirming, are you crazy? I have a feeling the outcome of this bet has already been predetermined. Right after, Ariel turned to leave, continuing to smile. then I'll take it that you have no more objections. Saria continued to add more conditions. To be sure, it must be an intact goblin war general, not one that's weakened or anything else. Ariel reached out her hand, and a stream of light slowly appeared, of course. She flicked her wrist, and a pen appeared along with a blank sheet of paper. I've written all the details into this magic contract. The contract floated in front of Leonhardt. If you have no issues with it, sign it. He thought for a moment, carefully reading the contract. Then he put the pen to the paper and signed, I'm in. After signing, Saria still wanted to ask more, but hey, do you really believe that kid can win? Ariel didn't care, turning away, who knows. Ariel returned to her spot and sat down calmly in her chair. After she left, the people in the hall began to whisper among themselves about the contract. What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Could that old lady be using the bet as an excuse to retire? It's also possible she's been past her prime for a long time. Ariel didn't care about the sarcasm around her. She still smiled at the contract in her hand. Gray sat in his chair, sighing helplessly. He thought to himself, great, the bet has officially started. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, carefully contemplating, wait a minute. Why do I have the feeling she already factored in the one I defeated before enrolling when she said, the deadline will be within this year? Ariel also noticed Gray's gaze fixed on her. Gray continued to think carefully, so the outcome of the bet was decided from the very start. Ariel raised her index finger to her lips, signaling him not to reveal the truth. Gray lamented, she really plays dirty. The teacher on the podium calmly began his lecture. Now, we will begin the introductory class on magic. He placed a book on the table and continued. Some of you may be surprised that the lecture is starting on the very first day, but as students of this academy, you must remember not to waste even a single day. Starting with the most basic thing, he raised his hand and a stream of blue light radiated from it, how to use magic. After that, the instructor continued teaching about how to use magic. Within our bodies, there exists an invisible source of energy called ether. By guiding it through the magic pathways in the body, you can. The instructor was intently teaching at the blackboard, while below, the students in the academy listened seriously. Gray sat below, thinking to himself, I was worried I wouldn't be able to keep up with the class, but it seems to be going okay. I already learned these things at the training camp. The problem now was, his gaze fixed on something. Gray looked toward the blonde person sitting in the front row. I got put in the same class as him out of the dozens of classes I could have chosen. He leaned his cheek against his hand in frustration. Please, don't let anyone know I'm a special admissions student of the God's Eye. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. Hey you look quite bored. You've been looking elsewhere before even 5 minutes have passed. You've got some nerve. Gray was surprised, stammering, I'm sorry. Gray thought to himself, did he spot me with just a glance? But I'm sitting in the very back row. The professor closed the book in his hand. If you're that confident, why don't you show the class? I assume you know how to use basic magic, right? Gray stood up, confused, and explained, with all due respect, Professor, we're in the sword arts course. I thought it was okay not to know magic. He held the thick book, reminding him, even if you only use a sword in a real battle, you still need to know basic magic to coordinate with mages. You must feel and understand what it's like to control ether. Gray didn't know how to answer. He froze for a moment. That's exactly what I was taught at the training camp. If so, I wonder if the spell we're about to learn will be the same. Right after that, he replied to the instructor, the spell we are about to learn is it ether bullet. The instructor returned to his podium. Oh, you know it. Can you cast it? Gray replied, yes. He silently let out a sigh of relief. It feels like I just escaped a disaster. Thank God that hellish training camp wasn't in vain. He continued, good opportunity. I'll turn this into a duel. Leon, you can use ether bullet too, right? Leon stood up and answered his question. Of course, sir. Leon continued, then, Professor, I have been trained in both sword arts and magic before enrolling. Would it be too dangerous to let him spar with me for real? The instructor remained firm in his decision. No matter how large the gap in skill is, we're only using ether bullet so he won't die. And I'm not telling you to go easy on him. But that gray-haired boy is this year's special admission student of the God's Eye. Leon was stunned. Everyone in the class, following the instructor's words, simultaneously turned to look at Gray with equal surprise. Gray was extremely confused when he received so much attention from the students in the class. He looked into the professor's calculating eyes. He just spilled everything. Leon slammed his hand on the desk. So that's how it is. If so, I have to properly teach him a lesson. He turned around with an annoyed look. I'll show him what kind of place this academy really is. Then he looked at Gray, gritting out each word, get on the floor. Gray was speechless and didn't know what to say. The two students stepped onto the podium and stood facing each other. The professor stood in the middle and began to set the rules. Now, when I give the signal, fire an ether bullet at your opponent. Gray's expression was quite defensive. I only studied magic at the training camp for a few days. Even if he says I won't die, it looks like I won't come out of this unscathed either. After he finished speaking, the professor shouted loudly, "Start!" Leon began to summon his magic, speaking Thoth th letter 1e9c, "I will show you the difference in our power." Gray didn't give in either, trying to summon the best magic he could. "I have no other choice. Forget it all." Right after that, the two spheres of power flew toward each other. However, something unexpected happened that left them both unable to believe their eyes. They both shouted in unison, "What?" That stream of light began to move and was about to head straight for Leon, forcing him to step backward to dodge. Leon panicked and retreated, eyes wide, screaming in terror as the stream of light was about to reach him. Suddenly, a man rushed in to shield him, spreading his arms to block the blow, his face showing clear determination amidst the intense stream of light. Immediately, the space suddenly lit up. Saria was almost frozen to the spot, only able to stare at the scene before her. "That was close," he sighed in relief, gently wiping the remaining sweat from his face. The source of the light almost shattered. Large cracks began to appear across the dazzling shards. Suddenly, a young man jumped down into that dazzling stream of light without any hesitation. A powerful gust of wind as he passed forced the entire hall to tremble and cover their faces. In less than 5 minutes, Saria had fallen flat on the floor, screaming in pain. The man rushed over like a gust of wind to check. "Leon, are you okay?" Leon's body was trembling as he tried to look up at the man before him. Leon forced himself up, trying to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied gently, "I'm okay." He didn't ask anything else, just nodded and said, "I see, thank God." However, his eyes remained cold, scanning the surroundings with suspicion and high alert. If it hadn't been for the barrier reducing the impact, he would have lost his life. Perhaps the impact had caused the room to gradually become desolate and suffocating, shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Even among the professors, no one could fire an ether bullet that powerful. He tilted his head, shouting in anger, What did you just do?" He didn't answer immediately but looked down at his palms for a while, frowning as he thought about something. He thought to himself it was weak. It clearly wasn't the same type of spell I used. His pupils immediately constricted. "Is the ether bullet I learned while in the suppression team different from what they teach at the academy?" He clenched his fist, his red eyes burning with irritation. He held his hand before his chest, saluting respectfully as he asked the man before him, "Did I use the spell wrong?" The man sighed helplessly. "No, it was clearly an ether bullet. But its quality was different. What you just used wasn't ordinary ether. It was supercompressed patherform ether. You can see that it's a powerful form of energy hidden within the orb that emitted such intense light." Everyone in the hall couldn't help but murmur excitedly, with a series of questions being raised. "Supercompressed ether? I've never heard of it before." He immediately replied, "That's a form of energy that even we, the professors, find very difficult to create. Yet, in that moment, you formed it and turned it into a spell. There isn't a single person in this academy who could recreate what you just did." As soon as he finished, the others continued to whisper, "That's the first time we've seen such a powerful ether bullet. Was the God's Eye entrance exam meant to prepare for this? If so, they should have put him in the magic department from the start instead of admitting him through special admission." Gray thought to himself, no way. All the spells the suppression team learned at the training camp were like that, and even among them, I was the one with the least talent. Because his talent was poor, he fell in every match. He asked seriously, "Are you joking, Professor? Everyone can do that if they practice properly." The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Gray Lee stood still, confused because he still didn't understand what he was laughing about. This caused him to burst into a refreshing laugh, eyes squinting. Gray Lee almost froze in place, standing dumbfounded because he still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he leaned in close to propose something that left Gray unable to resist. "Why don't you switch to the magic course? I'll guarantee your placement. You clearly have more talent for magic than swordsmanship." Gray stammered, his hand clenching as he shifted his gaze away. "I have to refuse. I've heard that I'm not particularly good at magic." The professor barked, "Are you kidding me? You understand ether compression so well that you can create supercompressed ether at your age. You are a one-of-a-kind genius, even by the Academy's standards. I can personally guarantee that. I don't know what fool told you that you have no talent, but it's clear they don't know what they're talking about. Gray, you're telling me you really don't want to switch to the magic course?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. For a professor who almost never praises anyone to say such things, that's truly incredible. Even so, he pointed a finger directly at Gray's face with an intense, lethal aura. "It would be a great loss for the world if you didn't study magic. I would even call it a crime against the art of magic itself." Gray Lee could only offer a faint, awkward smile at his words. He froze for a split second, surprised, thinking to himself, "Wait, what did he just say? Ether compression technique? I feel like I've heard of that before." Flashing back to the old days, In the past, humans had no knowledge of OD, also known as vitality. Because of this, casting magic was incredibly difficult. One had to continuously compress ether within the body, then attempt to gather and utilize whatever portion of ether happened to be mixed with OD. Bella suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, that sounds truly ridiculous, doesn't it? He continued, Professor, do you know about OD? He pondered for a long while before asking back, OD, what is that? While the professor was contemplating what OD might be, Gray began to realize, given this reaction, I've confirmed it. The current world still doesn't know of OD's existence. If that's the case, then everything I learned from the suppression squad is knowledge from the future. He widened his eyes in astonishment. I must be careful about who I share this with. His hand immediately clenched with determination, but the man continued to ask, so, do you want to switch to the magic course? He bowed his head respectfully and replied politely, I apologize, but I don't love swordsmanship. Though I am very grateful for the offer, I'm afraid I must refuse. The professor sighed helplessly. If that's what you want, then I suppose I have no choice. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. His hand clenched firmly with determination. Gray could only scratch his head and reply lightly, Thank you very much for the offer, Professor. He pointed toward the stands and said, You can go back to your seat now. I won't blame you if you space out during class anymore. You can even leave if you're bored. This lecture is too basic for you. As soon as he finished, everyone was astonished. A group of people began to whisper, praising Gray Lee. Amazing, I can't believe Professor Carlos rates him that highly. He stood up, watching the young man's back as he walked away. Suddenly someone kept tugging at their tie. He stood up and said politely, Master Gray, his voice full of awkwardness mixed with a hint of warmth. Gray couldn't help but feel a chill, thinking, what is this? Why am I getting the creeps? Late in the afternoon he was summoned. Come to the office after school today, Ariel. He strode down the empty hallway holding the letter with a puzzled expression. To be summoned so suddenly like this. Could it be because of Professor Carlos? Imagining that stern face, he scratched his head in self-reproach. Don't tell me Professor Ariel is also planning to advise me to switch courses. He stood before the intricately carved wooden door, yet hesitated, reading the letter over and over again. He knocked politely and a voice echoed from within. Gray, right, it's unlocked. He bowed his head and stepped inside. Excuse me. Detecting something was about to lunge toward him. He immediately drew his sharp sword. He gently thrust the sword straight toward that object without a moment's hesitation. She was startled, her mouth agape in surprise. His hand remained in the same posture, thinking, my body is reacting on its own. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but panic when he saw the girl sitting on the ground, trembling, pointing her sword at him. His eyes widened. The girl sat there, breathing a sigh of relief, full of anxiety. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. She cast a fearful glance at him. Beside them there was a compliment. Oh, not bad at all. Ariel said confidently, I knew my eye for talent wasn't wrong. The man with the middle-parted hair asked, Bella, you didn't hold back just now, did you? Did Ariel tell you to take it easy? The bearded man questioned. Your movements were perfect, but for you to have your sword knocked away that easily, it doesn't seem natural at all. This name is truly familiar. Gray glanced over involuntarily. Bella, so it really is Bella Albright. Looking at her present self compared to the future, they weren't much different, the female mage. Ariel didn't take them seriously. She looked at them with contempt. Are you too seriously saying that? If you can't even tell that much, maybe you should quit teaching. The man with the middle-parted hair felt a bit guilty. No, we were just joking. Ariel mocked. Unfortunately, I'm forced to agree. Gray was still bewildered. Professor, what are you all doing? Ariel explained cheerfully. We were making a bet to see if you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I won big. She tossed something at Gray, which he caught quickly. Gray was astonished when he opened his hand. Gold coins, this is a fortune. Finally, the mustached old man conceded. But it truly is as you said. He had been carefully watching the match. From the sparring phase just now, it looked like he was intentionally not using his dominant hand. The bearded man diagnosed, perhaps it's because of an injury. Gray Lee clutched his arm in pain, realizing what they said was completely correct. Instead of a clear muscular injury, I think it's a deeper kind of damage. The other man agreed. I agree, a regular injury wouldn't be this severe. Gray couldn't believe they guessed it just by looking. You guys were able to tell just by looking. The bearded man replied as if it were obvious. If we couldn't even tell that much, how could we be professors at this academy? The man with the middle-parted hair added. In any case, it seems Professor Ariel already knew about this since the entrance exam. Ariel coldly refused to chat with them. Now that you know, please leave. He is my student, I am not handing him over to anyone. Both men turned to leave. The one with the middle-parted hair left a compliment. We acknowledge he has potential, at least for now. The bearded man brushed past, his gaze sharp. But if that wound doesn't heal, it means he doesn't meet the Academy's entrance standards. Remember that. Gray's gaze became guarded. Now only Professor Ariel, Bella, and Gray were left in the room. Ariel started, now that the nuisances are gone. She now radiated a sense of mystery. Let's talk about magic. Opening the conversation, Ariel asked about Gray's background. I heard you used super compressed ether in Professor Carlos's class. Gray didn't intend to hide it, so you already know. Ariel recounted, he came to my office and told me to switch you to the magic department, but naturally I refused. Ariel pondered for a few seconds, as far as I'm concerned. She then revealed her other eye, which shone like a star. You are better suited for swordsmanship than magic. Seeing the professor reveal her other eye for the first time, Gray couldn't help but be surprised. Ariel explained meticulously. At the very least, you don't look like someone good at compressing mana at all. There isn't even a sign that you've ever trained in it. Perhaps from now on I should be more careful, he thought to himself. Those eyes, she can tell just by looking, it's best not to lie. Gray was honest, it is just as you say. Ariel delved deeper, she was still too curious about her student. May I ask what trick you used? I promise I won't tell anyone, and there will be a reward too. Ariel looked toward Bella as if there were a secret between the two. I really need to know that because of that girl. Gray responded by reflex but stopped just in time. Internally, Gray Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the mage, I mean because of Bella. That was close, I almost accidentally called her the mage. Ariel looked at Bella's pained expression and shared directly. That's right, even though she is a genius in magic theory, her practical skills aren't the best. Ariel felt a bit troubled, she was worried. I don't understand why, but she can't use the ether compression technique well, that's why she can't create super compressed ether. Gray Lee observed Bella intently, remembering the information he knew. I also heard that Bella Albright was a late bloomer, so that's the reason. Ariel continued to talk about Gray's strength, but hearing from Professor Carlos, when you used super compressed ether, it didn't look like you were compressing ether at all. If there truly exists a way to use super compressed ether without compressing ether, then she wouldn't have to be transferred to Professor Bradley's place. At the mention of that, Bella's complexion worsened. Gray also froze. Professor Bradley, the Professor Bradley you're talking about. Gray Lee's face revealed clear horror, he was agitated. Is it Professor Varian Bradley? Ariel replied, that's right, it seems you know him too. Gray's mind was now in complete chaos. Knowing him is one thing, he's infamous. The memories he still had were of rows of human corpses lying at his feet. He had performed countless experiments on people and killed an unknown number of them. Or an entire town being burned down by Bradley's experiments. Furthermore, he had caused magic disasters, resulting in dozens of deaths. To Gray, Bradley was like a serial killer. He's the most infamous magic criminal in history, hasn't he been caught yet? Ariel was anxious. If by the end of the year she still can't create super compressed ether, she will be transferred to him and be subjected to surgery. The horror within Gray Lee soared, he couldn't sit still anymore. Wait, that's not okay at all. Ariel predicted Bella's tragic fate. That's right, though he excuses it by saying it's to increase mana output. In reality, it's human experimentation. She had also seen corpses that couldn't close their eyes even in death due to their injustice. This hasn't been announced yet, but there are rumors that because of him, many have died and others have been ruined. Finally, after a moment of silence, Bella spoke up. It's dangerous and terrifying, but if I can't use super compressed ether, I'll be expelled at the end of the year. Ariel said with a firm tone and hatred for that sick bastard Bradley. Honestly, I'd rather you drop out than let that guy lay a hand on your body. Gray pondered for a long while. The magic I know is knowledge that has never existed in this era. If I speak of it, I could change the entire course of history. Bella was terrified, her body trembling. Gray's deep gaze seemed as if he wanted to curse something. The future he was talking about was a world annihilated by the purger. Or my own uselessness, or the warriors who all fell in a single stroke. Is that the future I desire? His facial muscles softened, but why wouldn't I? If that dark future can be changed, then it can only get better. Gray set his teacup down, full of determination. I understand, I will teach you. Suddenly, a ball of dark magic appeared from his hand. Outside the arena, everyone remained silent, attentively watching the board where Gray explained magic. Gray was honest, and that is all the knowledge I have about magic. As promised, please don't tell anyone that I taught you this. Ariel was firm. I commit to it, of course, we even signed a magic contract after all. Bella added, break the rules and you die. This had been pledged by both sides, and Gray Lee felt at ease. So, after hearing what I said, what do you think? Ariel, despite being a good professor, was still dazed by the sheer amount of knowledge. The part about OD alone already surprised me, but the magic knowledge you shared is even beyond that. Bella absorbed it very well, she thought, concise and tight. How should I put it? It feels like I just attended a magic lesson from 100 years in the future. Bella was very interested in the knowledge Gray brought. She sincerely praised him. Just hearing your explanation is enough to advance the history of magic by 100 years. Though happy to be praised, Gray didn't dare to be complacent. Even though that was a lecture from 10 years in my future, for people of this time, it really does look like it's 100 years ahead. Ariel still had too many doubts. There are many things I can't evaluate right away. Do you think what he said is true? Bella placed her full trust in Gray Lee. It's very likely that theory is correct. Nothing contradicts the current magic theory. And the fastest way to verify it is through experimentation. That's why we came here. Bella looked at Gray expectantly. If everything you said is true, Gray, then this spell will work. She left the paper and moved forward according to the theory. Bella raised her magic staff to form a magic circle. Then this spell will unleash my full power. Gray hesitated slightly, then tried to recall. Full power? If I remember correctly, Bella Albright's full power is said to be enough to incinerate an entire city. In just the blink of an eye, the magic circle grew many times larger, enveloping the space, and she had previously been unable to control such massive amounts of mana. Bella was still bewildered. Before Gray could stop her, his body began to fade. Wait. A massive amount of magic erupted from the arena like a volcanic eruption. Blinding light radiated everywhere, and the aftermath of the power made Gray Lee's face distort in a way that looked both pitiful and funny. Wait. Immediately after, a pillar created from flames appeared, shooting straight into the high sky. Gray Lee hastily reached out his hand in front of him, blocking the overly intense, searing hot wind coming from Bella Albright. He squinted as he observed the pillar of fire, terrified to the core. The power truly is too overwhelming. Gray Lee thought about how the fire had quickly spread everywhere just a moment ago, nearly reaching him. If she hadn't controlled the magic just a split second earlier, I'd be dead for sure. But thanks to her, the fire was controlled and reversed, staying away from him. It really saved my life. On the other side, Bella Albright raised her magic staff high, joyfully announcing, I did it. I tried to control it. You could only see the fire burning fiercely, yet it looked very orderly, just hovering around a corner of the space. Then it swirled and converged into one spot. A massive, hazy dragon created from red fire flew in midair. Bella Albright smiled happily, looking up at the magic she had created. Man, this is fun. But suddenly she retracted the flames, her voice faint and whispering, but. The very next second, Bella Albright closed her eyes and fainted, her voice fading into the wind. I'm out of ether. She slumped to the ground, motionless. This scene scared Gray Lee to death. He quickly approached, lifting her head and calling out anxiously. Bella! Ariel stood behind, calmly reminding him, stay calm. She seriously reassured him. She just fell asleep because she ran out of ether. Let her rest. As she said, Bella Albright's face looked peaceful as she slept quietly. Gray Lee saw this and smiled in relief. Ariel turned to look at the remaining sparks high above, unable to hide her astonishment as she praised him. Even so, it's truly incredible. I never thought she could create a spell of that scale in such a short time. Suddenly, Bella Albright whispered back, the one who is talented isn't me, it's that theory. Now I can easily create super compressed ether. Gray Lee helplessly thought, but that's your theory. Can she still talk while asleep? Ariel didn't mind her small action, just sighed in relief and declared, now that she can create super compressed ether, there's no need for surgery anymore. I will personally tell Bradley to cancel the procedure. She thought back to the scene of Bella Albright controlling the magic earlier and felt relieved, less worried. I'm truly happy that we avoided that risky surgery, but I'm even happier that she didn't lose her ability to control her mana. But Gray Lee caught the strange point in Ariel's words. He looked at her suspiciously, inquiring, her ability to control her mana, she seriously asserted. That's right. Ariel expressionlessly explained, even though Bradley's surgery can increase mana output, it comes at the cost of control. The exact method of operation is still a secret, but I heard it's a type of surgery that forcefully breaks limits. He lifted his hand to touch his chin, waking up and realizing internally, so that's it. So the reason the mage in my previous life couldn't control her powerful mana was because of that surgery. She smiled contentedly and raised the contract paper. Anyway, thanks to you, Bella was able to create super compressed ether, so the conditions in our contract have been fulfilled. Ariel held the paper up before his face, seriously expressing, now it's my turn to fulfill my part first of all. She looked down at Gray Lee's arm, announcing, regarding your arm, I want to use magic on it. Immediately after, from her hand appeared magical, miraculous blue streams of air along with individual beautiful butterflies. Ariel moved her hand closer to his backhand, applying magic to it. In just a moment, the entire space was immersed in blue light and butterflies, with the source being the interlocked hands of the two. A moment later, Ariel stopped, and the strange, beautiful phenomenon gradually dissipated. She nonchalantly asked, how is it? Gray Lee tried, moving his hand, clenching and opening it. He widened his eyes in surprise and disbelief. I can move it. Gray Lee smiled happily, expressing his appreciation. Thank you so much, Professor. But then he was full of suspicion. But even magic recovery potions couldn't heal it. So how? Ariel heard this and confidently replied with arrogance, "Don't compare my nerve-regenerating magic with those ordinary recovery potions." She crossed her arms, seriously inquiring, "But can it move as before? Try swinging your sword." He didn't hesitate to respond, "Yes." Greylee turned and walked away from her a certain distance. Then he drew his sword to try a horizontal slash in front of him. He felt the sensation of the movement was a bit strange, so he looked suspiciously at the arm holding the sword. The next second, Greylee nimbly slashed, creating sharp streaks of light. He frowned uncomfortably and fell silent for a moment. Greylee stopped and looked at his hand, distressed. "It feels like my arm isn't as flexible as before." Ariel wasn't very surprised when she heard that, just as I thought. She raised her hand to her forehead, reluctantly explaining, "I can heal the nerves, but my magic can't heal the wounds in your soul." He looked at her, confused, and repeated, "My soul?" Ariel looked at him and seriously asserted, "That's right, you didn't hear me wrong." She placed her hand over her heart and explained, "Though current magic knowledge still hasn't proven the existence of the soul, I believe it exists." She raised her hand to cover one of her eyes. After all, when Ariel moved her hand away, that eye had a strange pattern appearing in the pupil. "I can see it with this eye." She could see inside Greylee, where there was a radiant cluster of light with rays of light gathering around it. "Even now, your soul is slowly recovering. As long as you don't overexert yourself, it will heal on its own over time." He looked at his hand in surprise and disbelief, repeating, "Don't overexert my body." He looked up at her and asked, "Are you saying I shouldn't overtrain?" Ariel unexpectedly denied it. "That's not it, you can still train as usual." She rested her chin on her hand, puzzled, "But I'm curious what kind of swordsmanship could cause such soul damage." And he could only offer a strained smile, unable to answer. Suddenly, she uttered a sentence that left him stunned. "Then again, swordsmanship that uses the soul to swing the blade does exist." Ariel mentioned a name with a mysterious expression. "Amy White, you know her, don't you?" Greylee's eyes widened in terror. Huh? The face of Amy White from his previous life immediately flashed in his mind. Why is she mentioning the name of the sword saint here? In the present, she and I shouldn't even know each other. Seeing his strange expression, she asked suspiciously, Did I say something wrong? The way you use your sword looks like you learned it from Amy." Ariel rested her chin on her hand, hesitating as she analyzed, "But thinking about it, there are some differences. The person who taught you swordsmanship seems to be even better than Amy." She looked at him and affirmed with a certain tone, "Although in just a few years, Amy will reach that level too." Greylee broke into a cold sweat at her keen observation. Does she know even that? He vaguely mentioned information about his skills. I learned swordsmanship at a dojo in my hometown." While his inner thoughts raced to find a way to deceive her, "I have to change the subject. If the conversation continues, I'll let something slip." He then hurriedly changed the topic. "Is it really possible for swordsmanship to damage the soul?" Just as Greylee hoped, Ariel confidently answered the question, "Not at all, at least not with any common type of swordsmanship." She put her hands on her hips and explained with poise, "In the first place, there's nothing common about being able to slice a great ogre general in one blow, let alone cutting through a bunch of ogres and trees in the surroundings while you're at it." Her words stirred memories from that time when his sword slash had cut down a whole group of goblins to save the critical situation. So she already knew. And because of that, Ariel had enjoyed a delightful bet. "Of course, thanks to you, I've almost won the bet." Then she returned to a serious tone and expressed, "I've inspected the scene and the remnants left behind. It's truly impressive. Even the most sophisticated cutting magic couldn't achieve that." Ariel pointed at Greylee and cautiously questioned, "That mysterious power inside you, you used it, didn't you?" He asked back in surprise, "You could see it, Professor." She replied with a firm tone, "Of course I could." Ariel's eyes radiated a faint glow that made her words sound somewhat mystical. "I could see that power leaking out through the chained-up door." Hearing this, Greylee was so astonished that he stood frozen, unable to speak. He thought of the door with its intricate, tightly bound patterns, his heart growing heavy as he repeated, "The chained door." He looked at the woman in front of him, his heart filled with shock and awe. There's no way she could have guessed that. She really saw it. Ariel ignored his state and continued to reveal another piece of news. "To tell the truth, I've seen a power similar to yours before, though I don't think they're exactly the same, they just have a similar feeling." Greylee asked curiously, "A similar power? Does that mean someone else possesses a power like mine?" She confirmed sternly, "That's right, but I'm not sure if they are even human." Afterward, Ariel uttered a name that caused him to widen his eyes in horror. "The Purifier, that's what they're called." Seeing his expression, she confirmed with certainty, "So you've heard of them too." The image of a figure that seemed human but wasn't flashed in Greylee's mind. Under intense internal pressure, he questioned, "Why is that name appearing at this moment?" Ariel confirmed it completely and pointed out directly, "So you have heard of it. Honestly, I didn't think it was that widely known. Beside them, Bella Albright, unaware of anything, was still in a peaceful sleep. Then she recalled the knowledge on the board earlier and guessed. But then again, it's not surprising that you know that type of future-gazing magic theory. Gray Lee sheepishly scratched his head, not daring to claim it. Is that really knowledge from the future? Even though no one has discovered that part yet. Ariel crossed her arms and asked seriously, "How much do you know about the purifier?" He let go of his hands and didn't dare look her in the eye, giving a generic answer. "I only know that they are an extremely dangerous threat to humanity." Recalling the tragic future, he reported seriously, "We must stop him from appearing before it's too late. If we can't, then we must destroy him at any cost." Ariel rested her chin on her hand and mused, "That might be a bit extreme, but I agree that he is truly dangerous." Even so, Balian Bradley seems determined to continue his experiments. Gray Lee looked at her confused and asked, "Balian, how is he involved in this?" This time it was Ariel's turn to be suspicious. "Are you still asking?" Immediately after, she calmly revealed shocking news. The purifier is the very entity he is trying to summon. He opened his eyes wide in terror, unable to believe it, repeating in his heart, "The purifier was created by humans? I've never heard anyone say that." Then he leaned his chin on his hand, thinking of a suspicious point. But the Academy in the previous timeline. Gray Lee remembered the actions of people arriving just in time to the spot where the purifier appeared, making him even more skeptical. It was as if they knew exactly where the purifier would appear. Thinking it all through, his eyes widened in horror. Gray Lee hurriedly turned around, his inner thoughts incredulous. "Don't tell me." He looked at the tall, intricate building in front of him, a sense of shock gradually overcoming his heart. Was the Academy involved in the summoning from the very beginning? He immediately turned to Ariel with tension and made a request. "That experiment must be stopped immediately." She also seriously agreed. Ariel crossed her arms and explained reluctantly, "The problem is that the head of the experiment is a professor just like me. I don't have the authority to shut down the lab or forbid his experiments. I've urged my superiors to cancel it, but they won't listen." Gray Lee asked sternly, "Who specifically are the superiors?" Regrettably, she shook her head and refused to answer this. "Sorry, I'm not authorized to disclose that either. The problem is, without orders from above, no one can force a stop to the experiment." He closed his eyes, feeling incredibly helpless. There isn't even a name for the person in charge. It turns out the Academy's leadership is more troublesome than I thought. Suddenly, Gray Lee came up with a good idea. He opened his eyes wide in contemplation, but if he is a criminal, wouldn't things be different? As far as he knew, in the future, the man had participated in human experimentation. In the previous world, Balian's illegal experiments had killed tens of thousands of people. He even knew where he conducted the experiments. Immediately, Gray Lee looked at Ariel and expressed his thoughts frankly. "I know where he performs his illegal experiments if we catch him in the act." But before he could finish, she cut him off. "Sorry, that won't work either." He asked confusedly. "Why not?" She calmly explained. "Breaking into a professor's research facility within the Academy without a permit is a serious crime." Ariel's expression was cold as she warned, "Without concrete evidence, we'll be the ones imprisoned. Or are you saying you have evidence of his crimes right now?" Gray Lee looked away, afraid, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, she ended the topic. "If not, this matter must be put on hold for now." He couldn't reconcile with this and clenched his fists. Even though he knew this was dangerous, she was helpless. Out loud, he replied quite uncomfortably, "I understand." Understanding his mood, Ariel placed her hands on her hips and mentioned something else. "More importantly, let's talk about your power. Do you want to learn how to control it?" This struck a chord with Gray Lee. He immediately brushed aside the previous issue and looked at her in surprise. Then he quickly asked, "Is that possible?" She smiled smugly. "There is a professor at the Academy who is very skilled at handling unknown abilities." Ariel glanced at him and slowly uttered the professor's name. "His name is Heathcote Longfellow." Gray Lee couldn't believe it and widened his eyes. "Heathcote Longfellow, that is the very person who trained the Sword Saint." She instructed him seriously, "I think he will be interested in you. I will arrange for you to begin private training with him starting tomorrow." He replied happily, "Thank you." In his heart he felt incredibly lucky. The reason I came to the Academy was to master this power. Gray Lee felt quite satisfied and happy. He never expected to find a lead so quickly. The afternoon sunlight shining on the training building seemed like a good omen for the beginning of his new life. The next day, a man ran in a hurry, moving at lightning speed through the forest. Behind him, Gray Lee was exhausted, sweat streaming down his face while his mind wandered. "I'm getting private training from Heathcote Longfellow, but..." He tried his best to keep up with Heathcote Longfellow, his heart screaming in frustration. Why on earth do we have to run like this? Their current location was in the forest next to the teaching hall. Here. While running, he suddenly turned his head and shouted strictly, "Your mind is distracted, I can feel it." If there is still room for wandering thoughts, then speed up. Run until your body is absolutely drained. Heathcote Longfellow maintained his pace in front while instructing seriously. Listen carefully, only when you burn through every drop of physical vitality will your soul's power awaken. As long as you have a shred of physical stamina, I won't let you touch a sword. Understand? Gray Lee replied hurriedly, yes sir. He tried to convince himself while running if it's Heathcote's training there must be a reason, but the Balian-Bradley situation keeps bothering me. While I'm running in circles here, Balian is still conducting experiments to summon the purifier. Without waiting for him to think further, Heathcote Longfellow suddenly increased his speed. Gray Lee gritted his teeth trying to catch up, and because of that his thoughts became hesitant. Should I do it now? One day, Gray Lee returned to the room to meet Ariel. She sat behind her desk, interestedly inquiring, so, a week of training has passed. How are things with Heathcote? He scratched his head, hesitating as he recounted, actually, it's mostly running. We only practiced sword techniques a little bit at the end, but I really do feel a little stronger. Hearing this, she laughed and remarked, that sounds just like him. Suddenly, someone entered at the door. Excuse me. That person sent a letter to Ariel. Professor Ariel, there is a letter for you. She reached out, took it, and thanked them. Oh, thank you. Ariel then opened it and read it immediately. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Seeing this, Gray Lee asked anxiously, is something wrong? He took the letter, held it up, and read it, and even he couldn't help but be terrified. It was written on the paper. To the esteemed Professor Ariel, we have received reports that Bella Albright has successfully created supercompressed ether, meaning she truly has obtained a similar power. However, upon inspection, it is clear that she has not truly compressed it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as supercompressed ether. The contract remains in effect and the campaign will proceed as planned. Balian Brad. Gray Lee couldn't suppress his anger and curse it aloud. This is madness. Ariel reported with a heavy heart, it seems Bradley is still determined to force her to undergo surgery, even though she may not need it now. He looked at her anxiously and asked, can't she refuse? She was also helpless and had no solution. Unfortunately, the contract is ironclad. Ariel clenched her fingers and pronounced each word as she offered another proposal. Unless Bradley himself cancels it, Bella only has the choice of being expelled or undergoing surgery. Gray Lee couldn't believe it and murmured, no. Suddenly, Ariel slammed her hand on the table and called out, Gray, I need your help. She looked at him sternly and pleaded, show me where Bradley's laboratory is. If we expose his criminal acts, the contract will be voided. Gray Lee was astonished and stared at her in silence. And then he couldn't suppress a smile. Gray Lee let out a sigh and couldn't help but retort to Ariel, didn't you say it would be dangerous without evidence? Clearly, Ariel remembered her earlier words. She replied casually, we will find evidence. I'm putting my trust in you. Her gaze was sharp as she watched him. No, perhaps I've trusted you from the very beginning. My eyes tell me. Ariel expressed her thoughts earnestly. You've been telling the truth the whole time. She stated calmly, it just took me a while to admit it. Gray Lee could only look at her and listen in silence. Ariel stepped to his side and made a request, show me the way, Gray. And then she declared with a solemn expression, we will expose his crimes together. At that moment, the main character's expression became a little serious, then said, his laboratory is in the mountains near Toril village. After hearing the answer, Professor Ariel's eyes were also deep in thought. Then she continued, Toril Mountain. I remember very clearly that he has an academy-approved laboratory there. Information from the teacher's mouth suddenly made Gray feel even more astonished. He is conducting illegal experiments right in an approved laboratory. Responding to that, the red-haired woman turned around sharply. Where else is more convenient for illegal activities? Even if he stays there for a long time, no one would be suspicious. Above all, no professor would interfere with another's laboratory. However, once we find evidence of his crimes, no one will prosecute us for breaking into the laboratory. At that same moment, a knock on the door sounded, followed by a voice. It's me, Bella. Seeing this, Ariel called her in. Come in. Walking into the room, Bella was also anxious. She took out a letter and said solemnly, Professor, I received this letter. Without letting her finish, Ariel gently snatched the letter from the blue-haired girl's hand and reassured her. Don't worry, I will handle this. Her eyes, filled with seriousness, left Bella somewhat confused, so she asked, do you mean you are deliberately confronting Varian because of me? Are you doing this all by yourself? Answering that question, the female professor let out an incredibly confident smile. By myself is enough. Unable to help it, the third one cast a worried look at the main character. As if understanding, Gray also said, please wait a moment, I will go too. Beside him, the blue-haired girl also wouldn't be outdone and chimed in, me too. After all, this is my business. Turning to the female professor's perspective, seeing her two students so eager, she clutched her face and sighed, warning them, wait, he is a professor at the academy. Not to mention, he is a madman who has conducted many dangerous human experiments. If he catches either of you, who knows what he'll do? I can't let you two risk going there. For Gray, he naturally understood this, but he took another step forward and said, That's exactly why going alone is even more dangerous. If I use the power that took down the general again, I can definitely help you out. Besides, if you disappear, as a special admission student, I'll be expelled. Please let us decide our own fate. As they spoke, they looked straight ahead with determined faces. And then, after a brief starring contest, Professor Ariel yielded and accepted that they would accompany her. It seems that even if I stop you, you two will come along anyway. Then fine, but you must promise me one condition. No matter what happens, you must put your own safety first. Is that clear? When she said this, her eyes were full of seriousness, leaving no room for argument, and both of them understood and nodded. Yes. Just like that, time quickly passed, and the two of them pulled each other toward Bradley's laboratory, looking at the giant building in front of them. A third one was the first to speak. Is he really conducting illegal experiments here? Hearing this, the female professor nodded and replied, "That's right, now we will search for evidence, okay?" Saying that, she cast a questioning look at Gray, and Gray didn't keep her waiting, answering immediately, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Turning to Bella's perspective, even though they had reached this point, she still felt a bit anxious. "If you say so, I believe you, but can we collect evidence without getting into trouble?" As soon as the question ended, Professor Ariel suddenly burst into a bright laugh. "Varian is currently at the Law Society conference, so he isn't here. There's a high chance the main door is trapped, so we have to break through the side wall to get in." The red-haired woman's plan made Bella feel slightly uncomfortable, so she whispered, "Is that really okay?" Ariel answered with a face full of confidence, "Breaking into an approved laboratory is already a crime, so it doesn't matter. If you change your mind, you too can go back." Hearing that, Bella's hand instinctively gripped the staff in her hand, replying with a firm voice, "I'm going." "But are you really sure? Are you doing all of this just for someone like me?" Before she could finish, Gray turned to retort, "That's wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the sake of the whole world. If not, countless people will die. No, the whole world will be sacrificed by him." Gray's intense and determined expression left Bella stunned, and she instinctively asked, "What?" To be certain, Professor Ariel also spoke up. "What Gray says might be a bit extreme, but I agree that he absolutely must be stopped. So don't worry too much. We aren't risking our lives just for you, Bella. Now let's go." Saying that, all three of them rushed forward like a gust of wind. While moving, the red-haired woman used her magic, creating red beams of light that shot straight into the concrete wall in front, causing a significant explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Looking at the wall with a large hole in front of him, Gray cracked an awkward smile, thinking to himself, "Haha, that was a bit too theatrical." Setting that aside, the three of them quickly entered the laboratory through the hole in the wall. Just by looking at the scene inside, Gray's expression darkened. "What is this?" he cried out. At this moment, in front of all three of them were countless cells still stained with streaks of black blood. Inside a few of the cells, there were still a few people left, their bodies covered in blood from the experiments. By now, the group didn't need to waste any effort looking for the illegal party. Ariel commented, "Looks like we don't need to look for evidence anymore." Bella anxiously scanned her surroundings and said, "There are too many here." Hearing this, the professor also nodded in agreement. "Just by glancing, I've already seen 14 types of forbidden arts. That alone is a serious crime, not to mention that illegal human experimentation is equally serious." Saying that, suddenly the eyes of all three were drawn to something. Not far away, a strange magic circle caught their attention. "What is that?" "It looks like some kind of altar." "What should we do?" "The original plan was just to take the evidence and leave, but should we rescue the people being held captive?" The mage Bella asked anxiously, but her suggestion was dismissed by the protagonist. "We can't stay here too long. If we delay, that Varian fellow might." Before he could finish, a surprised "What are you doing?" suddenly echoed from behind them, catching Gray's attention. From within the shadows, a dark figure stepped forward and spoke. "Are you calling for me?" Turning toward Ariel, she seemed to know exactly who had arrived, and so she asked lazily, "How was your meeting, Varian?" Hearing that the newcomer was Varian, our protagonist hurriedly drew his sword, dropping into a defensive stance, his heart heavy with the confusion of why that man was here. Ignoring his thoughts, Varian, standing opposite them, explained, "I sent a decoy in my place. I have important experiments to conduct here. I just acquired some fresh materials, so I must take advantage of them while they're still fresh. However, I'm afraid I'll have to change my plans." As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses, his entire body radiating a terrifying pressure, which caused the expressions of all three, Gray, Bella, and Ariel, to shift in an instant. The explanation from Professor Varian continued. "Regardless, I prefer materials that possess magical potential far exceeding the average person. I don't know how you heard about me, but I'm certain you haven't told anyone that you came here, right? If you were all to suddenly vanish, no one would ever suspect me." With that, he flashed a cunning smile, as if he had already ensured the victory over the three standing before him. Professor Ariel, after hearing him speak, questioned him in a sharp tone. "Materials? Don't tell me you intend to use us as lab rats." Just as she had said, Varian had no intention of denying it, responding calmly, "Stay calm, your sacrifices will push the limits of magic. Therefore, I cannot let you leave here alive, I will use you as the most exquisite materials." Saying this, he wore a cunning, wicked smile. However, before he could utter another word, a scorching fireball was launched from the opposite side, striking straight toward him and causing his expression to darken. A terrifying explosion subsequently occurred within the gloomy corridor, and the one who had just unleashed that magical attack was none other than the mage Bella. Looking at her, it seemed she had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on Professor Varian. Regrettably, the attack didn't seem to have much effect. After the dust and smoke cleared, the expressions of both Ariel and Bella held a flicker of surprise as they looked ahead. There, Professor Varian stood calmly, dusting himself off as if nothing had happened, having successfully activated a magic barrier to protect himself. He even took the time to offer a compliment. "Fantastic, truly fantastic." Ariel's divine eyes remained sharp. "To think a student as special as you would possess such unique talent. Perhaps I should start observing those recruited by the other divine eyes more closely." He paused for a beat before mocking Bella. "I can't say I'm not impressed by your little bit of magic, but is a student of this academy really trying to assassinate a professor?" Retorting, Bella released a regretful remark. "Better than being killed in return, even though I missed my chance." Turning to Professor Ariel, she didn't want her two students in danger, so she suggested, "We should retreat now, we have enough evidence." Hearing her, the blue-haired girl nodded in agreement. "The academy can handle the rest." However, the villain Varian would certainly not let them retreat so easily. At that moment, his cold voice sounded, "Do you really think you can leave here safely?" He then unleashed his magic, firing a stream of dark purple energy directly toward Bella with blinding speed. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Professor Ariel lunged forward, using her barrier magic to intercept the attack. Behind her, Bella saw this and said anxiously, "Professor." On the other side, Varian saw his attack blocked, yet he remained smug and boasted, "Meaningless, this is one of my research achievements, the Ravenous Flame. It burns the enemy's defensive magic and turns it into fuel. Theoretically, it cannot be blocked. The only downside is that it costs materials to create." Just as the wicked professor said, the yellow shield Ariel created couldn't hold for more than a few moments before numerous cracks appeared, finally shattering into pieces. With no other choice, Ariel was forced to use energy from her divine eye, creating a blue shield right behind the yellow one, just in time to stop Varian's attack as the first barrier disintegrated. However, the second defensive layer didn't last long, as cracks began to spread across it in all directions. Seizing this brief window, the professor gave an urgent command. "Bella, take the magic memory bag and Gray out of here now. Bring it to Heathcote. When he sees it, he will know what to do." She spoke while gently moving a cube, placing it into Bella's palm. But how could Bella leave her professor behind in such a place? Immediately, she slammed her staff onto the ground, creating a hemispherical air cage that covered everyone. This action deeply worried the female professor, who shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry and get out of here." Replying to her, Bella spoke with a firm tone, "Professor, your shield is breaking. Let me lend a hand." Hearing her, the red-haired professor became even more irritated and roared, "Didn't we promise each other before we came here? If something goes wrong, your life is the priority. Varian's magic is clearly unnatural. Defensive magic cannot block it at all. I will stall for time so." Before the beautiful professor could finish her sentence, her magic shield shattered into pieces, causing her expression to fill with anxiety. Yet for some reason, Bella remained calm, saying, "It's fine." The next second, Varian's attack collided with the screen created by Bella, causing a deafening explosion in the air. But Varian's attack didn't advance a single inch. Bella's voice sounded, "This magic isn't that strong, it just needs a different kind of defensive magic." Opposite them, Varian saw his attack was ineffective and began to panic, then roared, "Impossible! The countermagic theory for the Ravenous Flame is only known to us. How do you know it?" Opposite him, Bella enlightened him with a confident tone, "Recently, someone taught me a new theory. With it, this magic is quite easy." Hearing that, Varian nearly went insane. He bellowed like a rabid dog, Who is it? Name the traitor, give up and I'll give you a painless death." Bella answered with a slightly teasing tone, "You want to know who taught me? That's a secret, but he's a student from the swordsmanship department." Opposite them, the veins on Varian's face bulged. It seemed he was truly furious. He roared, "So it seems you won't answer me seriously, huh? Fine, then prepare to be burned alive." As he spoke, he drew a pink crystal from somewhere and crushed it directly in his palm. Subsequently, as if powered by the crystal, he utilized his magic, creating countless ghastly skulls that flew forward. These skulls began to interweave, finally taking the shape of a ferocious monster's head, biting down toward the group, engulfing them within the magic. Behind him, Gray saw this and broke into a sweat as he asked, "Bella, are you still all right?" Bella replied. I'm still okay, the shield can still hold. However, at that point, her voice hesitated, and with just a glance, Varian guessed the reason and stated it outright. But you don't have much mana left, do you? With your reserves, you can hold on for one more minute at most. Back to Bella, she hurriedly said to her professor, Professor, hurry and attack him, I'll handle the defense. Hearing this, the professor nodded in understanding. All right. Saying this, she activated her divine eye, silently observing ahead. Very quickly, she discovered a weakness in Varian's offensive magic. The flame is thin in that spot. I can move the mana outside the barrier. Without any hesitation, the red-haired professor thrust her hand forward and quickly concentrated her mana, forming a stream of lightning that shot straight toward Varian. However, for some reason, before the attack could hit its mark, it dissipated midair. Seeing this, Professor Varian sneered, trying to counterattack, you can't even get close to me. Ariel saw this and her expression grew troubled, unsure what to do next. Simultaneously, Gray was rapidly calculating measures in his head. If I remember correctly, Professor Ariel's offensive magic is among the weakest of the professors, and given the nature of this flame, it must have absorbed her magic. Before he could think further, Bella's weak voice sounded. What should we do? My energy is running out. Looking at her friend's trembling body, Ariel said bitterly, that's why I told you to run the moment you had the chance. Gray stepped forward, reassuring them, leave this to me. This statement seemed to offer a glimmer of hope to the entire group. Bella hurriedly asked, Gray, do you have a plan? Your sword can't reach him from here. Gray replied gently, it'll be fine, I'm sure I can do it. To Ariel, she immediately guessed what Gray intended to do, so she reminded him, are you sure about this? Using that power once more could kill you. Even if you survive, the arm you use might never recover. Hearing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on the protagonist's face and he said, dying alone is better than all three of us dying, don't you think so? Back to Varian, at that moment, he suddenly saw a blinding light emitting from within his own magic. In his sight somehow, Gray had dashed out from inside the flame. Before he could even realize it, his equipment and the flames had been sliced in two by Gray. His gaze was calm, as if he had just sliced a piece of butter. Immediately following Gray's slash, the mage Bella's face turned vacant and blank. Not only her, even Professor Ariel couldn't hide her astonishment. Looking at the dismembered body of Varian, she said in awe, this is the first time I've seen this with my own eyes, but it's truly overwhelming. Then, without letting them be shocked for much longer, the entire prison began to shake violently. From above, cracks began to spread in all directions and debris fell continuously. The ceiling was collapsing and someone screamed. However, this minor tremor wasn't enough to trouble our professor. Immediately, she stepped forward and launched her magic to halt the collapse. At that moment, from beneath her feet, a pink magical ripple spread out in all directions. Next, countless rays of light shot through all the falling rubble, holding them fixed in midair. Subsequently, Ariel narrowed her eyes to observe briefly, then said, my goodness, this far exceeds my expectations. Then she turned to look at the protagonist and asked anxiously, but is your body all right? On this side, our protagonist tossed his sword aside. He looked at his trembling hand and said, my arm hurts a bit, it's also feeling a bit numb. However, I can still move it. Gray quickly picked up his sword. While the red-haired professor, seeing her student was still okay, nodded in satisfaction. It seems your training is showing results. Gray sheathed his sword and admitted, it seems so. While he said that, the protagonist silently reminded himself in his head, if the user were the me from my days back in the village, I would have likely fainted for days. When I woke up, I probably wouldn't have been able to move my arm at all. But now, it only hurts a little, isn't that huge progress? It seems those days of training were truly worth it. Knowing this, Gray clenched his hand. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel watched silently without saying a word. A few seconds later, she approached and continued, thanks to you, we survived, but I apologize for forcing you to use that power. Replying, Gray shook his head, please don't worry about it, in the first place I was the one who insisted on stopping Varian. Before he could add another word, the beautiful professor gave him a piece of advice, thank you. But if possible, try not to use that power for a while, otherwise the damage will never heal. As she said this, her face was filled with worry. Meanwhile, Graylee couldn't hide his own bewilderment. He bit his lip and nodded, I understand. Turning to the mage Bella who heard the two chatting like that, she curiously asked, excuse me, was that magic just now? But I couldn't sense any ether at all. In reality, trying to explain that power as magic was impossible. To Professor Ariel, she naturally couldn't let her student dig too deep into this, so she immediately interrupted. I apologize, but I hope you won't inquire further about this, and please don't tell anyone what you saw today. With the professor's stern expression, the mage became confused and asked, why? Ariel didn't explain much. Instead, she issued an ultimatum to her student. If you cannot promise me that, then I will be forced to erase your memories. As she said this, the professor began to use her magic. This made the mage anxious and she hurriedly agreed. I understand. Shall we form a magic contract? That's right, Ariel nodded, simultaneously summoning a magic contract floating in midair. Just like that, very quickly, both of them signed the contract. After finishing everything, Gray spoke. What now? I'm also very worried about the experiments, but first, I think we should help these people. It looks like they were only put to sleep by magic. As he spoke, he observed the people being held inside the prison. To this suggestion, Professor Ariel didn't object but added, it's not dangerous here anymore, but we should still take them to the Academy's medical ward to ensure their safety. Saying this, she snapped her fingers, filling the entire containment area with a pale yellow light. Each person's body was covered in an aura. After finishing, the professor explained her action. I will place a defensive barrier to prevent them from being harmed from the outside. It's done. Let's continue investigating deeper inside. Looking closely, this place really is insane. Illegal experiments are being conducted everywhere. I see that almost all of them use human cells to create magic catalysts or to enhance human magic capabilities. I don't see any signals related to the purger at all. Could it be at another facility? The professor offered her conjecture while the protagonist was slightly confused internally. Truly, this is the place where the event that killed many people occurred in my past life. Could creating a regular magic catalyst really cause such a massive disaster? Mentioning that part, suddenly a terrifying thought flashed through Gray's mind. Wait, the thing that killed everyone in my past life was the miasma that overflowed from underground. Thinking of this, the protagonist became erratic and stopped. The professor walking ahead noticed and turned back to ask, what's wrong? Gray speculated that there might be something beneath the ground. So he voiced his theory, could it be underground? It's possible there's some secret passageway. Hearing this, the red-haired professor observed her surroundings for a minute, then whispered, I don't see any mysterious passageways. However, a second later, she seemed to realize something, and hurriedly ran forward. Relying on her divine eye, she began to detect traces of magic on the ground, so she shared her discovery. Though still very faint, I can sense traces of short-range teleportation magic here. Gray heard this and asked, could it be a space only accessible by teleportation magic? Ariel shook her head, continuing her explanation. Based on the traces, the teleportation distance is about 300 meters below. There is definitely something there. Hearing this, Gray hurriedly stepped forward and asked, 300 meters underground, can we go there? Responding to this, the professor didn't let him down. I can try using a teleportation gate. Let's try. Saying this, she snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle on the ground, while saying, if there's nothing there, then the teleportation gate will only lead to solid rock. Just like that, the teleportation gate began to open slowly. And so, when the group stepped inside, they couldn't suppress their astonishment, because at that moment, the scene before them was countless cubic buildings built right next to each other. Looking at the quantity of architecture, Ariel exclaimed in surprise, I never thought there was such a vast space underneath. On the other side, Bella, relying on her talent, felt something. She pointed ahead. I can sense a massive source of ether radiating everywhere, especially from that direction. Everyone turned to look in the direction she was pointing. There stood a building that looked different from the others. The beautiful professor continued to use her divine eye to observe and quickly realized something strange. It's not just ether. There's a completely different source of energy leaking from that place, and it's stronger than anything I've ever seen. Hearing this part, our protagonist also realized something. Before he could finish his sentence, the red-haired girl nodded. That's right. That is the power of the purger. Then, without a moment's delay, the three of them hurried straight toward the mysterious building, where the powerful energy was emitting. Stepping inside, the group witnessed several purple glass columns, accompanied by a black door with a six-winged symbol printed on top. To prevent her two students from being in danger, Professor Ariel stepped forward. Let's see, the energy source is definitely coming from here. But for now, there are no signs of the purger. Saying this, she tapped gently on the door to check it. Behind her, the mage Bella hurriedly asked, are you sure we should touch that thing? Contrary to Bella's tension, Ariel answered calmly, stay calm. This door doesn't contain any power. It was only placed here as a symbol for the ritual. You know that, right? As she spoke, she walked behind the door and opened it as if to prove it. This door is completely safe. Following that, she observed for a moment and continued. The power isn't inside the door, it lies in the magic circle surrounding it. When she said this, the red-haired woman turned her gaze toward the giant glass tubes containing a pink liquid. Then, whether they accidentally bumped into something or not, all of these glass columns suddenly erupted with an intense, violent power. Leaving Gray terrified, he hurriedly shouted, what is this? It's not actually summoning the purifier, is it? Standing nearby, Bella's face twisted under the pressure. This magic flow is way too dangerous, we have to stop it right now. She made her assessment. However, Ariel remained as calm as if nothing were happening. Don't charge in. According to my calculations, this system isn't enough to summon the purifier. Next, amidst everyone's astonished eyes, countless cracks suddenly began to spread through the space in front of the black door, finally revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Gray and Bella, witnessing this, were terrified to the point their hearts almost stopped. "Space is being torn apart," they shouted in unison. At the same time, the entire magic circle on the ground reached its maximum energy output. However, the expressions of Gray and Bella were slightly bewildered, because according to their observations, even though the magic circle was emitting such a massive presence, absolutely nothing was happening. Explaining this, Professor Ariel immediately cleared things up for them. These devices aren't meant to summon the purifier, they are just drilling a small crack connecting to where it exists, and then siphoning the power leaking from that place. The energy core used to crystallize that power is very likely human life. It seems about 10 souls have been used, but in the molding process perhaps many more than that had to be sacrificed. She quickly offered her assessment. "Perhaps most of the people captured above are the raw material for it," she quickly remarked. But this also left the mage Bella completely puzzled. Why would they go that far just to collect energy? What do they intend to use it for? Answering that question, Ariel shrugged and said, "Don't you see? That flame of engraving, that Varian used in combat. The crystal that amplifies that flame is the very thing that will be created once this process is complete. In reality, that catalyst isn't just limited to the fire attribute. If they mass-produce it, who knows what they'll do with that kind of power." As she spoke, she observed the diamond-shaped object suspended in midair. Elsewhere, the spatial crack that had been created quickly closed. On this side, Gray, seeing that, began to speak. "Let's see, the cracks are fading away. So Varian never intended to summon the purifier at all." Answering his question, the professor, who had just sat down to check the containers, said, "I'm not sure if he didn't want to or wasn't able to, but it seems these spatial opening magic devices have reached their limit. Perhaps this is all they were capable of." Speaking of Bella, during this time, she took the opportunity to observe her surroundings and very quickly realized the value of the equipment installed here. "I think this equipment is incredibly precious. I've never seen such precise and powerful spatial transportation magic." Her opinion was fully agreed with by Professor Ariel. "That's right, just as you said, to manufacture a set of equipment like this would cost the entire national budget, and there are 8 such sets here. Only one organization comes to mind." Hearing this part, Bella blurted out a name. "Is it the Discar Empire?" The red-haired professor shook her head to reject this answer. "No, it's not them. They may be the largest empire in the world, but their magic research is not advanced enough to create something like this." The professor's answer only made Bella feel even more curious. "Then who is it?" she asked again. Ariel didn't answer immediately but slowly said, "There must be an organization whose research capabilities far exceed even the Empire's." Before she could finish, Gray interrupted suddenly. "It's the World Union Academy, isn't it?" Hearing this, Bella turned to look at Gray with a confused expression. While the female professor agreed immediately, "Exactly. No other research institute could handle a scale and budget like this." After those words, the atmosphere inside the room suddenly turned quiet. A few seconds later, Bella spoke. "So you mean the Academy is behind this place? But the World Union Academy is supposed to be the place that protects humanity from threats." Faced with this naive thought from her student, the professor just shook her head slightly. "It's understandable that you don't want to believe it, but there is no other organization capable of pulling this off." On this side, our main character also anxiously asked a little, "But that doesn't mean the entire academy is our enemy, right? Most of them are still people of righteousness." Saying that, he silently remembered the events that occurred in his previous life and reassured himself. At least, before the regression happened, the volunteer forces of the academy were the ones on the front lines. They even surpassed the punishment squad. They fought to protect civilians until the very last minute. After witnessing that future, I don't believe the academy is the enemy of humanity. Fortunately, not wanting to disappoint Gray, the professor didn't refute that. "As you said, the majority in the academy are likely still fighting for humanity and would not allow such life-sacrificing experiments to take place. However, the academy has countless researchers as well as facility. Very few people actually know the full picture, and whoever is behind Varian must have massive backing. With Varian's authority, there is no way he could have arranged this himself." When hearing the professor's explanation up to this point, Bella began to sense just how serious the situation was. She asked, "Does that mean we can't fully trust the academy either?" Ariel quietly and calmly stated a bitter truth. "I have been observing the academy from the inside for decades. It is not an organization you can trust blindly. that much is certain. Most of the people in there believe they are doing good for humanity, and even those behind these experiments have likely convinced themselves that they are doing it for the greater good. In truth, the reality is buried deep within the darkness. Returning to Gray, he didn't want to waste any more time, so he asked straight to the point. Do you have any way to track down the mastermind? To this proposal, Ariel immediately used her holy eyes to search for traces, then said, let's see, there is no communication equipment in this facility. Even the magic traces of the creator have been wiped clean from the devices. The concealment was so thorough that even finding a trace is extremely difficult. As she spoke, she cast her gaze in one direction. Right after that, a massive explosion suddenly occurred behind Ariel. Explosions were happening everywhere as if this secret research facility wanted to self-destruct. This left the protagonist terrified. Faced with this dangerous situation, Ariel still observed cheerfully. It looks like they even installed a self-destruct mechanism, but they didn't self-destruct immediately when Varian died. Could it be they were waiting for an intruder to enter before detonating? Not letting her professor observe any longer, Bella hurriedly reminded her. This isn't the time to hypothesize, we have to leave this place immediately. Seeing her student's rushed state, Ariel just smiled slightly. Calm down, that's just exploding magic. The professors of the World Union Academy aren't weak enough to be killed by such things, Ariel said with a face full of confidence. Ariel activated a protection array against the destruction of the room. She reminded the two, don't step outside the array. The energy columns were still glowing brightly. The room was severely shattered. On the ceiling, boulders began to crumble down. Outside, the place was desolate and silent. Suddenly, the whole group was brought outside by Ariel's teleportation magic. She did a quick head count and said, it seems everyone who was captured is safe now. Bella also breathed a sigh of relief. I really thought we were dead this time, while Gray also worried, wasn't that too dangerous? Professor Ariel calmly replied, because there was more luggage than I anticipated, the teleportation magic was slowed down slightly, but it was worth it because we secured these things. The things she mentioned were those energy columns. Once we bring them back to the academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore. The night was clear with a bright full moon in the night sky. The next morning, at the World Union Academy, inside the academy headmaster's office, he announced the survivors are currently receiving treatment at the academy's medical facility. Odadram praised Gray, we really must thank you all for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. He picked up the report to examine it. Now then, regarding the magic motors he possessed, each one is worth more than a nation's treasury. Ariel was also worried, that's right, and there were 8 of them in total. There's no way Varian could have gathered that amount of firepower on his own. Where on earth did he get them? The headmaster replied they were stolen. He looked at them and said they were hijacked in transit. All 78 transport agents were wiped out. Hearing these words, Bella and Gray were horrified. Ariel remained sharp and asked, 78 transport agents of the academy all dead? Don't tell me that was the case from 15 years ago. The headmaster confirmed, correct. The cargo stolen that year was these very motors, and she lowered her voice to ask, if I recall correctly, the one responsible at that time was. The headmaster, of course, knew very well, Blood Eater. Everyone here has probably heard that name before, right? Gray and Bella indeed knew them, the largest criminal organization in the world. Those parasites of humanity, no matter how many times they are destroyed, they just crawl back out from the shadows. He glanced at Bella. She was biting her lip with hatred. They are also the ones who killed my parents. Odadram replied with a heavy voice, that's right. No matter how many times they are eradicated, they always reappear. No one knows where they hide, nor does anyone know who is leading them. It is said that over 70% of deaths related to crime are caused by them. And it would come as no surprise if members of theirs have infiltrated this very academy. The worst part is, there is no way to identify them, and even if there were, the academy would not take action. Gray heard this and was indignant. What? Even if there are criminals in the academy? Ariel stepped in to stop him. That is how the academy currently operates. Anyone with talent will be given the opportunity to become stronger regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. The headmaster confirmed, exactly, and whether that person is a criminal or not is of no importance. Bella also found this rule absurd. If there are criminals here, they must be punished. In reality, the headmaster was also helpless. I agree, but the higher-ups don't think so. Bella asked anxiously, aren't you the headmaster? Odadram replied, I am just a figurehead. He slammed the file down. I may be the face of the academy in name, but my actual authority is worth very little. You want to know who is really running the academy? Both Bella and Gray nodded firmly in silence. Yet Odadram just laughed, then become stronger. The more you prove your individual strength, the more you will be allowed to delve deeper into the academy, and you will gradually uncover the hidden secrets. He added, I cannot state his name, but you have a senior student who possesses enough influence to determine the entire direction of the academy. Even the insane policy allowing criminals to enroll was his decision alone. Gray asked softly, then if we become stronger than him, the headmaster confirmed, correct, perhaps you will be able to change the entire academy. He looked straight at them. In this place, strength is everything. Gray and Bella both clenched their fists. Odadram looked at them and thought to himself, however, that is truly interesting. Ariel never had a chance of winning against Varian, which meant one of those two must have done it. Ariel's holy eyes were as sharp as ever. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she will create. By this time, Gray had already left the headmaster's office. He looked at the mark of the curse on his hand. He whispered, so, the authority to run the academy, huh? If I want to defeat the Purifier or find the mastermind behind him, then first of all, I need to worry about becoming stronger. Suddenly, someone walking past bumped into him. Gray immediately startled and said sorry. Yet right after that, a straight kick came flying toward him. He was struck and sent flying back with great force. Fortunately, Gray still stood his ground, but the damage from that kick was not insignificant. The provocateur saw this and remarked, tougher than I thought. Gray still politely asked, is there a problem? He gritted his teeth, a problem. The madman started to curse, walking around as if you own the place. A special admission washout like you deserves to step foot in this hallway. Gray realized to some extent yet another person who hates the special admission category. But this is the first time someone has dared to throw a kick at me right in the academy hallway. He gripped the sword at his side and asked, do you want to fight? He pondered for a moment and replied, I'd be more than happy to, but it seems the second washout has just arrived. Behind him was Professor Ariel stepping forward. He immediately walked away. I'll go first. As he walked, he muttered curses, my apologies, the surveillance here is very strict so I can't get any closer. He bit his finger until it bled, but I will send someone else there soon. Deeple affirmed Variant. On this side, the professor walked up and asked, what happened here? Gray greeted her first, Professor Ariel. Then he said, some student just kicked me, saying a special admission God's eye student like me shouldn't show my face walking around the academy hallways. She observed the situation and replied, no weapons, no injuries, meaning I don't have a justified reason to intervene. Afterward, Ariel looked at him and asked, so why didn't you chase after him and punch him to his senses? Gray was astonished. Wait, I'm allowed to do that. She put on a look of not caring. In my capacity as a professor, I cannot permit it, but my eyesight has been poor lately. If something happens nearby, perhaps I won't see it. Anyway, Gray didn't hold a grudge. That's too suspicious. Never mind, I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel, however, didn't think so. What a shame, really. Suddenly she asked, let me ask you something. Are God's eye special admission students really that hated? Gray covered his arm and replied, people often ridicule us, but this is the first time someone has actually laid a hand on me. Ariel asked back, so you've been ridiculed by them? She felt helpless on his behalf. I'm sorry, if I had a little more authority then. Gray saw this and reassured her, please don't worry about it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have been able to step foot in this academy. Besides, Bella and everyone else will prove that the God's Eye program isn't a mistake. After all, your eye for talent is quite sharp, Professor. Ariel heard these words and pondered for a brief moment. She felt a weight lift from her heart. Thank you. Afterward, Ariel pointed directly at Gray and said, but don't think this is anyone else's business. Among all the God's Eye students, I have the highest expectations for you. She listed a few names, Amy White, Leek Muller, Jacob Bloomfield. Like the special admission students before them, they all became top talents. But for the first time, I believed someone could surpass human limits when I met you. Faced with the professor's expectations, Gray thought to himself, compared to them, that's not going to be easy. Then he had another concern. No, thinking like that is weak. The one behind Varian definitely hasn't given up on the intention to summon the Purifier. Even they couldn't do anything against that thing. I returned to this timeline to ensure I could defeat it. The fate of this world lies in my hands. At the World Union Academy's training field, the professor was lecturing. Today's sword arts class will be practical combat. Go ahead and pair up according to the list on the board. Gray thought to himself, practical combat, huh? I have to concentrate with all my might. If I make a mistake, people will start badmouthing God's Eye students again. At the very least, I have to prove that I am not inferior to the regular students. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Oh no. On the matchup board it read, Gray Lee versus Leonhardt Appias. Gray thought to himself, Leonhardt Appias, huh? He was at the top of the swordsmanship course, which meant he was the strongest freshman, didn't it? The professor looked at the students and said, I have arranged the students by equivalent skill levels, so feel free to fight. Consider this a real battle. Deep down, Gray vehemently protested. Equivalent skill levels, my foot. Why do I have to fight the top-ranked student when I'm a special admissions student? Gray calculated, and he hates Divine Eye students too. He must be itching to give me a real thrashing after what happened last time. Suddenly, he noticed someone behind him. Before he could react, the nuisance arrived. "Hey," Leon said cheerfully, "looks like you and I are a pair. I'm so happy." He thought to himself, it's truly an honor to fight Gray, the top student in the class. I've trained harder than anyone else. Gray, prepare to witness my true swordsmanship. Gray became increasingly terrified. This guy. That bright smile, there's no doubt about it. He's ecstatic that he finally has a legal opportunity to beat me up. Leon added enthusiastically, I've been looking forward to this. On the arena floor, the proctor asked, is everyone ready? The command rang out, begin. Immediately, the students began sparring in pairs. Leon gripped his sword and lunged forward. Come on. Fortunately, Gray successfully blocked the strike. Leon swung his sword with great force, knocking him back. Instantly, he seized the opportunity to lunge forward again. Leon thrust his sword forward. Luckily, Gray dodged just in time. Gray didn't want to be outdone and swung his sword up. Both powerful swords clashed against each other. Leon remarked to Gray with admiration, you're really strong. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular admissions process. Blade after blade, fast as a razor, continued to be unleashed. Both were fighting neck and neck, evenly matched. Gray thought to himself, I thought I'd be defeated instantly, but who knew I could still hold my own? Even so, no matter how hard I push, I can't match his raw strength. He carefully observed Leon. His swordsmanship is truly astonishing. It's a textbook perfect style, flawlessly standard yet terrifyingly perfect. Even with the experience from my past life and the training from my master. Suddenly he paused to gather momentum. Leon poured all his force into this strike as he lunged forward. But he's only lived one life and he's already like a monster. Before everyone's eyes, Leon and Gray fought until only afterimages of their swords remained. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise, he's actually evenly matched with Leonhardt. Leon was just as happy. This is wonderful, I could fight like this all day. Gray was already exhausted, I don't have any strength left. If it weren't for the training from Professor Heathcote, I would have collapsed by now. He looked at Leon, why isn't he panting at all? Filled with hesitation, I'm about to collapse. I have to end this match right now. The professor said to fight like it's real, right? Consider it a real battle. Instantly, Gray's gaze turned sharp. In front of him, Leon was gathering momentum to swing his sword. He swung a powerful blow, but Gray ducked and dodged it. He funneled his strength into his hand on the ground. Leon was horrified. What? It was Gray, who had funneled his strength low to kick at Leon's leg. Leon, still bewildered, was kicked straight in the leg. What the? Gray immediately seized the opportunity to thrust his sword upward from below. Now Leon was terrified, so does he really see this as a life-or-death battle? However, Leon still swung his sword up. Both sword blades were pressed against the other's throat. Both Leon and Gray held their positions, intending to take the opponent's life. He lowered his sword and extended his hand. It's a draw, great fight. Leon replied, no, that's not quite it. He pondered. At that very moment, all I could do was swing my sword. On the other hand, you could have pierced my heart straight through if you wanted to. Leon looked sharply at Gray and asked, that was a fake opening, so you were aiming to stab my neck, wasn't I wrong about that? He had to be honest. You caught me. Even with all those protective charms, isn't putting a sword to someone's heart in a practice match a bit much? Leon didn't care about that, but that still means I lost. Saying this, he turned to leave. Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between a real fight and sword training, and that battle isn't just about swordsmanship. Gray still tried to make excuses. That was partly a cheap trick in a swordsmanship class anyway. But Leon cut him off. The teacher told us to treat it like a real fight. There's no such thing as cheating in a real fight. Suddenly, he pivoted on his heel. Well then. Then he raised his sword and excitedly challenged him. Let's go another round. Facing the blade, Gray was fed up. Fight again. I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought head-on, I wouldn't stand a chance. This isn't even about skill anymore. His sheer physical stamina makes me look like trash. Suddenly, someone stepped in to interrupt. Stop right there. A cocky student said, whether it's real combat training or not, this is a swordsmanship class. Nobody said you could use anything other than a sword. He mocked Gray, and how did a special admission brat like you get paired with a top student? Don't get arrogant just because you have a bit of mana. He thought to himself, I didn't choose this match. Unexpectedly, Leon stepped in to mark his territory. The professor decided I'm the only one worthy of Gray, please move aside. The professor also stepped forward and said, as Leon said, I'm the one who did the pairing. I arranged students with equivalent overall power, didn't I? He pointed at Gray and asserted, Gray is the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Leon. He nodded with deep satisfaction. The professor looked at the troublemaker and said, if you're not satisfied, try fighting him, defeat Gray, and you can be Leon's opponent. Provoked, he angrily agreed, fine, bring it on. He still tried to mock. I defeated the examiner to get in here. Don't lump me in with people who just barely made it in a draw or those who didn't pass anything at all. But Leon held him in contempt. he was judging Gray by the admission type without knowing his true strength. It makes me feel like I'm looking at myself in the old days. He trusted him unconditionally. This is a truly great opportunity. His strength is worthy of being recognized. Then Leon changed targets, but more importantly, you interrupted my time with Gray. Seeing his gaze, the other quickly looked up. You could see Leon's handsome face twisted in anger. For that crime alone, you deserve to die. The troublemaker truly didn't understand. Why is he so angry? The professor told Gray, if you don't like the real combat rules, fine, you can only use your sword, okay? Gray. Behind him, Leon was still radiating hostility. He was silently worried. I don't know how strong this guy really is, but if he got into the academy through the regular exam, it won't be easy. Gray assessed his opponent. He definitely has better endurance and physical fitness than me. Even after my teacher's monstrous training, I can't beat years of proper nutrition and physical conditioning. Gray tried to give himself an out. I'm not too confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean being expelled, right? The professor also said, this is just class training. Regardless, don't hold back on each other. Gray raised his sword. All right. The other also took a ready stance. Instantly, he seized the chance and lunged forward. He thrust his sword forward, roaring, time to let the special admission brat know his place. Remember your role. Instantly, both swords clashed hard. Suddenly, Gray was surprised. He flicked his sword. Then he knocked him backward. The troublemaker was stunned while Gray thought internally, he's hitting too softly. His power. There's nothing special about it. The guy angrily gathered momentum and swung his sword. Gray thought to himself, is he holding back? And yet, who would have thought he'd be defeated in just the second strike? He fell backward, his head returning to Mother Earth. The professor announced the result. The match is over. Gray stepped over and asked anxiously, sorry, are you okay? I was aiming for your sword, but I hit you instead. I thought you would dodge. The guy didn't give in and picked up his sword. It was just a coincidence, you just caught me off guard. Despite his bruised face and teary eyes, he still said, one more round. Everyone stirred. Wow, that looks really painful. The professor was also helpless. Fine, fight until you feel satisfied. And so he swung his sword to attack again. Under the glaring sun on the arena floor, Gray asked anxiously, are you okay? Someone with eyes swollen shut mumbled, I'm fine, said the classroom troublemaker who had been beaten until he was unrecognizable. The professor was helpless. All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary. The professor was helpless. All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary. The professor gathered the students and announced, and so, the representatives this year will be Gray and Leon. Any objections? He curiously asked. Representatives. The professor replied, the two strongest freshmen will fight the second-year champions in the intergrade match. He pointed at Gray and said, the freshmen have lost 35 times in a row. His gaze was full of faith, but perhaps this year will be different. Gray asked in amazement, 35 consecutive losses. He spoke up, is the strength gap between freshmen and sophomores really that large? The professor confirmed. That's right, at this academy being a year apart creates a massive difference. He also had no choice. Losing is completely normal, people even assume they will lose. Then he cast the bait, just not performing too badly is already an achievement, and if you win, it will be recorded in the academy's history as a miracle. Just being chosen to compete is already an honor. Saying that, the professor patted Gray on the shoulder trustingly. Then he left, don't be too tense, all right, class dismissed. He mentally reviewed the information. So, the intergrade match isn't as serious as I thought. But for a special admission Divine Eye student like me, this is the perfect opportunity to prove I can actually fight. Gray whispered to himself, I have to keep practicing. In the conference room, the principal said, next, the final item of today's faculty meeting is Professor Budra's proposal. The old professor heard it and replied, yes. He proposed, I propose the expulsion of the special admission Divine Eye student, Amy White. Ariel was indignant. Why would you make that proposal? I'm the one in charge of the Divine Eye student group. Unexpectedly, Budra replied immediately, and that's exactly the problem. He voiced his objection. Amy White failed the third-year promotion exam. Even so, she remained because she is a special admission student. Every student who fails is expelled. Is it fair to look at it like that? Professor Ariel still defended the students' rights. As I said, she is gradually developing to world-class combat capability. It's just that currently her body's backlash is too severe, preventing her from unleashing her full power. Otherwise, she would have passed the exam. The old professor mocked, oh my, that excuse again. Another professor was also unhappy. Just by saying severe body backlash, a useless student immediately turns into a sealed genius. How long do you intend to use that mysterious power as an excuse? Ariel didn't agree at all, she reiterated. I'm telling the truth, she can regain her full strength at any moment, it could be tomorrow. If we pressure her right now, she might lose that chance forever. That professor retorted sharply, you've used this excuse before. He was angry, is your goal to keep a student who can't meet the standards here forever? Ariel didn't want to be outdone. The academy exists to cultivate outstanding talent. What's the point in expelling someone with talent just because they don't fit the system? The fat guy started to chime in, talent huh. He mocked with contempt. Back in the day, Divine Eye students might have been impressive, but this current batch is just a bunch of failures. He listed the typical names, Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield. It seems that Divine Eye has lost its ability to judge character. The professor beside him also chimed in, perhaps it's time to consider abolishing the special Divine Eye category. Ariel was surprised. Abolish it, what are you talking about? Budra threatened. The Divine Eye category was established long ago by the Academy's founding council, and it can be abolished by that same method. As long as more than half the faculty agrees, you haven't forgotten that, have you? Another professor agreed. Honestly, the current Divine Eye group hasn't made any impression at all. Others also voiced their reflections. I heard Bella Albright has improved, true, but it's no notable achievement, not to mention her mana capacity, which is also quite suspicious. These things made Ariel uncomfortable. The professors began to gossip. The old Divine Eye group was truly strong, but this batch, right, there isn't even a shred of the spirit of the Divine Eyes from before. The group of professors began to gang up to apply pressure. Ariel was in a dilemma. There are more people opposing the Divine Eyes than I thought. At this rate, the Divine Eyes really might be abolished. Budra mocked again, it's been obsolete for too long, shouldn't it be scrapped? He then taunted Ariel, or were you still going to say that your eye for talent is better than all of ours? Her hands clenched, I want to say yes it is. Ariel then caught the prejudiced gazes, but replying like that would only make them angrier. Surrounded by a group of men, she was suppressed, they never liked her anyway. She desperately tried to find allies. However, many professors were concerned about whether the Divine Eye category was truly beneficial to the Academy, so if she wanted them on her side, she couldn't say anything that would turn them against her. She pressed her lips together tightly. Budra became even more provocative. Can't argue anymore, well, at least you know you're past your prime. Another joined in, despite having many past achievements, perhaps you should retire before you ruin your reputation, well said. The mockery continued endlessly. If you want to teach your favorite student the way you want, why not just start your own academy? The old men began to burst into laughter. Good idea, good luck finding students willing to follow an expired Divine Eye master. Ariel felt helpless, I can still spot a genius. But these kids need time, if they have time they will prove everything. I just need to stop them from being expelled. She was resolute before that happens by any means necessary. Suddenly, someone mentioned Ariel's favorite student. Speaking of Divine Eyes, there seems to be a kid named Gray, right? The professors shifted the topic to him. I heard he's quite promising in the first-year swordsmanship department. That's right, I heard the same. I think he's also participating in the intergrade competition this year. Budra sees the juicy prey again. Sounds like he has potential. He suggested to Ariel, then why not let him prove it in this match? We will decide the future of the Divine Eye category after seeing the results. She cast a glance toward the professor who had just helped her out. He helplessly shook his head. Ariel resigned herself to the risk. She spoke up, his strength isn't suited for these mock battles. If it were a real life-or-death fight then. Before she could finish, she was cut off, making excuses again. That professor vehemently objected. If he can't perform in training, then he won't be able to do anything in real combat. All the professors here know that. Ariel flared up, no, you don't understand. His ability isn't ordinary swordsmanship. The entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. The principal ended the meeting. All right, that's enough for the meeting. This discussion is going nowhere. Let's end it here. He suggested, regardless, watching the Divine Eye student perform in the match sounds reasonable. We will observe his performance and decide later. Ariel was surprised and wanted to object. No, but the principal declared, meeting adjourned. The old professors left the room mockingly. Now I'm actually looking forward to the match, it should be very interesting. Only one professor remained, looking inside with concern. It was Ariel, slumped and huddled in her chair. Her hands clenched tightly, she apologized to them. I'm sorry kids, I'm too weak. She remembered Gray's words, dying alone is better than all three of us dying, right? Just leave it to me. Ariel regretted it, she knew his strength wasn't suited for mock battles, his dominant arm was in pain and getting numb too, but this was too much. She knew he still needed more time. Her lips pressed together, and she knew that what she was asking of him now was too much. But even so, please, Ariel's body trembled. Please help them, she pulled herself in tightly. Please help those children, the rough gems that haven't been polished yet but carry world-class potential. A tear rolled down her cheek. Please protect their future. Professor Ariel's tears streamed down her face. The day of the intergrade friendly match arrived, and the academy's arena shone brightly. The professor announced, "All right, we will begin the intergrade friendly match. To introduce the competitors, here we have the first-year top student Leonhard Appias, the second-year top student Lionel Hartman, the challenger from the first year Gray Lee, and the challenger from the second year Diebel Radartle." He looked at the guy named Diebel and thought anxiously, "Wait, isn't that the guy who lunged at me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him?" Now we will witness their abilities. All the students and professors turned their attention to the arena. It was still the scornful old man Budra. Leon whispered, "Are there really this many professors watching this match? Are regular intergrade friendly matches like this?" Hartman replied, "No, this is the first time. Last year only 3 professors from the swordsmanship department bothered to watch." He was curious, why is it so crowded today, making Leon remember. He proudly introduced, "The professors must be curious about Gray, they truly have a good eye for talent." Seeing Leon's smug appearance, Hartman thought to himself, is he always like this? The old Professor Budra heard the conversation and said, just as you guessed, we came to watch the final match of the special Divine Eye student group." The students hearing this began to murmur excitedly. Gray immediately asked, "Finally what do you mean?" Budra turned his gaze toward Ariel. "Nobody told you." He replied contemptuously, "The Divine Eye class is going to be disbanded." He was stunned. Disbanded? Professor, is that really true? Meanwhile, Professor Ariel remained silent. If I tell Gray the truth, he will overexert himself. He might even use that power, but in his current state, it could kill him. She had to speak up. Ariel reassured Gray, "Budra is just trying to break your spirit. Don't let it affect you, just focus on the fight." Below the arena, there was a momentary silence. He saw her arm trembling. Gray knew what he had to do. He replied, "If the professor says so, then fine." Budra saw this and said with contempt, "Whatever, go ahead and play the fool." He targeted her. When he loses miserably, the other professors will understand that Ariel's divine eye isn't as sharp as it used to be. Unexpectedly, Gray retorted immediately, "I can't overlook that." The old professor suddenly paused. "What? I don't care if you insult me," he stated resolutely, "but don't you dare look down on Professor Ariel's judgment." This line stunned her. Budra remained relentless. "What kind of power did her eyes see in you? Unlike your professor, those who haven't gone senile are certain you'll lose miserably." Gray was angry, his voice dropping. "Fine, I'll prove you all wrong." He was driven mad. "What's with that insolent attitude? Calm down." The referee below ordered, "Competitors, please separate and go with your teammates." Ariel remained worried. "I'm grateful for your trust, but what is Gray planning to do? If he fights the top student, his real combat swordsmanship skills might give him a slim chance. But the opponent he's meeting is someone terrifying." Diebel Radartle? Bradley performed surgery to modify his brain, increasing his reflexes to superhuman levels. He's practically a living weapon. He's the worst opponent for Gray's ambush style. Don't tell me, is he planning to use that ability? Thinking of this, Ariel's lips unconsciously pressed together. She stood in the stands and called out, "Gray." Ariel pleaded, "Don't worry about me. Please don't overexert yourself." He was surprised for a moment. Then Gray smiled faintly. He reassured her, "I know." The referee, along with all the professors and students, were facing the stands. The referee announced, "The arena is protected by defensive magic to prevent fatal injuries. Triggering the opponent's protective shield counts as a win. Fight like it's a real battle." Leon whispered to himself, "A real battle." The match between the top students began. Leon immediately seized the chance and lunged forward. "Here I come." Hartman also enthusiastically took his stance. "Great, show me what you've got." Sharp blade after sharp blade from both clashed. At this moment, Hartman had already gathered momentum. He swung his sword forcefully, but fortunately Leon ducked and dodged it. He braced his hand on the ground to gather momentum. Then he kicked upward forcefully, but Hartman dodged it. Leon said regretfully, "I guess I can't fight like a knight, Gray." But Hartman exclaimed, "You're not bad either. Honestly, you're even stronger than I was in my first year." Then he unleashed a wave of pressure and lunged. "Let's speed this up." Making Leon anxious, "Can I keep up?" A barrage of sword strikes came down like a storm. Hartman just kept chasing Leon, until he touched the protective shield. Damn it. Hartman's sword blade had reached its mark. It was perfectly pressed against Leon's throat. The referee shouted, "Enough." The victor was clear. The winner of the top student match was Lionel. Both lowered their swords and said cordially, "Thanks for the match, great fight. Next we will begin the challenger match." Both representatives stepped forward. Leon said to him, "Good luck." Gray replied, "Thanks." He thought to himself, "I've already boasted, now I have to pull it off. Before traveling back in time, I'd fought countless monsters more hopeless than this. Compared to those things, I can still win this." Diebel's sword tip dragged along the ground. He walked forward while muttering, "Just a little longer, Professor Bradley. I'll send him to the same place as her. Straight to hell," accompanied by a savage smile. The selection match for the intergrade tournament, both took their combat stances. The arena fell silent without a stir. As soon as the referee shouted, "Begin," both lunged at each other. Gray was shocked to realize something unusual. He was knocked back by Diebel. The hand holding the sword trembled. "Damn it, that's heavy." Gray looked at the lunatic before him and assessed, even though Professor Ariel said his reflexes were enhanced. But could the strength in his arm be enhanced too? With this strength gap, all my tricks are useless. How am I supposed to fight him? He thought to himself, I still have that skill, but Gray recalled Professor Ariel's warning. Listen, no matter what happens, don't use that power. At worst, you will die. At that time, he had promised, yes. She still worriedly cautioned, the tournament is important, but it's not worth sacrificing your life for. Furthermore, the arena's defensive perimeter won't be able to resist it. If you use it, you might even kill your opponent. This truly frightened Gray. He took the risk and lunged forward. Determination? I can risk my life to protect the Divine Eye's special quota, but I can't kill someone in the middle of a school tournament. Deeble also gathered momentum. Two slashes simultaneously crashed into each other. Deeble immediately swung a treacherous blow upward. Fortunately, Gray managed to block it. He thought to himself, why are his movements strangely simple? With his physique and reflexes, he could take me down in one hit. Gray assessed him sharply. He doesn't lack technique, he's definitely holding back on purpose. What is he planning? Unexpectedly, he was met with a savage, brutal smile. Gray was terrified by the smile. He was knocked back. Afterward, Deeble's sword tip lunged forward, aiming straight for Gray's eye. I can't dodge this. Yet he still managed to raise his sword to block it in time. Truly, Gray couldn't understand why. It's clear I shouldn't have been able to react in time. He gathered momentum and pushed Deeble back. He slid away. Did he intentionally reduce the force of the strike? Up in the stands, Ariel was also astonished. She was startled as she looked through her god's eye. Inside Deeble was a heart covered in mana. What kind of power was this? A glowing dark purple mana source enveloped his entire heart. Suddenly, Ariel looked toward Budra's group. He was still mocking. The second years this year really have issues with their character. They clearly could have finished it at any time, yet they just keep dragging it out. Seems like it. That God's Eye student has to struggle to block every blow, yet he still refuses to surrender. Doesn't that prove he's just not strong enough? Or perhaps he knows the God's Eye slot is about to be abolished, so he's giving us a hint. If he keeps waiting like this, the special slot is going to become a laughingstock. That makes sense. Truly a model student thinking so much for the academy. Every bit of malice was aimed at Gray. Suddenly Ariel screamed, stop the match, stop it immediately, this is dangerous. That old man Budra, still wearing that ugly expression, asked, dangerous? What are you talking about, this simulation match? Another one chimed in, it seems you don't know, Professor. Let me tell you, the arena is covered by a powerful protective barrier. Any attack that could cause fatal injury will be automatically blocked. So the students can fight with all their might without fear. Unless you have some other reason for wanting to stop the match. Down below, Gray was still struggling to defend himself. Up in the stands, Ariel explained, of course I know about the protective barrier, but it won't be enough to protect Gray. Instantly, a mana explosion occurred on the arena floor below. Ariel was filled with extreme horror. Deeble had activated his cultist power. He took a stance and raised his sword high. Then he swung it with all his might toward Gray. He was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire arena shook violently from that single sword stroke. Gray looked down in horror. Where the blade had just swept past, a deep gouge was left behind. It even cut through the academy's barrier. It sliced through Budra's fake, haughty pride. Ariel worried, the barrier, I told you so. She quickly cast magic, you bastard Bradley, I never expected you to plant that thing in the academy. But the magic was blocked by the barrier. Ariel panicked, the barrier on the spectator side is too strong. I can't use the binding spell. She shouted, this is an emergency, deactivate the barrier now, cancel the tournament. This is no longer a sword fighting match. But those useless, loud-mouthed idiots were already pale as ghosts, damn it. Ariel shouted toward the arena, run, Gray, stopping the match from the outside will take too much time. He heard her faintly, run, but he had to dodge a fatal blow from Deeble. If I turn my back for a second, I'll die right here. The students were terrified and panicked by the scene. The professor standing in the stands looked down and thought, the professor's magic will take at least 30 seconds to reach them. Too slow, it seems there's no other way. He pinned his hopes on Gray, it's still a bit early but full of trust and support, you have to do it, Gray. The professor shouted, Gray, think of your body as the sword, don't just swing the blade, move your body with that power. Struggling to dodge Deeble's blows, he thought, think of my body as a sword, what is he talking about? But if the teacher said so, he would do it. Gray paused and thought, no, I have to do this. He became calm, I am a unique blade, focus, put everything into it. The blade was already closing in to take his life. It got closer and closer, then it crashed violently into the sturdy barrier. Behind Deeble, Gray was swinging his sword. He looked back in horror. Having grasped the teaching, Gray thought, has he been this slow all along? No, he gripped the sword tightly. He swung with all his might to repay Deeble for all the trouble he had caused. It's me who is getting faster. Gray almost blew Deeble away. Deeble still had a protective barrier around his body, but Gray kept attacking furiously, trying to shatter it at any cost. Finally, he managed to do it. A massive, explosive strike sent Deeble crashing straight down to the ground, punching right through the wall and creating a giant hole. Professor Budra's jaw dropped as he watched the defensive layer shatter. Another professor asked in shock, "What kind of fighting style is that anyway?" Meanwhile, Professor Heathcote worriedly asked if the student was okay. The match official hurriedly called for the emergency medical team. Deeple slowly crawled out from the rubble, but everyone could feel it. Something was seriously wrong. A dark, bizarre aura was radiating from his body. Deeple's face no longer looked human. It resembled that of a true monster. Everyone was stunned to see that he remained completely unscathed. Professor Ariel immediately warned Gray, "It's not over yet, stay sharp." Gray nodded in acknowledgement, though he was still caught off guard. When Deeple lunged with a surge of jet black energy, he only just managed to dodge it by a hair. That terrifying power blasted the ground to pieces. Professor Budry yelled in panic, "What the hell is that?" While Professor Ariel checked to see if the barrier had been removed, the other professors replied that it would take another 10 seconds. Gray tried to dodge one attack after another, observing Deeple closely while he fought. He swung his sword, and dark blades of wind were fired out continuously. In the blink of an eye, Deeple closed the distance. Gray blocked the sword, but from that horrific speed and power he realized Deeple was definitely no longer human. Then again, Gray wasn't exactly normal himself. He shoved the sword away with a powerful motion. Yet despite being attacked repeatedly, Deeple remained completely unaffected. Gray was a beat too slow and took a hit, blood spurting from his mouth. Professor Ariel was incredibly worried. Gray knew full well that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he was done for. He craved even more power. That thought consumed him. Gray's eyes changed, and in one lightning-fast move, he cleanly severed both of Deeple's arms. Deeple's pain scream echoed throughout the arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Deeple fell to his knees, black mist rising from the wounds. The professors gasped, and the entire arena fell into a deathly silence from the shock. At that exact moment, the final barrier was finally lifted. All the professors immediately jumped down into the arena, with Professor Ariel leading the way. They quickly tied Deeple down tightly. Gray was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, and blood gushed from multiple wounds. He collapsed face first onto the ground, his whole body trembling. Professor Ariel rushed over to heal him immediately, recovering him while anxiously asking if he was okay. 3 other professors also ran over to assist. She ordered them to cast healing magic on Gray immediately. Gray was nearly unconscious at this point. Ariel watched his breathing intently. A moment later, she let out a sigh of relief, but as she looked up, she was startled by a dark shadow blocking her view. Gray had already stood up, completely healthy. He smiled and thanked her. Everyone was shocked by how fast he had recovered. Another professor even asked again if he was really okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how he looked. She used her divine eye to observe him, and then couldn't believe her own eyes. After using such a massive amount of power, Gray's soul was barely damaged at all. When Gray asked about his body, she explained that the healing magic had taken care of everything, so he wouldn't be in pain anymore. Professor Heathcote approached and said the plan had been a success. They had minimized the backlash just as he had calculated. But Professor Ariel wasn't happy at all. She was actually furious, because without the healing magic, Gray could have died. Heathcote explained that they had kept the backlash at a level the healing magic could manage, so it was temporarily considered okay. He added that later on he wanted Gray to be able to withstand the backlash on his own, but that would take time. Ariel just glared at him. Gray realized it then. All those insane training sessions were to prepare for this very moment. Everything had gone far beyond the original plan. Some professors were busy clearing the barriers, while the medical team loaded Deeple onto a stretcher for emergency care. Professor Ariel asked who had won the match. The official explained that Deeple's protective layer had automatically activated due to Gray's attack. Therefore, the winner of the selection match was the first-year representative, Gray. The students cheered in unison. No one could believe a first-year rookie had defeated a second-year representative, and a student from the Divine class at that. Professor Heathcote announced, "The Divine Eye student has finally ended the first year's 35-game losing streak." But he also admitted that after this fight, winning or losing didn't matter much anymore. No one could say Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong ever again. Alexandra also had to admit it. After witnessing the battle, they had no choice but to acknowledge Ariel was right. Now, no one dared to support the proposal to abolish the special Divine Eye class anymore. One professor even said they should be ashamed for ever thinking about expelling such a talented student. Gray was busy talking with the other professors. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel clenched her fists to keep her emotions in check. She was both relieved and incredibly grateful to him. Another professor suggested that those who had pushed for the abolition of the Divine Eye class should reflect on their responsibilities. All eyes turned to Professor Budra and his 2 accomplices. They went silent, sweat pouring off them. Budra mumbled an excuse about having other preparations and slipped away quickly. His lackeys hurriedly followed suit. The remaining professors burst into laughter as they saw them flee. An older professor commented, "The saying, 'never mess with a divine eye,' still holds just as true today as it ever did." The person beside him added, "Compared to back in the day, Professor Ariel has actually become much gentler." Times had changed. Gray couldn't help but wonder what had ever happened to her in the past. Once all the attention had settled down, Headmaster Alexandro approached Gray with a serious expression. Gray became immediately wary. The headmaster said that during the match, the second-year representative Deepal had clearly been forced to inject some kind of abnormal power into his body, and the school would be investigating this. It was unacceptable for a simulated battle to become a life-threatening situation for students. The headmaster apologized to Gray on behalf of the academy for not having detected the anomaly sooner. Gray told him not to worry, saying it was fine in the end. But Alexandro continued, after Deepal lost control. Gray had also unleashed something. Gray flinched with tension. The headmaster knew it wasn't ordinary magic but a much stranger kind of power, one that even modern magical theory couldn't analyze. He wanted to know what it really was. Gray didn't know how to answer. He couldn't reveal what happened before the regression, especially while he still didn't know where the mastermind behind Liquidator was hiding. He just replied that he wasn't sure either. Alexandro looked skeptical. Gray added that it was Professor Ariel who had realized it and explained it to him. Ariel knew full well that was a lie. Ever since Gray had taken down the Ogre General, he had been using that power quite naturally. She wondered to herself what he was plotting. Gray secretly hoped she would cooperate. To stop the Liquidator, he needed her to remain in her position of power. Ariel caught on. She was impressed that Gray had calculated everything ahead of time. He didn't seem like someone living his first life. She realized he trusted her a lot, so she felt compelled to back him up. She stepped into the conversation and told the headmaster that he was right. Gray's power couldn't be analyzed by magical theory, but with her divine eye she could see it clearly. She said that after observing, she had asked Professor Heathcote, who had a good affinity with this type of power, to assist Gray, which is why he was able to control it to that extent today. She was still researching how to harness this power more effectively, and requested that the headmaster grant her full authority over everything related to Gray's power. After witnessing the battle, the headmaster couldn't refuse. He said that Gray and the entire Special Divine Eye group would be under her command, and that if the academy could provide any support she should just ask. Both of them were surprised by this offer. Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged a knowing smile. Afterwards, the headmaster went down to the special underground medical facility to check on Deepal's condition and invited Ariel along because he needed her eyes. She happily accepted. Back at the office, Ariel took a sip of tea and informed Gray. According to the analysis, the power used on Deepal was almost identical to the Liquidator. She was certain that the crystals from that research facility had been used. Gray asked what was wrong with Deepal. Ariel replied sadly, he was dead. Gray was about to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off. It wasn't. The moment that power activated, Deepal was no longer himself. It was possible he had already been dead since he was implanted with that power. And clearly, the target was Gray, an act of retaliation because he had killed V and Bradley. Gray's expression darkened. He also realized that if Deepal had been tampered with after Variad's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel also sensed that a much bigger fish was lurking behind it all. She would continue to dig deeper into the connection, even if it might take quite a while. Her intuition told her this had ties to the deeper levels of the academy. Gray nodded, saying if she needed help with anything, just let him know. Ariel thanked him sincerely. She also realized that Gray had learned how to use his power without damaging his own soul. Gray admitted it, but this time the backlash on his body was much heavier than before. Her silence made Gray nervous. Ariel smiled and announced, Professor Heathcote thought it was time to upgrade Gray's training to the next level. Hearing this, Gray excitedly asked if it was really true. Ariel responded with a radiant smile. That's right, this time you'll learn to control that power much better than you do now. A scene opened up under the vast sky. A suit of armor stood tall, and in the center was the lone swordsman Gray. Surrounding him were rows of motionless ironclad training mannequins. Professor Heathcote stood not far away, his voice laced with concern. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you take the time, there are still many safer options. He asked one more time, are you sure? Gray simply replied, yes. The training began. Gray closed his eyes and focused deeply. He imagined himself as a single sword, recalling that horrific moment from back then. Black mist shrouded the blade, gradually transforming into blazing red energy that spread throughout his body. Ready, Gray swung his sword in a single stroke. The crimson energy tore through the iron armor mannequins, causing them to shatter into pieces. The red slashes swept across the arena, debris flying everywhere. Gray lunged like a storm, slashing repeatedly from every direction. The mannequins were shredded without mercy. After the whirlwind, Gray burst out from the center. Behind him was a devastated battlefield. The professors standing by to observe were all astounded by his terrifying speed. They were both in disbelief and secretly filled with admiration. Professor Heathcote frowned. Gray continued to dash to the other side of the training ground. But the moment he started the movement, blood sprayed from multiple wounds on his body. He glanced behind him, swung his sword to slash the remaining armor, and then stumbled, falling face first onto the ground. His body lay slumped, unable to get up. The professors in white robes immediately activated healing spells. A blue mist enveloped Gray. He was unconscious for a brief moment, but just a short while later, the wounds had healed, and he slowly stood up. Gray thanked them. Professor Heathcote nodded in satisfaction. Excellent progress. This time you maintained it much longer than the last. Gray admitted, when I was concentrating I didn't realize it. But now it's clear, using this power is incredibly painful. Professor Heathcote stepped closer, his voice deep. Pain and suffering are signs that you are pushing past your limits. However, this training is truly excessive. Whether or not to continue is entirely up to you. Gray replied with determination, I've made my decision. He immediately got into a fighting stance, ready to perform it once more. Suddenly a voice rang out, stop. It was Professor Ariel. She reminded him, training is only permitted once per day. Gray argued back, my body has been healed, the soul won't be harmed. Ariel shook her head, skin wounds can be handled by healing magic. But if you continue to sustain damage before stabilizing, the sensation when swinging the sword will be severely distorted. She trusted that Gray understood this better than anyone. Gray recalled his hand from his past life, the life where he was bullied, and his swordsmanship never improved due to the aftereffects of childhood injuries. Professor Heathcote sighed in relief. Thank goodness she arrived in time. Even I would hesitate if I had to repeat this type of training multiple times a day. He dropped a piece of armor to the ground. The thud that echoed proved its incredible weight. Gray nodded, I understand. A professor in a white robe asked curiously, You've already become this strong, so why are you in such a hurry to get even stronger? Professor Ariel sighed. It's my fault, she recounted. Because she had dragged Gray into the battle with Professor Varian, those lurking in the shadows now considered Gray an enemy. The incident with Deeble was only the beginning. There were forces operating in the Academy's shadows, possibly even the Bloodrinker criminal group that had stolen the magic catalyst for Varian. Even if we lock Gray in a heavily guarded place, it's not guaranteed that we can protect him completely. Therefore, the only way to survive is to become stronger. She looked at Gray apologetically. Gray smiled, no need to apologize. Preventing the liquidator experiment was my own choice. I will see it through to the end, no matter what happens. Ariel praised him. You are truly an outstanding student. The only thing I can do is help you tap into your maximum power. Her words made Professor Heathcote smile. You already have a plan, don't you? Ariel nodded. Indeed. She asked, have you forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger? Heathcote looked at Gray, who was bewildered, then nodded, change the sword. That is the fastest solution. Gray was surprised, but the Academy-issued sword is a high-grade custom weapon, isn't it? Ariel explained, for a freshman that sword is good enough, but with your power right now it cannot withstand it. She pointed toward the open air. Ordinary weapons cannot carry that force. Therefore, I will take you to my personal armory. Professor Heathcote was astonished. You intend to give him one of those? He's still just a student. Ariel remained calm. It will be fine. She inserted a key into thin air and turned it once. Light flared, forming the shape of a gate. As she said Gray deserved to receive it, Gray stood frozen in shock. A spatial rift opened before his eyes. Ariel smiled and turned, come with me. Gray was the last to step inside. His eyes widened in amazement. Everywhere were piles of gold, silver, and jewelry stacked high, glittering under the light. They walked down the hallway toward the sword section. The two professors continued forward, while Gray stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in awe. Finally, they reached the sword section to find one suitable for him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before him. He blurted out, no matter which way I look, there are swords that look extremely dangerous. Professor Heathcote replied proudly, there is no sword collection in the world as vast and high quality as this one. Professor Ariel knew full well that choosing a sword from among hundreds was extremely difficult. The ideal would be to let Gray test each one with full power, but due to the nature of his power, they could only test one per day. Finally, she decided to narrow down the range, testing a few at a time. She started with the sharpest sword currently available. Gray held it and commented, too heavy. Ariel nodded, true, but it cuts extremely well. She brought out a log for Gray to test. He got into position, shifted his center of gravity into his fist, raised the sword high and slashed down hard. A thud echoed and the floor cracked. A clean, powerful slash cut the log in two. Gray watched in awe. Ariel commented, this sword is incredibly powerful, but it's a bit heavy, so it's not suitable for practical close-quarters combat. Heathcote agreed, adding, no matter how sharp it is, if it doesn't land a hit, it's useless. However, against large, sturdy, and slow enemies like divine beasts or architectural structures, this sword would be extremely useful. Ariel also said she would give Gray a magic storage bag so he wouldn't have to carry it, avoiding any inconvenience while storing it. Gray realized this wasn't a sword one could just casually lend to others. Ariel smiled, better to have it used by someone who knows how than to have it sit there gathering dust. I want to see it used by someone worthy. She asked him when facing Varian, the one behind the liquidator, are you sure you won't regret not having this sword? The question made Gray pause. He recalled his desperate past life, when he believed that no matter how much harder he trained than anyone else, his existence couldn't change a thing. His face hardened and he bowed his head, sincerely thanking her for lending him the sword. Heathcote advised, don't show this sword to others unless you really intend to use it. Gray asked in surprise why. Heathcote explained, its market value is at least 10 billion or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the floor in shock. He hurriedly told Ariel that he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she replied calmly, I don't accept returns. She stated clearly, it wasn't a loan, it was a gift for him. She knew that if it were only a loan, Gray would hesitate and not dare to use his full strength. At first, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel affirmed she was completely serious. If it only takes 10 billion to protect my divine eye class, I'm willing to pay it without regret. This sword is just a belated reward for what you've done. Gray intended to argue again. Ariel cut him off. Do you really think my divine eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray startled, hurriedly responding, no, Professor. He thanked her again and promised to keep it safe. The response made Ariel smile in satisfaction. After that, she began to look for a more ordinary sword, one that Gray could use in regular battles. Gray admitted, I never expected your armory to be this impressive. Heathcote replied confidently, naturally, there is no one in this world with eyes as sharp as Ariel's divine eye. With those, she can make as much money as she wants. Ariel called Heathcote over and asked which sword he thought was most suitable for Gray. He observed a row, then pointed to one. Gray asked permission to test it, and Ariel agreed. He swung once, then again, linking the sword strokes with his footwork. The sword was forged very well, but he felt something was still off. He wondered if it was just because he wasn't used to it yet. Heathcote realized immediately that it wasn't a fit. He continued choosing another one. This one was crafted for experimental purposes, but he felt it might be a better fit. Gray stood frozen the moment he saw it. The sword had a clean silver blade with blue patterns running along the body, emitting a calm but terrifyingly sharp aura. Elegant yet clearly powerful. Gray asked what kind of sword that was. Heathcote told him to try holding it. Gray was surprised that it was unexpectedly light, but it lacked a sharp edge. Heathcote explained, it was designed for testing new technology, not for practical combat. You could consider it an unsharpened steel sword but with extreme durability. In my opinion, it suits you very well. Gray asked, do you mean that because of my power I don't need a sword with a sharp edge? Heathcote nodded. Exactly. I suspect that no matter how strong the sword is, it couldn't withstand your power. And if you continue to grow stronger, eventually, even the swords in this warehouse will only end up slowing you down. If the future is such that you no longer need a blade to fight, then a sword like this in your hand is perhaps the perfect choice. Heathcote tested it with a slash on a metal log. The log was dented all over. Gray's jaw dropped while Ariel was not very impressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't oppose testing various options. She asked Gray if he wanted to test other weapons, even willing to lead him to other areas besides swords. Even so, with the massive number of swords before him, Gray only wanted to try them all. A red-bladed sword specifically caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to test that one and stepped forward, but halfway there, another sword made him stop. He felt a familiar sensation from it. Gray asked Ariel about that sword. She recounted, a former student of mine left it behind after graduating. It's not a famous named sword, but it's forged very well. Gray asked permission to test it. The sword lay in his hand extremely naturally, as if born for him. He stood before the training mannequin. With a nearly negligible movement, he sliced it in two. Both professors were stunned. Gray was equally astonished. The sword suited him to a scary degree. It felt like he had been practicing with it since he was born. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded yes. In my entire life, I have never owned a sword as easy to use as this. She wanted to test further to see if it was truly compatible with Gray's power. Gray hesitated, worried that this was a former student's sword and he might damage it. Ariel reassured him, it's fine. I'm sure this sword would rather be used than lie there gathering dust. That convinced him. Gray curiously asked the name of the student who forged the sword. Ariel replied, Metallum Norm. Gray froze. Metallum Norm, the greatest magic sword blacksmith in the world. The sword he was holding was forged by the man himself. They moved to the training field for serious testing. To measure power and durability, Ariel wanted Gray to push the sword to its limit. They started with a sword with blue patterns. They chose the strangest one first to see how it interacted with Gray's power. Gray stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by mannequins. He began to channel his power. Red aura covered his body, but suddenly it dissipated. He was startled. Try again. The sword was slowly covered in red light. He focused, trying to become one with the sword, and poured his power into it. But once again, the energy dissipated. A look of panic flashed across Gray's face as he realized his power completely failed to activate. Ariel stepped closer and asked if he felt any physical difference. He replied no. She suspected the sword was the cause. Without forcing it, she pushed the sword aside and prepared to test another. She guessed this one was simply not compatible with Gray's power. If so, the best choice was to test the most ordinary sword among them. She took one from the magic storage bag. It was the one forged by Metallum Norm. Gray stood tall, the sword held at his side. Around him were the motionless training mannequins under the vast sky. He focused on a single thought: he was a sword. A faint aura began to radiate from his body. Gray smiled happily. He had finally activated it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. In the meantime, there is still time. Gray startled and looked around but saw no one. The voice continued, when the time comes. From afar, Professor Heathcote said to Ariel, with this sword, activating his power won't be a problem. Gray decided to begin. He took a step forward. Swinging his sword toward the sky in a clean stroke, crimson energy flashed, tearing through the heavy armor ahead. He realized his power was the same as before, but the sword moved with unbelievable smoothness. He moved on to the next mannequin. The sword flashed once more, slicing the ironclad mannequin in two. Gray's body felt lighter than ever. Crimson slashes filled the air and shattered pieces of armor fell all around him. Gray moved like a phantom, slicing through each mannequin as he surged past. The red energy cut through everything. The healers standing nearby stared in amazement. They could clearly feel it. Gray was now completely different from before. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw red streaks of light flashing across the training ground. To Gray, it felt like flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed everywhere. He turned to the next target, then suddenly stopped. There were no more mannequins left. The number of targets was the same as before, but last time he had only managed to destroy half of them. This time he had wiped them all out. Professor Ariel stood frozen. Everyone wore an expression of horror, worry, and tension. Ariel asked immediately, why is Gray still standing? Gray blinked, then he too realized something was wrong. A deep slash ran down his chest, extending to his abdomen. Ariel yelled in a panic, drop the sword now. Gray dropped it by reflex. Pain crashed over him like a tidal wave, and he collapsed to his knees. Ariel and Heathcote rushed over, simultaneously ordering the healers to cast healing magic immediately. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to stand up, but collapsed again. His strength was completely depleted. Heathcote caught him, his voice filled with concern. Don't push yourself so hard, he whispered in apology. Because he had lost so much blood, exhaustion was normal, even with healing magic. Ariel advised him to rest. Heathcote said that Gray had broken through a limit he couldn't reach before. This was a good sign. Ariel agreed but warned, moving without realizing your own injuries is extremely dangerous. Heathcote nodded and added, in actual combat without a healer by your side, a mistake like that could be fatal. Ariel picked up the sword. Even after going through that storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch. It truly was an amazing sword. She activated her divine eye, observing it thoroughly. The sword seemed to glow, but she wasn't sure. There was something strange reflected on the blade, making her terrified, and she turned her head away. Her unusual reaction made everyone ask in unison, what's wrong? Before Ariel could answer, boom, the entire academy exploded. Everyone was stunned. Debris flew toward them. A horrific explosion tore through a tower and crimson energy shredded everything. Dust, smoke, and rubble erupted outward. Students panicked and scattered as debris rained down from the sky like rain. All faculty members were ordered to deploy emergency magical barriers. The top priority was protecting lives. Gray stared in horror, trying to understand what had just happened. Heathcote realized the explosion had originated from the hazardous materials storage area. He was certain this wasn't an accident, this was a deliberate act. Right after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of signs of teleportation magic. It was unbelievable that someone would dare to attack the academy headquarters directly. The healers protested because the armory was protected by extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic and was highly blast-resistant. Ariel said coldly, the smoke is laced with liquidator energy. She guessed that special crystals from the underground laboratory had been used to breach the school's anti-teleportation wall. Gray's face turned pale, sweat dripping down. A terrifying thought struck him. The people behind the explosion were most likely Varian's accomplices. They dared to attack the academy directly. Red energy continued to tear through the tower. Students screamed and ran with debris raining down. After an emergency investigation, it was confirmed that several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details weren't disclosed, Everyone knew this wasn't a place an outsider could easily break into and blow up. The fact that they destroyed the teleportation inhibitors and escaped clean only led to one conclusion. Ariel declared bluntly, this was an inside job. Gray couldn't believe it. She even stated directly that the academy was no longer trustworthy. Deep down, she admitted that perhaps it had been that way for a long time. There was another possibility. If the academy had fallen into enemy hands, they could use their authority to take anything from the armory without resistance. In that case, the explosion was just to cover up their true objective. Gray reasoned the perpetrators definitely didn't have a legal way to get what they wanted, which is why they had to blow up the armory. Ariel agreed. She didn't know what the leadership was thinking, but she suspected the culprit was Blooddrinker. That vermin had infiltrated the academy once before. Gray still remembered clearly. They were the ones who murdered Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray, you could also be targeted, especially because you were the one who killed Varian. Always stay alert, especially when you are outside the academy. Gray nodded, I understand. Afterward, Gray returned to the classroom. The air was suffocatingly tense. Some students were nearly losing their minds, muttering to themselves. Gray asked his deskmate what was happening. His deskmate looked at him in surprise. Didn't you get the notice about the outdoor marching drill? Gray vaguely remembered seeing something like that. His deskmate explained. 16 hours of marching every day plus camping in an area full of low-level monsters under the supervision of a professor, lasting for a whole week, plus additional combat training. His deskmate panicked. How are you still so calm? Marching for 16 hours straight, I'm not even sure if we'll get enough sleep. More than half of the first-year students drop out every year because of this. Gray was genuinely surprised. In actual combat, soldiers don't know when the enemy will attack. At least this drill has a set schedule. For me, that's already generous. He recalled his training with the Liquidator Extermination Team. No limits, thrown into the mountains without warning, marching for a week in monster-infested forests. People nearly died because they were ambushed during training. Compared to that, this drill even had professors escorting them. There was nothing to be afraid of. His deskmate was speechless. Even that kind of hellish training couldn't shake Gray. Gray just offered a wry smile. Even so, looking at everyone's terrified faces, he couldn't help but feel that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. He knew better than anyone. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. The day of the annual first-year marching drill finally arrived. Professor Heathcote warned them straight out, it will be extremely harsh. Most of those who don't complete it won't make it to their second year. Endure it if you don't want your life at the academy to end right here. They were teleported to a beautiful island. Gray immediately recognized this as the edge of the winter continent. If his memory served him right, this place was almost uninhabited. He secretly wondered why that was. The march began. They crossed vast plains, then entered the forest. The professor led them onto a narrow, overgrown trail. A student hesitated. Doesn't it look like we're on the wrong path? Heathcote said calmly, I know. Everyone was even more confused. He explained, if we took the main road, it wouldn't be called a march anymore. Everyone's expression said it all. Just how afraid they were. But they still had to move forward. A student complained, how much further do we have to go? Heathcote replied coldly, it's only been 8 hours, we haven't even finished half the day yet. Panic spread quickly. The students' faces turned white, their eyes went vacant, and sweat poured off them like rain. They couldn't believe it, exhausted this much just in the first half of the first day. Heathcote reassured them, just keep going, the body will adapt. The hardest part is only at the beginning. Before long, you'll be walking without even thinking about it. Everyone knew he was lying. Amidst that terrifying atmosphere, one person stood out. Leon Hart, the top sword fighter who didn't look tired at all. But the person he was paying attention to wasn't anyone else, it was Gray. From the beginning until now, Gray hadn't slowed down by even a single step. A female student groaned in fatigue. Then suddenly, a monster spider jumped out from the trees. Before it could touch her, a dagger flew past, piercing the monster and pinning it to a tree. The one who acted was, of course, the male protagonist. She hurriedly thanked Gray. Gray warned, stay alert, some insects here are poisonous. Leon Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to respond to any surprise attack. Marching for 8 hours straight while maintaining that level of vigilance, Leon Hart couldn't help but think, just what kind of training do you have to do to reach this level? As for Gray, his stamina was still holding steady thanks to the hellish training from his previous life. Just being able to get a good night's sleep made this drill feel much more comfortable than the hell he went through before. But what worried him the most wasn't the marching. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his head, especially since he was outside the academy. This drill pushed them into open areas with minimal security. Worse, the academy always knew exactly where they were. His hand instinctively clenched tight. Gray silently prayed that nothing would happen. The professor ordered all the students to stop. Everyone was completely exhausted, their faces haggard, their legs trembling. Just then, the goat-bearded professor announced, We will now begin the cooking training exercise. The students looked at each other, then burst into cheers of joy. Everyone could only imagine a lavish feast in their heads. Finally, they would get to eat and rest. But Gray specifically found the professor's tone unsettling. He had a bad feeling. The professor smirked. Why do you all think this is a rest period? He explained coldly, in an actual march, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook for yourself. Nobody is going to bring you a boxed lunch. The entire group of students was stunned, their faces drained of color. The professor divided everyone into teams, trying to balance their strength as much as possible. Every face was still full of fatigue and despair. He continued, each team will receive a set of cooking utensils and will prepare their own meals. He brought out a notice board and distributed the supplies. Team C, the leader is Leon, members are Plus, Regis, and Bias. Team D, the leader is Gray, members are Basque, Rumia, and Venus. Gray secretly thought, am I okay to be a leader? He worried that no one would want to listen to a special divine eye slot guy who had never taken the standard entrance exam. Suddenly someone spoke up, we're on your team. Gray was startled. The pink-haired young man reached out to shake his hand, smiling brightly. Great to meet you. The girl beside him beamed, while the last young man remained calm, looking completely indifferent. Gray was surprised because their attitude was much more relaxed than he expected. He thought they would complain about having to take orders from someone who didn't pass the regular exam. He asked, are you guys really okay with me being the leader? The calm young man raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? He continued. After witnessing the match between the years, no one would be stupid enough to want another leader. The girl nodded in agreement. Gray is clearly the most trustworthy person. They picked up the gear and immediately asked, what do you want us to do? Gray was surprised by the 180-degree change in attitude. The match against Deeple had clearly left a very strong impression. He steeled his resolve. He realized this academy was a place that worshipped strength. Suddenly, a student spoke to the professor. Sir, there's no food in the gear. There's only a pot and a lighter. The professor smirked. In an actual march, sometimes you don't even have a pot. Having a pot is already very lucky. The entire student body looked pale as a sheet. Leonhardt stepped forward, politely saying, in modern campaigns, logistics supported by magic storage bags is standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying rations. The professor nodded and admitted Leonhardt was right, but that only applied when the march was planned in advance. In an emergency situation during battle, or if the logistics officer was killed, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, magic storage bags are extremely rare items. Unless you are part of a large-scale unit, you will still have to carry your luggage on your backs just like you are doing right now. He looked them straight in the eyes, his own suddenly darkening. At that time, do you want to die unable to do anything? A heavy atmosphere settled over them. Leonhardt bowed and apologized. Gray had confirmed beforehand that magic storage bags were indeed extremely rare. He had once received one and thought it was just a high-end sword bag. The professor suddenly changed his tone, happily announcing the good news. This forest is full of monsters. Throughout our journey, we used magic to ward them off, but now I'm going to lift it. That means you don't have to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck. He snapped his fingers, and the monster-warding magic shattered like glass. The students looked left and right in a panic. The pink-haired young man turned to Gray, his voice trembling. Leader, what should we do now? Gray replied calmly, the only way is to hunt monsters. He had been paying attention throughout the march. From the footprints and monster droppings he observed, this forest mainly contained small to medium-sized monsters. A sword was enough to handle them. Everyone immediately tensed up upon realizing they were about to fight. The girl in the team worried, finding monsters in a forest this big must be hard. Gray smiled lightly, if they eat meat, it'll be easy. We just need to go for a walk and they'll smell us and rush over on their own. The pink-haired young man clearly didn't like the idea of being bait. But Gray pointed out, if we stand still, we'll have to fight other teams for food. Better to go deep into the forest. He added, if you really don't want to fight monsters, we can catch bugs or snakes to eat too. Bugs are a bit hard to swallow, but if you cook snakes the right way, they're delicious. In a forest without monsters, this kind of survival skill is very important. The girl was terrified, her face pale. Never mind, I'd rather hunt monsters. The young man calmly nodded. Whatever the leader decides is fine. The pink-haired boy also said, I trust you. They began to move, observing the tree trunks as they walked, checking for any traces left on the ground. Suddenly, Gray sensed something approaching. He warned the others, but they were still clueless. A rustling sound echoed from the bushes. The pink-haired boy's face turned pale. A massive monster bear suddenly lunged out from the bushes. The whole squad panicked when they realized Basque was the one standing closest to the monster bear. Basque stiffened the moment he saw the monster in the flesh. It was much faster than he had anticipated. As the bear lunged, Basque ducked to dodge it by a hair's breadth. His body reacted instinctively. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He wasn't a pushover. Bask swung his sword hard at the bear, clearly displaying the combat skills taught at the World Union Academy. Blood sprayed from the wound. Bask let out a sigh of relief, realizing he could handle it after all. But that relief didn't last long. The monster bear suddenly lunged again, its jaws snapping straight toward his head. Right at that moment, Gray slashed clean through one of the bear's front legs. Bask stared in amazement as he saw Gray suddenly appear right beside him. Gray landed lightly, his sword already buried deep in the bear's neck. The bear still tried to swipe its remaining leg toward Gray. The sharp claws swiped, but Gray had seen it coming from the start. At the final moment, he swung his sword in a clean arc, severing the bear's head completely. The heavy head fell to the ground and rolled away. Bask's sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the side. The three remaining members stood frozen, mouths agape. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, shook his hand slightly and muttered, "The bones of this monster are really tough." Then he reached out to pull Bask up, his voice composed. "Are you okay?" Bask nodded, trembling as he thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life." Gray gently reminded him, monsters can often keep moving even after a fatal wound. Don't just focus on killing it, the top priority is always to dodge the attack. Bask laughed bitterly, "I just learned that lesson the hard way." The whole squad realized an important truth. Fighting monsters is completely different from sparring with regular people. When the sun had set, the pot of water finally came to a boil. Bask chewed on a piece of bear meat and praised it. "Bear meat is actually delicious," Gray explained. "Depending on the species, monster meat can taste very different. Some species are delicious, others are horrible or even poisonous. Whenever you go on an expedition, you should research the monsters in that area beforehand." He added advice, "If you have to forage in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt wild boar-type monsters. They are less poisonous and the meat is quite tasty." The girl in the squad admired him. "Gray, you really know a lot. Did you study survival skills too, not just swordsmanship?" Gray just smiled faintly. "I've learned a little bit." But deep in his heart, he didn't want to recall the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Even so, he remained humble. "Actually, I don't know that much," Bask immediately objected. "That's not true, absolutely not." Suddenly, another group of students approached. They asked embarrassedly if Gray's squad had any extra food they could borrow. Their own hunt had been a complete failure. Gray turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. They had enough extra food to feed the whole class. He was about to give them the food. Those faces were looking at him with extreme gratitude. When the professor suddenly appeared and interrupted, "Trading food between squads is strictly prohibited. If you want to eat, hunt for it yourself." The students' faces drained of all color and they could only mumble, "Yes, sir." Then they walked away in total disappointment. Gray and his squad watched them go in silence, feeling nothing but sympathy. The next day, they continued their march. When the sun set, the professor ordered them to stop. Tonight, they would camp here and begin the field camping exercise. Everyone sighed in relief to finally get some rest. Gray's teammates were also exhausted, but they comforted themselves that at least they had eaten their fill, which put their squad ahead of most others. However, since the training was still ongoing, they were worried they would have to hunt for food again. Fortunately, the professor announced, "Tonight, dry rations and individual tents have been prepared for everyone. Squads remain as they were during the cooking training." He instructed them to gather their supplies, pitch their tents, and build fires at the designated spots. He then added a crucial detail: there will be surprise attacks at night. Each squad arranges their own watch duty. Any method you choose, as long as you repel the attack, is acceptable. Hearing that they would have fixed positions, one student grumbled. "Have to walk all that way again," another whispered. "If the tents were closer to other squads, we could get away with slacking on watch." The professor replied calmly, "I heard all of that." He explained, the tents are placed far apart intentionally so that no one relies on other squads. He officially declared the exercise started and reminded them, "The slower you prepare, the less sleep you get." The students, upon hearing this, hurriedly went to pitch their tents. That night, Gray asked his squad, "How many people should be on each watch?" One suggested, "One person is enough." The girl in the squad admitted, "I want to sleep as much as possible." Bask agreed, "If we have 2 people per shift, everyone only gets half the night's sleep. That sounds miserable." Gray nodded, agreeing to 1 person per shift. Bask asked how to arrange the order. The first and last shifts were usually the most comfortable, while the middle shift was the worst because sleep was constantly interrupted. Gray proactively volunteered for the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. Bask quickly accepted. "I'll take it since you saved me earlier." Gray thanked him. The watch order was decided. He reminded them, "When your shift ends, you must wake up the next person before going to sleep." Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the fire, her face already exhausted and sleepy. Inside the tent, Gray slept soundly like the dead. His face was completely relaxed. At the same time, outside their tent, a shadow holding a sharp blade silently approached their camp. A strange noise caused Gray to wake up instantly. If it were a monster, the sound would be much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for sure this was a human, and someone who didn't want to be detected. He cracked the tent door open just a sliver and peered outside. Rumia was still sitting silently by the fire. She was completely unaware of anything. For a moment, Gray even thought he had misheard. But then the faint noise sounded again. Confirmed, someone was sneaking in. If it was now, Gray thought the first possibility could be a professor checking the night watch. But he still didn't dare to let his guard down for even a second. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed. After defeating Varian, you could become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful. The thought it could be an assassin flashed through his head. To be safe, Gray decided to treat the intruder as an assassin and act accordingly. Regardless, long-range attacks were possible, so lying still in the tent wasn't a smart choice. He silently crawled out of the tent and crept into the bushes. Tonight was a full moon, and the whole forest was as bright as day. This made it easier to detect the enemy, but also made hiding much more difficult. Gray moved extremely cautiously. This situation reminded him of training with the master archer back in the day. Back then, the trainer once pointed out that Gray's usual way of walking, pushing with the rear heel, created too much noise. To move silently, one must place the foot starting with the little toe, then gradually to the big toe with the heel touching the ground last. Even if you stepped on a dry branch or leaves that made noise, as long as you didn't create a rhythmic, artificial pattern like human footsteps, it would blend into the natural sounds of the wind and forest animals, making it hard to detect. During training, they even practiced walking barefoot through the forests and mountains, aiming to blend completely into nature. Currently, the sound of a stranger's footsteps echoed nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man sensed something and stopped. But when he turned his head, there was no one there. At the very next moment, Gray appeared behind him, his sword pointed straight at the man's throat. "Don't move, answer my question. If you make any sudden moves, I will kill you immediately." Gray asked coldly, "What's your name? Who do you serve?" Then he stiffened in shock. The person standing in front of him was actually a professor. The professor also stared back, equally shocked to see Gray. Gray asked immediately, "Is this surprise attack part of the exercise?" The professor replied, "I just came to check if your squad was taking the night watch seriously." He admitted, "I never expected a freshman to be able to sneak up behind me without being detected, and then hold a sword to my throat." He held both hands up in surrender, laughing bitterly. "At this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore." Gray still wasn't completely convinced. There was a chance this was just someone disguised as a professor to make him lower his guard. But if he truly wanted to kill him, the adversary would surely have brought a more dangerous weapon. He maintained his cold, sharp gaze. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his throat. Gray finally decided to trust him. Both suddenly turned their heads in the same direction when they heard a noise. Rumia was holding a sword, standing there with an expression of absolute astonishment when she saw both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained. He came to check the squad's night watch, but Gray had detected him before he could even get close. He praised, "Your squad's vigilance is perfect. I have never seen a freshman squad set up camp and keep watch as precisely as this." Rumia froze because Gray should have been asleep. The professor asked, "It's not Gray's shift yet, is it?" Gray asked back, "Did you step on a branch or something while approaching?" The professor nodded. Gray replied, "That noise felt human." The professor couldn't believe it. "You recognized a tiny sound like that even while you were sleeping." Gray just smiled faintly. "Maybe it was just a coincidence. I wasn't fully asleep at the time." The air fell into an awkward silence. Suddenly, the professor burst into loud laughter. He said Gray kept surprising him, first during the simulation match and now reacting to the faintest sound. He began to wonder if the academy had anything left to teach Gray. He looked at Gray intently, then declared, "From now on, Gray is prohibited from participating in night watch training." If Gray did everything by himself, the other students wouldn't learn a thing. Gray said worriedly that this would disrupt the watch rotation. The professor replied, "From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., your squad will not be subjected to simulated attacks. I will count it as if Gray is on watch and mark your night watch training score as perfect, no conditions." He wrote in his notebook. After closing it, he told them to continue their watch except Gray, then turned away. While walking away, the professor still wondered to himself, how could Gray get behind him without him feeling even a single spark of presence? For a moment, he even suspected Gray used to belong to an elite unit specializing in stealth assassination. But with Gray's age, that was impossible. Regardless, the level of skill Gray had just demonstrated was undeniable. The professor couldn't help but think, who exactly is Gray? The group of students continued their march in a half-awake, half-asleep state. Everyone was exhausted because last night's surprise attack meant no one could sleep. Except for Gray, he was still alert, showing no signs of sleepiness. Suddenly, a student tripped on a branch and fell flat. The further they went, the more people began to collapse from exhaustion. They trudged on until the sun went down. Because it was almost dark, the professor decided to stop and set up camp for the day. Hearing this, one student cheered happily. "Finally, we get to rest, sir," another muttered. "Stopping this early, there's definitely some other crazy training coming." The professor laughed loudly. "Relax, today's training has ended. The sleeping tents are already set up for you. Just rest comfortably until dinner is ready." The crowd of students shuffled like tired zombies toward the tents. Under the full moon, they fell into a deep sleep in the tents. Gray was suspicious again. Being able to rest this easily was too strange. A student next to him agreed and predicted, "Tomorrow will definitely be hell." Leonhardt turned to look at Gray, his voice calm. "You'll be fine." Gray felt uncomfortable as Leonhardt stared directly at him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because dinner was ready. The food was prepared by Professor Heathcote himself. The table was packed with delicious, mouth-watering dishes, making all the students drool. The other professors brought out extra pots and encouraged everyone to eat freely, even suggesting they take second and third helpings. The professor praised them. "You have survived 2 days of grueling training. Rest well today and wash away all the fatigue. This is your only chance." The professor's smile was filled with a terrifying, sinister aura. Time passed quickly until the next day, and the professor's voice rang out again. From this point forward, they would begin training in crossing the danger zone in the Gascha Mountains. The professors led the way, and the whole group continued deep into the forest. One student sighed in relief. "At first, looking at the mountains, I was panicked, but at this pace, I think I can handle it." His friend replied, "Luckily we had a proper rest last night, it really works." The professor remarked that no one had quit so far, which was expected of those who had passed the entrance exam. But he reminded them, the real training has only just begun. About 2 kilometers ahead, they would enter the territory of the water monitors. The professor warned, "These monsters are much stronger than the ones you hunted for food the other day. Most will be killed without even having a chance to fight back." The students were terrified, asking what kind of training they were supposed to do with such powerful monsters. The professor replied, "You have to pass through this area without being detected. This is level 2 hazard zone movement training after all." Luckily, during the dry season, water monitors don't move much because they are conserving energy. As long as you don't make loud noises, they won't notice you. But the dry season also makes them incredibly thirsty. And your blood is also an option. If you're detected, consider yourself dead. He instructed, "Move carefully and avoid making noise." Moving silently reminded Gray of the monster hunting training he had done with Lord Divine Bow back in the day. The professor who had encountered Gray during the night watch recognized him, knowing full well that Gray had experience hunting monsters. He still cautioned, "Even if it feels easy to you, don't be overconfident." He looked over at the other students. They were struggling just as much as every other year. Another professor shouted, "You're moving too slowly." "I'll say it again, as long as you don't make a loud noise, you're fine. Keep the pace up, otherwise you'll have to camp right here in the water monitor's territory." The students continued walking, though everyone was terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't actually provided specific instructions on how to do it. He felt this kind of training should have been taught in a safe place before going into the field. Suddenly, there was a noise. The professor told everyone to stay calm, saying that level of noise was still acceptable. He reiterated, "Don't make any loud noises." They kept walking. At one point, the professor declared, "From now on, talking is completely forbidden. Use hand signals to communicate. If you make a loud noise or speak, you will be penalized." The group continued the march in dead silence. Gray scanned his surroundings. A student thought to himself, "Even though they say not to make noise, it's actually just normal mountain walking, and the pace is even slower than yesterday. This should be easy." Furthermore, there were no monsters in sight. He thought the academy wouldn't dare use a place where life-threatening monsters could appear instantly for training. The professors were just trying to scare them into practicing stealth. Not wanting to lose points, he decided to play the part. Suddenly he stepped on a rock. The rock rolled and he stumbled and fell, making a noise. He immediately regretted it, knowing for sure he would be penalized. Even so, he still believed that a real monster wouldn't appear. But he was dead wrong. A horrific sound rang out. The professors immediately shifted into combat stances. The students were panicked to the core. Gray drew his sword in a flash, while the student who had just fallen still stood frozen on the spot. He slowly turned his head to look behind him, and was terrified beyond belief. A giant water monitor was lunging toward them like a storm. The student was in a total state of panic, frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Luckily, Professor Heathcote appeared like a lightning bolt, plunging his sword straight through the monster's head. The students let out a sigh of relief when they saw the professor. The ground beneath the water monitor cracked open. Heathcote pulled his sword out, but in just a split second, Another water monitor growled and lunged straight at the crowd. Leonhardt immediately gave chase, swinging his sword with a powerful strike. But what surprised him was that the blade didn't leave even a single scratch. The monster lunged straight at Leonhardt. He was completely caught off guard. In the nick of time, Professor Heathcote rushed in to save him. He shouted to all the students, "This is not something you can face. Retreat now, the professors will handle this." The students realized that even the professors were only leaving shallow wounds on the monster's body. They panicked and asked themselves, can these creatures even be killed? Suddenly, a water monitor let out a shrill cry and collapsed. All it took was one slash. Everyone was stunned. A professor explained, "At the end of the dry season, water monitors often suffer from severe dehydration. If they lose even a little bit of their bodily fluids, they die instantly." A student asked tremblingly, "What if we encounter them in the rainy season?" The professor sighed heavily. "If you don't want to become water monitor food, absolutely never go to places like this in the rainy season. That's the reason this march is only held after confirming there is no rain." He added, "The only reason we can talk right now is that the water monitors nearby have already been cleared out. If not, we'd all be dead." The group continued the march. The students climbed the mountain in a state of extreme exhaustion. After piercing yet another monster to death, Professor Heathcote announced, "The mountain climbing is over." He praised everyone for giving it their all. The students were all worn out. Even Leonhardt was gasping for air. Someone asked if he was tired. Leonhardt replied, "Physically I'm fine, but mentally I'm extremely exhausted." Being silent throughout the entire journey made everything much harder. Professor Heathcote nodded. "For those who aren't used to it, it's definitely going to be very hard. That's exactly why we train." He said that so far they had been discovered by water monitors a total of 4 times. Compared to previous years, this was already a fairly smooth result. He asked if anyone had any questions before continuing, because once they left the monster territory, they wouldn't be allowed to talk anymore. Gray spoke up, "I have one thing I'm still wondering about." The professor asked immediately. Gray pointed into the distance. "I see a cloud over there growing larger and it's upwind from our position." The students had no idea what he meant. Professor Heathcote praised him. "You have sharp eyes." He asked Professor Rent if clouds could form this season. Rent shook his head. "Impossible." He also agreed that the cloud was growing larger in an unnatural way. Heathcote made an immediate decision. "Cancel the training. Everyone retreat immediately. We must leave the water monitor territory as quickly as possible." Another professor disagreed and scoffed. "Cancel training just because of one tiny cloud." Heathcote said sternly, "It's already abnormal for clouds to appear this season. Student safety is more important than continuing training." A female professor interjected. "Professor Wormel has led this exploration training for many years now. We should trust his judgment." Heathcote still tried to argue, but Wormel advised, "If you're worried about the cloud, we can just pick up the marching pace a little. This is also a good opportunity for training." He ordered all the students, "Follow me closely, act as if your lives are at stake. Based on the training results so far, I believe you can keep up." He warned them strictly, "Do not fall behind. We don't have time to fight water monitors. Whatever happens, you are absolutely not to make any loud noises." That night the rain started to fall. The students continued the march in the rain. Professor Heathcote felt clearly that something was extremely wrong. Rain in this season was already strange. Moreover, the humidity in this area shouldn't be enough to form a cloud that large. He suspected this rain was artificial. Professor Wormel commented, "It's really pouring. I don't understand how it can rain this season." Gray called out to him in a very low voice, but Wormel replied in a loud voice. Gray immediately felt uneasy. Was it safe to speak this loudly in a place like this? Just as the professor realized his mistake, a giant water monitor was standing right behind him. The water monitor growled and lunged straight at the group like a nightmare. Professor Wormel intended to turn and deal with it, but the monster had already lunged too close. He dodged the sharp claws, then countered with a sword strike. The water monitor's arm was severed, but the wound only made it more frantic. It swung its tail forcefully. Wormel prepared to take the hit, but at the final moment, he gritted his teeth, stabbing his sword into its tail, stopping the attack. Even so, the horrific power of the tail swipe still sent him flying. Wormel crashed into a tree, an explosion rang out and the tree shattered. The students panicked and worried for him. Wormel tried to stand up even though his body was trembling. Gray thought to himself, a professor's reflexes should normally be fast enough to dodge an attack like that. Why is he so heavily injured? He suspected Wormel had been too focused on the counterattack and left himself open. The students were horrified by the water monitor's terrifying speed. They were much faster than they had been told. Even though they had been warned beforehand, seeing it with their own eyes made it clear. When they aren't dehydrated, they move with frightening speed. Professor Heathcote yelled to the other professors, "Stay calm." They all charged at the monster simultaneously. The water monitor also growled and lunged in response. Blood began to flow from the shallow wounds. A professor sneaked behind it, but the monster's tail swiped back, sending that person flying. The professor crashed hard into the ground. The water monitor immediately lunged straight toward him to finish him off. But just at that moment, a figure moved faster than the eye could follow. Professor Heathcote. In the blink of an eye, he slashed the monster into pieces. The other professors sighed in relief, though it took luck to kill it. But not a single one escaped the battle without injuries. A professor sighed, "We can't continue training like this anymore." Professor Wormel pulled his sword out of the monster's carcass. His voice deep and heavy, "Abort the exercise." He turned to the female professor, "Cast emergency teleportation immediately." He thought she had it ready, but the female professor shook her head. "I've been trying to cast it for a while now, but the magic isn't activating." Wormel asked urgently, "Can anyone else cast it?" Another professor replied, "I tried, but I'm also blocked." Clearly, teleportation magic was being completely blocked. Wormel suddenly realized, it's not just teleportation, this rain is also part of it. Someone had deliberately targeted this expedition, and the likelihood of that was high. Wormel asked, "What should we do now?" Another professor replied, "Trying to cross the water monitor territory in this rain is suicide. The only way is to set up camp here and hope the rain stops." Heathcote shook his head. "I suspect this rain is artificial. Will it really stop?" The female professor interjected, "In any case, staying put is safer than continuing to fight water monitors in our current state. We were only lucky to have no casualties in that last battle. You understand that too, don't you?" Heathcote nodded. "I know, but when the rain falls, water monitors are much more active. There's no guarantee our position won't be attacked again." He sighed, "If only there was a way to cross it." Gray called out to him. Heathcote was slightly startled but listened. Gray said, "As long as I have healing magic I can still fight. Is there a way to break through?" Heathcote knew full well that with Gray's power they had a high chance of piercing through the water monitor territory. But he worried about whether Gray's body could withstand it. Gray pointed out a harsh truth. "Even if we stay here, no rescue is coming. It's better to try and break through than sit here waiting to die." Even with healing magic, Gray would have to use his red power multiple times in a single day. Heathcote asked seriously, "Do you understand the consequences?" Professor Ariel had once warned sternly, "You absolutely cannot let him do that." Gray replied calmly, "Consider it good training. When I return to the academy, there will be plenty of good healers waiting." Heathcote emphasized, "If it were just injuries that healing magic could easily fix, Ariel wouldn't have warned you so severely. Do you truly understand?" Gray looked him straight in the eyes. "Do you have any other way to get the students back safely?" The students stood there, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Gray. Heathcote intended to argue back, but Gray cut him off. "Do you really intend to let everyone die here just to protect me?" Heathcote froze. He recalled what Professor Ariel once said, "Gray is ready to sacrifice himself if necessary." That was precisely Gray's greatest strength, and also the thing that worried her the most. She had begged him not to let Gray do something irreversible. Now he had to make a difficult choice. Looking at the terrified expressions of the students, Heathcote finally bowed his head and apologized to Gray. "Lend us your strength." Gray prepared to answer, but Professor Wormel suddenly interrupted. "Don't make decisions on your own." He snapped harshly. Even if Gray performed well in the duel, entrusting the lives of everyone here to a single student is a huge joke. Heathcote firmly explained, "With Gray's power he can handle a water monitor alone. I can guarantee this because I have witnessed it many times during training. Therefore I want to bet on Gray's strength." Professor Wormel still vehemently opposed. He ordered Professor Gallic, "Use communication magic, send a request for reinforcements to the academy headquarters immediately." He believed that calling for reinforcements was safer than risking an escape on their own. Professor Gallic replied, "I have already sent the request for reinforcements." Although the communication magic was suffering from heavy interference, the message had certainly been transmitted. Professor Wormel was satisfied with his quick processing speed. After that, he turned to Professor Heathcote, his voice loaded with meaning. "Moving alone only increases the danger. Do you really intend to let the students fall into harm's way?" The students looked at Heathcote with anxious eyes. Heathcote glanced at the carcass of the dead water monitor and asked bluntly, "How many times do you think we will be attacked by water monitors before the reinforcements arrive?" Wormel replied, "I don't know, but staying put in the safe zone is still safer than wandering outside." Heathcote tried to argue, but Wormel hissed, "Keep your voice down. The noise might make other monsters pick up our scent." Heathcote frowned. In the end, the whole group had to stand still and wait in the pouring rain. The students grew increasingly anxious. The professors remained on high alert. Gray also intently scanned his surroundings. Meanwhile, Professor Wormel leisurely leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying sound echoed throughout the forest, causing everyone to panic. Professor Heathcote immediately assumed a fighting stance as the swarm of monsters approached. Gray whispered, "We are ready at any time." Heathcote nodded. If the situation turns for the worse, you take action. Gray replied seriously with a nod. The professors lunged forward to intercept the water monitor. They surrounded it from multiple directions, slashing continuously. One professor was struck by the tail and tumbled to the ground. Immediately, two other swords lunged forward, piercing deeply into the monster. It let out a desperate cry and collapsed. The professor who had just been injured boasted, "We handled it just fine." But the professor healing him shook his head. That's not the case. Other water monitors have heard the sounds of the fight and are rushing over. Gray remained standing still, waiting for orders, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He realized that Leon Hart and several other students had also drawn their swords ready. Professor Heathcote said sternly, "Protecting the students is our responsibility. Watch closely how the professors of the World Union Academy fight." His face became extremely grim. The professors acted in unison. Leonhardt was amazed by their power. Even though they faced two monsters at once, they handled it perfectly. Only now did he truly understand the capabilities of the professors. Heathcote ordered, "Focus on eliminating them one by one, reduce their numbers first." He lunged straight forward. The water monitor swung its claw toward him, but suddenly someone snuck behind its back. The lizard was startled, unable to react in time, and the sword pierced straight through its chest. The students cheered when they saw the successful strike. One has been taken down. Now only a single water monitor remained. Leonhardt quickly checked on everyone's condition. The professors were barely seriously injured. He thought that they could completely finish this match. Heathcote and another professor lunged forward at the same time. But while they were advancing, two figures stealthily approached from behind, intending to stab their swords into their backs. One of those two was none other than Professor Wormel. But at that exact moment, the sword-wielding hands of Wormel and his accomplice were suddenly sliced clean off. The one who struck was none other than the protagonist. He said coldly, "I knew it." The bespectacled professor screamed like a stuck pig. Professor Wormel also bellowed in agony after losing an arm. The professor standing next to Heathcote turned sharply, looking at the two groaning on the ground. He immediately turned back to focus on the remaining water monitor. Heathcote smiled and turned to Gray, "Thank you." Afterward, he and the other professor coordinated to hold the monster down. A moment later, the last water monitor was finally taken down. At this point, everyone turned to demand an explanation from Professor Wormel. Heathcote stared at the two, his voice freezing cold. "You two, what exactly are you trying to do?" Gray stood there as well, his cold gaze staring intently, awaiting the answer.
Professor Wormel pleaded his innocence, claiming he was just trying to fight the water monitor, and that Gray had suddenly severed his arm. The bespectacled Professor Wormel's accomplice shrieked, demanding that the criminal be arrested immediately. But the professor who had once fought alongside Heathcote cut him off, his voice dripping with contempt. Pathetic. He pointed out that most people there had already realized the two of them were planning to kill everyone. The students in the swordsmanship class were not stupid enough to miss something so obvious. He asked the students, "Am I right?" All of them nodded in unison. The bespectacled professor was immediately backed into a corner. Professor Heathcote explained coldly, "Assassination and kidnapping plots against Academy members are not rare. Our organization has many enemies and many people are worth a great deal." Basically, Professor Wormel intended to mask his attack amidst the chaos of the water monitors, kill a professor, and then, once the security detail left, kill or kidnap students for some dark purpose. The students were terrified as the plot became clear. Professor Heathcote continued, "We survived thanks to Gray. He thinks incredibly fast." Gray asked in surprise, "What are you talking about? You realized from the very beginning that those two wanted to kill us." Heathcote nodded, "I had some inkling." Professor Wormel couldn't believe it. How did you figure it out?" He secretly thought the plan had been leaked. Realizing he had accidentally confessed, he hastily clamped his mouth shut. Professor Heathcote clarified, "I didn't know anything beforehand." Gray said calmly, "Observing a person's movements and eyes is enough to figure it out." Professor Wormel's way of moving was absolutely not that of someone trying to protect students or colleagues. At first, I just thought he was incompetent. But when the rain started falling, his movements became extremely abnormal. For instance, he intentionally took hits that he clearly could have dodged. Professor Wormel clicked his tongue in frustration. Professor Heathcote asked Gray worriedly, "Is your body okay?" Gray replied, "I only used my power for an instant, so the damage isn't severe. It just feels like intense muscle soreness." Heathcote let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." Professor Wormel laughed loudly, his laughter filled with madness. Heathcote asked, "Have you finally lost your mind?" Wormel laughed savagely, "You still don't understand anything, and now it's too late." Gray asked coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Wormel pointed all around them. "Think about our current situation. We're trapped in the middle of water monitor territory in a torrential downpour while a powerful teleportation blocking seal has cut off all exits. Reinforcements can't arrive in time either. Therefore, even if you've seen through the plan, it's already too late." He laughed loudly, "Everyone here must die." The students were terrified to the core. Wormel smirked, "Our true goal isn't to kill you. If you agree to come with us, you'll understand. That's why we prepared an escape route." Professor Heathcote listened in silence. But Wormel continued, there is one condition, I want Professor Rent, Professor Heathcote, and Grey Lee to stab themselves in the heart right here. We cannot take along those who might hinder the plan. If those three comply, the rest will be spared. Gray's and Professor Heathcote's faces turned grim. Wormel sneered, hesitating, so your own lives are that precious after all. In the blink of an eye, Gray vanished from his position beside Heathcote. He appeared behind a professor who was about to sneak an attack, his blade pointed straight at the man's throat. Don't move. Everyone was astonished by his terrifying speed. Professor Wormel smirked. Do you think taking a hostage will help? That is Professor Galak. Gray knew full well that he could use teleportation magic. Sneaking teleportation and communication jamming devices into the academy without being detected was extremely difficult. But if the professor in charge of magic was on their side, neutralizing communications and teleportation would be easy. Gray gently dragged his blade across Professor Galak's neck. Blood began to drip down. Professor Heathcote commented, Gray is far sharper than an ordinary student. Galak begged Heathcote to save him, but suddenly a sword was pointed straight at his eye. Heathcote ordered coldly, activate the teleportation magic immediately. Transfer all the students and professors here to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes. If you still refuse, I'll gouge out the other. After that, I'll cut off each of your fingers 1 centimeter at a time. Gray added a warning, don't take us anywhere else and don't leave anyone behind. If you make any suspicious moves, I'll take your head. Professor Wormel screamed at Galak, do not activate the teleportation magic. Galak remained motionless, refusing. Heathcote had no choice. He lunged forward, I guess it can't be helped then. Galak let out a shrill scream in a panic. He bent over, placed both hands on the ground, and activated the teleportation magic. A massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet. Back at the academy, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. All the students and professors were teleported instantly. The professors at the academy rushed out in a panic, asking what had happened. They were amazed to see the entire first-year swordsmanship expedition team. A professor asked, what is going on? Professor Heathcote explained gravely. During training in the water monitor territory, we encountered a highly dangerous anomaly and declared a state of emergency. He revealed the cause was an assassination plot carried out by the professors accompanying the expedition, including the 2 magic professors alongside Professor Wormel. The students confirmed in unison that this was true. Leonhardt added, the entire team was nearly wiped out, but Gray and Professor Heathcote saw through the plot and saved us all. The young professor couldn't believe it, not knowing how to handle the situation. The older professor ordered, everyone stay where you are. He then asked if anyone was severely injured and needed emergency treatment. He scanned everyone and saw that they were tentatively okay. Next, shackles were brought out. Everyone had to be shackled temporarily to prevent any potential moles from hiding or escaping. Then came the interrogation. Everyone's records were checked thoroughly. Gray gave his testimony. The other students were questioned one by one. Even the professors had to go through a similar process. The last person to give testimony was Professor Wormel. After the interrogation was finished, the students and Professor Heathcote waited. The judge ordered silence. Headmaster Alexandro led the trial board, preparing to announce the disciplinary verdict regarding the assassination and kidnapping plot against the first-year swordsmanship expedition team. He declared this event was orchestrated by Professor Wormel, the expedition leader and mastermind, while Professor Balin, the deputy leader, played the role of accomplice. They also received support from the 2 magic professors in charge of emergency response, Professor Galak and Professor Rent. Inside the closed, simulated environment they created, they attempted to kill and kidnap students. He continued, Professor Wormel, Balin, and Rent continuously carried out their criminal plan throughout the event. There are no mitigating circumstances. Therefore, according to Academy law, these 3 will be sentenced to death. Additionally, to investigate connections and potential accomplices, the interrogator is granted unlimited authority for interrogation and torture. After this process is complete, the death sentence will be carried out. Headmaster Alexandro warned coldly, they will not die easily. The professors were terrified to the core. Professor Wormel begged for his life. A heavy atmosphere settled as a terrifying aura emanated from Alexandro. Wormel panicked and tried to run away, but someone grabbed his head and smashed it hard into the ground. Professor Rent shrieked in panic upon seeing his condition. Alexandro was so furious that the veins on his face stood out. He ordered the security detail take them away. The security detail followed the order. Professor Galak also committed serious crimes, but at the very last moment, he betrayed the plan and helped the students escape. That alone was enough to reduce his sentence. Therefore, after the interrogation, he will live with the status of a combat prisoner. Galak replied tremblingly, yes. Leonhardt clearly showed disappointment that he wasn't sentenced to death. Heathcote explained, he still helped save the students at the final moment. Sometimes, to minimize damage, we will spare a life if the other party cooperates. Although surviving is not necessarily a better outcome. Gray and Professor Heathcote walked together. Heathcote sighed, you've gone through something like this right after enrolling. Gray replied, I'm getting used to being dragged into incidents. But I never expected there would be so many criminals hiding among the Academy's professors. Heathcote agreed. It's hard to believe this is the world's greatest educational institution. Gray admitted, it's completely different from what I imagined before coming here. Heathcote said, I expected that. Some say the World Alliance Academy isn't actually an educational institution. They say it's a selection facility. Students are already strong when they are gathered here, and the outstanding graduates are just because they were strong from the start. They even say that the professors themselves aren't that strong. He asked Gray what he thought. Gray admitted that he had once suspected the same. Heathcote offered an apology. Gray added, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I've become much stronger than when I was in the village. I'm stronger than ever. He said, maybe you shouldn't trust the academy as an organization. But I believe there are still trustworthy teachers here, and I think that's enough. Heathcote sighed, you don't act like a student at all. Nevertheless, he reminded him, the academy's training is only just now becoming truly harsh. Everything you've been through so far was just a gentle warm-up. He placed a hand on Gray's shoulder, his voice serious. From now on, you will grow much stronger. Gray smiled and replied, that is my plan. A few days later, the professor praised all the students for their performance in the previous field march training exercise. He acknowledged that many abnormal situations had occurred, but with that march, they had officially completed the basic physical training phase. From now on, they would enter the next phase. Before explaining the new content, he showed them the goal they needed to reach. Professor Rent stepped up to the position and swung his sword. Metal fragments flew everywhere. He explained, this steel stake has a diameter of 145. If you can cleanly cut through it in one stroke, you will qualify for promotion to the second year. If you still haven't done it by the end of the term, you will be expelled. The entire student body was terrified. He also revealed that about half of the students every year fail to cut it and are expelled. A student asked tremblingly, what happens if we're expelled? Professor Rent replied, the number of people who graduate from the World Alliance Academy is already very small, so you don't need to worry too much. Depending on the year you are expelled, the path after that will be different. If you are expelled in your first year, you will usually be transferred to a regular academy in your hometown, and you will constantly skip grades because you become an excellent student. He mapped out the hierarchy. The weakest students of the World Alliance Academy are already top-tier elites compared to other academies. If you choose to work instead of transferring schools, you will usually join the Royal Guard as an elite swordsman. A student was surprised. Just by being expelled, we can already enter the Royal Guard. Professor Rent smiled. From the moment you were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you are no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the world. Compared to the monsters in the academy, you might seem weak, but outside you are still top-tier talent. Of course, practical combat experience is still needed. Gray secretly thought that the gap between the academy and the outside world was truly horrific. Exactly what his master Arya once told him. Professor Wren advised, instead of worrying about being expelled, focus on cutting that steel stake. The students were still skeptical about whether it was possible to cut that thing with a sword. He handed the sword to a student and told him to try. He got into position, swung the sword hard, but the recoil pushed it back, causing him to drop the sword. Screaming in pain, both of his hands were trembling. Professor Wrench shook his head. I guessed beforehand that you wouldn't be able to cut it, but dropping the sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always hold the sword tightly in his hand, even in death. Gray asked, is there a limit on the sword to be used? He thought that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could cleanly cut it in one stroke. Professor Rent replied, only the standard sword issued by the Academy can be used. Even so, I believe Gray has perhaps already done it. Gray thought if he used his red power, he could finish it immediately. But if this was a requirement for promotion to the second year, he should try to do it without relying on it. He began to think about combining that technique with his own abilities and reaching the level of the Liquidator. The image of the massacre that the Liquidator caused appeared in his head, making him even more determined to become stronger. Professor Rent dispelled everyone's doubts. You are wondering if it's possible to cut through that thing with a sword, or if you need superhuman strength like Gray to make it to the second year. Actually, that's not the case. He asked, have you ever wondered why the professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you? Even though there isn't much difference in physical condition, the gap in power is overwhelming. He revealed the reason is the transmission of life force. It's about channeling the life force that every human possesses into the sword. Gray had heard about this in his previous life. Life force, or Odo, is used to refine supercompressed ether. He realized the World Union Academy had developed a system of swordsmanship that applies life force. Were they about to be taught how to use it? Professor Rent continued, modern times don't require understanding complex theories. The life-draining demon sword will automatically drain your life force and channel it into the blade. Once you get used to that sensation, you will be able to channel your life force into a regular sword. He asked who wants to try first. Every student thought there was no way they would hold a sword with such a terrifying name. Everyone waited for someone else to try first to see the result. Gray thought the name sounded quite suspicious, but he wanted to become stronger. He raised his hand, but someone else raised theirs at the same time. It was Leon Hart. Leon Hart was frustrated because, during the battle with the water monitor, he hadn't been able to do anything. Even though he was ranked top 1 in swordsmanship at this rate, he could never catch up to Gray. Professor Rent knew Gray would endure it easily, but that wouldn't serve as a good reference for everyone else. So he called Leon Hart to try first. He handed the sword to him. Leon Hart gripped the sword and felt something being drained from his body. Professor Rent reminded him, don't hold it for too long. As soon as you grip it, you must slash once, then sheath the sword and let go. Leon Hart took a step and slashed hard. He cut through half of the steel bar. It wasn't a complete cut, but the power he had just released was incredibly startling. He couldn't believe that slash had come from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Leon Hart collapsed face first onto the ground. Everyone was deeply shocked. The students rushed over to Leon Hart's side. Professor Rent reassured them, "Don't panic, everyone is like that at first, just let Leon Hart rest. The depletion of life force is only temporary. After resting for a while, he will be able to stand up." He praised him, he didn't drop the sword, he truly is top one in swordsmanship. Since everyone was present, he asked Gray, "Do you want to try?" Gray nodded, yes. The surrounding students couldn't believe it. He had just witnessed Leon Hart collapse, yet he didn't hesitate. One student whispered, "It's not just his skills, his willpower is on a completely different level." Gray drew his sword and got into a fighting stance. He clearly felt his life force being drained, so he knew he couldn't hold it for long. He was ready. He slashed hard with incredible force, but still didn't cut through completely. He realized this was completely different from a normal sword swing. It felt like all the blood in his body was freezing up. Now he truly understood what being drained of life force felt like. He sheathed his sword. Professor Rent was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen a first-year student not collapse after trying," he remarked. "The quality is indeed different." Gray thought to himself that he could endure more than expected, and he had to thank Professor Heathcote's grueling training. He also thought that constantly being beaten to pulp had made his body accustomed to injury. Professor Wren asked, "Can you try one more slash?" Gray nodded and tried again. But this time he couldn't do anything. His vision started to blur, and his consciousness began to drift away. He only hoped he could sheath the sword in time. He managed to do it, then collapsed. Professor Rent laughed awkwardly. "I was only half joking, I didn't expect you to actually try." But now he understood why Gray was this strong at such a young age. They laid Gray and Leon Hart down next to each other. While waiting for them to recover, Professor Rent spoke to the class. "Life force swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Even someone holding the sword for the first time can damage a steel post to that extent. However, no matter how powerful the technique is, the only formal teaching institution is the World Union Academy. No national academy teaches it. Even local dojos haven't heard of it." He asked, "Do you know why?" A student guessed, "Is it because if you overuse your life force you will die, sir?" Professor Rent shook his head. "No one dies from this sword. When you no longer have the strength to swing it, the sword will automatically stop draining your life force." The students remained worried. Leon Hart woke up and said, "Perhaps because the sword is too rare." Professor Rent nodded. "It is indeed a rare sword, but that isn't the main reason. There are about 30 of these swords in the academy, and similar ones exist outside. In the past, people used them for training, leading to countless deaths. That is why they stopped using them outside the academy." Gray interjected, "Even though the sword doesn't drain all the life force when you can no longer swing it, on the battlefield, the enemy will still kill us." He continued, "If you want to use this power in actual combat, the important thing is that after swinging the sword, you must still be able to move. And almost no one outside the academy can do that." Professor Rent praised him, a perfect answer. He added, "Being able to activate it once means nothing. Only when you use the life force sword as naturally as breathing can you say you have mastered the power. If you can't do that, it's not you using the power, it's the power using you. That is why countless swordsmen have lost their lives." The students were worried when they learned they were about to train with such a dangerous thing. They asked if the second-year students could use it. That was the reason they had to learn how to use this power like their daily bread. They would use these swords in the next training session. They were also permitted to train outside of class hours, as long as they didn't faint or arrive late to other subjects. A very thoughtful rule. The class ended. Gray realized he had to find a way to use this power normally. If he collapsed after one use, he would be useless. The same applied to his red power. Each use left him exhausted, even requiring a healer. At the very least, he wanted to master one of the two. He thought to himself that coming to the World Union Academy was the right choice. There was no better place to become stronger. He began to wonder, what would happen if he combined the life force skill with his red power? A moment later, the target dummies were set up at training ground number 2. Someone noticed that the steel target was covered in marks, but hadn't fallen completely. All of this was caused by Gray. Gray had grasped the rule. He needed to rest for 3 minutes after each slash. Thanks to this, the recovery speed of his life force could keep up with the rate at which it was being drained. This was an extremely inefficient training method, but he felt like he was finally beginning to understand it. He intended to try using a regular sword because if he continued without resting, he would collapse again, but he didn't want to lose the sensation that was still fresh in his body. Just as he was about to draw his sword, someone stopped him. "Wait," Gray asked in surprise what was wrong. The person replied that Professor Ariel wanted to be present the first time Gray used the life force sword himself, so he had to wait for him to call her. Gray nodded, "I understand," but he knew she was very busy, so he asked, "Is it necessary to bother her for this?" The other person laughed. "She predicted you would grasp it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance." Gray understood, surely thanks to her divine eye. A while later, Professor Ariel appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. Gray noticed she had brought someone else along, so he asked, "Who is this person?" Ariel explained, "I brought her along to treat you in case of any unexpected issues. You have accumulated a lot of fatigue." Gray nodded, "If anything happens, I will ask for her help." Just to regain the feeling, he asked, "Can I try one life force sword slash to warm up?" Ariel smiled, "Yes, I will observe, feel free to proceed." Gray thanked her and stepped in front of the target dummy. He slashed hard once. It didn't cut through completely, but he had regained that feeling. Just need to reproduce this feeling with a regular sword. Ariel intently observed his every move. Gray got into position, imagining drawing life force from within his body. He tried to remember that feeling, visualizing it as a stream of energy flowing from his heart. Suddenly, red energy covered his arm. That wasn't life force, he thought to himself. Is this another power inside me? His life force and red power were blending together, and something inside him was craving more. So much so that he knelt on one knee. The power in his hand grew stronger and stronger. His life force was being drained completely out of control. He couldn't hold it back. Professor Ariel immediately ordered her assistant, "Do your job before the power spreads." Blood splattered, Gray's arm was severed clean off. The red energy slowly faded into the air until it vanished completely. Ariel had predicted that something like this would happen. Special powers are very difficult to harmonize with life force. Even previous Divine Eye students had faced great difficulty trying to fuse them. The woman in the white robe took off her hood, revealing elf ears. It was Rafa Elixir, a professor specializing in healing magic. She treated Gray while saying that power just now was too abnormal. She stopped the bleeding, then cast a special healing spell called Forced Regeneration. From the shoulder, bones began to grow, followed by muscle, and finally the arm was fully regenerated. Professor Ariel was extremely impressed. Rafa smiled, "Luckily I listened to you and switched to healing." She added, "He will wake up in a few hours. If anything is abnormal, call me." Ariel thanked her. Late at night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room. He asked, "Where am I?" Someone noticed he was awake. Professor Ariel was sitting nearby. She asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Gray replied, "When I tried to activate the life force sword, the power in my arm went out of control. My life force was being drained crazily. Then the assistant severed my arm to stop it. After that, I don't remember anything." He panicked when he discovered his arm had grown back perfectly. Ariel said, "Your memory is still intact, and if I'm being honest, that worries me." Gray asked why, but Ariel just stuffed an apple into his mouth. He asked, "Did you predict this would happen?" Ariel nodded, "Not this exact situation, but something similar has happened before." Gray was surprised. Ariel revealed, "That was when Amy White, the Sword Saint, tried to use life force. That's why I wanted to be there when you tried it." Gray couldn't believe it, that even the Sword Saint had encountered this. Gray asked curiously, "So what happened to Amy White back then?" Professor Ariel sighed and recounted. Amy couldn't withstand the mixed power and her arm exploded. Gray was speechless. Ariel continued, "Luckily, she didn't need to have it amputated, but the mental shock was severe. Even now, Amy is still apprehensive whenever she uses life force." Gray asked, "So that means Amy was able to use it eventually?" Ariel nodded, "It took a lot of effort. They used a type of contract magic to seal her power. Amy trained while the contract was gradually loosened. Finally, she was able to use life force independently without the contract." Gray was astonished. "Contract magic can do that?" He asked if he could use a similar method. Ariel shook her head. "No, contract magic isn't suitable for sealing your irregular power. Even Amy's power pushed the contract to its limit, and it only lasted for 3 minutes. As for your power, you'd be lucky to get half a second." Gray showed clear disappointment that he couldn't use that method. Ariel apologized. "I haven't found a clear way for you to use life force yet. Your power is too irregular. There are no precedents or reference techniques." Gray asked, "Does that mean I can't use life force?" Ariel shook her head. "That's not it. When you train enough, you will be able to. Just like the life-draining demon sword, you must train until you only draw out the life force itself. But I don't know how you must train to reach that level. If you try to use life force without control, it will explode like it just did. And if you lose control every time, you won't even be able to train." Gray calmly suggested, "Every time I lose control, just cut off my arm and then heal it back. If you can arrange a healer, I think I can train without holding back." Ariel was stunned by his insane idea. She said, "I can arrange a healer, but first I must ask if you are truly sure. You can choose not to use your life force. Because your strength is already greater than the sword itself. Just by using that, you are already qualified for the second year." Gray shook his head firmly. "My goal isn't just to reach the second year. If there is even the slightest chance to become stronger, I will take it." Ariel had already guessed this answer. She arranged for a healer and assigned someone to be in charge of cutting off his arm. Gray's plan was to continuously swing the life-draining demon sword to train his sense of draining life force. Afterward, he would need a healer and someone ready to sever his arm. Ariel understood and said she would instruct the supervisor to cut off his arm immediately if anything happened. She reminded him, "Regenerating an arm might take until the next day, but at least you won't lose your life. This training is far beyond anything I could have imagined, but I will be rooting for you." Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students complained loudly. "This training is truly awful." They felt they were starting to get a little bit of a grip, but using the sword and having it only take effect for a few intermittent strikes was extremely inefficient. 30 minutes had passed, and they decided to stop because they knew that if they pushed any further, they would destroy their own bodies. But then they discovered that Gray was still continuing his training. Gray still hadn't fallen. Everyone whispered, "His stamina is completely different from ours." They even gossiped that they had seen Gray at the training ground that morning. One student couldn't believe it. "Has he been practicing with the life-draining demon sword since this morning?" Everyone stopped to think, then concluded, "You must have seen wrong. Gray probably just started a little earlier than us." They were exhausted after just 30 minutes. If Gray had practiced since morning, he would surely be dead by now. A very scientific conclusion. But even so, our main character kept going. Gray staggered. Everyone watched as he collapsed. Gray thought to himself, If I keep swinging the life-draining demon sword, eventually I will grasp the feeling. But he still hadn't learned anything yet. He muttered, this isn't even the method the professor taught, just a messy self-taught training session. He wondered if he could actually learn how to draw out only the life force. The image of the liquidator appeared in his mind. He realized this was not the time to doubt himself. He was determined to continue until he succeeded. He closed his eyes to focus and drew his sword, then took a step and slashed forcefully at the metal bar. Snip, the blade cut through cleanly. This was the first time he had completely severed a brand new pillar in one stroke. He had been thinking about his plan, but when he looked down at his hand, he realized he had just used a regular sword. Gray muttered in disbelief, could there be some mistake? Then he narrowed his eyes, aiming straight ahead. He unleashed another attack and easily sliced through the pillar in front of him. The cut was extremely neat, but Gray still didn't stop. He continued swinging his sword to unleash another attack, and this time it also easily passed through the pillar. Its two fragments fell straight to the ground, and Gray himself, being too exhausted, also sat down heavily. His eyes stared blankly ahead. Then he laughed foolishly, haha, easier than I thought. Instead of just focusing on the feeling, I just need to repeat it over and over until I can swing the sword unconsciously. Thinking this, Gray stood up and reminded himself, but the work isn't done yet. I need to practice sword chi strikes more so that it can become a basic skill, not just an ultimate move used only when necessary. With this effort, I will definitely be able to do it, he declared with absolute confidence. In the back, the two remaining students saw Gray so enthusiastic and turned to look at each other, wondering. His slash looks a bit different from how the professor does it, right? I find it a bit strange, but it seems like Gray doesn't even realize it himself. They recalled the moment when the protagonist unleashed that last attack. Time passed quickly until evening. At this time, the dining table was spread with countless dishes that looked extremely appetizing. As for the protagonist himself, he was eating like a starving demon, not caring whether the food was delicious or not, just stuffing it into his stomach first. His eating posture made everyone around feel astonished. Hard to believe. Is his recovery really that effective? How can he eat so much? On another side, Leon nodded in praise. That's Gray for you. He has completely mastered the art of channeling chi into the sword. Hearing this, a friend next to him curiously asked, what do you mean? Leon explained. That technique consumes a lot of stamina and requires intense concentration. The fact that he can eat this much is proof that he has activated his sword chi countless times already. The words had just left his lips when an excited sound from a female student rang out nearby. Does that mean if he uses that demon sword a lot, he won't get fat no matter how much he eats? When she said this, her eyes sparkled like stars, while Leon just replied slightly confused. Yeah, basically that's how it is. But training with sword chi is much more tiring than normal physical exercises. At the same time, just as Gray had finished eating, suddenly a notification sound rang out. A notification from Professor Ariel. First-year student of the Flowing Sword Department, Gray Lee, please come to Professor Ariel's office. Being called unexpectedly made the protagonist feel a bit strange. It's rare for someone to call me on the school's PA system like this. Did something happen? Without thinking much further, he hurriedly ran to Professor Ariel's office. As soon as she saw him arrive, she nodded. You're here, that's good. She called him here because there was a very urgent matter, and that was regarding this year's training program. As she spoke, she threw a notice at the protagonist. On it was written, fastest flowing sword student Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the special selection training course of the prestigious book reader. The schedule and detailed information will be announced 42 hours before the start. Always be ready and prepared to fight at any time. Wishing you survival and the ability to surpass yourself. Anonymous Professor, the book reader. After reading it, Gray felt no anxiety at all. He even excitedly asked, does prepared to fight at any time mean this training course is no different from real combat, if so? Before he could finish his sentence, the professor snapped, that's only training in name. They will push the best students to the brink of life and death without any support. You also have to fight for real. What a cruel joke. She spoke in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Then continued, there have been cases where they threw participants into the lair of gangs filled with criminals using teleportation magic and didn't pick them back up, causing those students to lose their lives. Hearing this, Gray felt somewhat panicked. Thrown into a criminal's lair, doesn't that mean students will lose their lives? Ariel shrugged and replied casually, certainly. In fact, less than half of the students who participate in this training course survive to return. There have even been years where no one survived. It's just that the pressure of it reached the ears of those in the upper echelons, so this training was suspended for the last 10 years. However, I couldn't have expected you to become the target of this training course. Opposite her, Gray began to feel anxious. Less than half survive and this is still called training. He asked curiously. Ariel slammed her hand on the table to show her dissatisfaction. I also refuse to call this training. Therefore, I have a proposal. Let's refuse at this time. Usually, once you have been selected, you cannot refuse. But with an outstanding student who is a special exception of the divine eye, I can use my authority to prevent this. Responding to that proposal, Gray suddenly refused. Please wait, Professor. He took a breath, taking time to think very carefully. I know this is a dangerous training course, but if a program as dangerous as that still exists, isn't it because it truly brings results? Thinking this, he looked straight at Ariel and replied, "Can I become stronger if I overcome it?" Ariel shook her head, advising him to give up. "It's best if you don't try." Gray continued, "Don't you think I can survive? If you think I will lose my life in this training course, then I will give up." Hearing him say that, Ariel's eyes seemed to have a touch of sadness. "It's not that I think you won't survive the training course. And it's not just because I realize that. A first-year student with power like yours has almost never existed in the past. But even so, it can be said that in the past, there were times when all guesses were wrong. In previous training courses, there have been elite students who died." Gray was startled. "Is that so? Did something happen?" Gray was startled. "Is that so? Did something happen?" Ariel explained to him. Some time ago, probably about 400 years ago, there were two students who were outstanding special exceptions of the divine eye chosen to participate in this training course. They also belonged to the swordsmanship department like you, and were both students who were far more outstanding than ordinary recruits. Just hearing this, Gray's eyes widened. He was horrified inside. 400 years ago, just how old is this woman anyway? Unaware of his inner thoughts, Ariel's sorrowful voice continued. "I had thought they would be fine and sent them into this training course without the slightest worry, but the result was extremely tragic. One person lost their life and we couldn't even recover the body. The other was lucky to survive, but at that time, we were powerless to do anything about his lost arm." Hearing this, Gray also felt pity for the other party. Losing an arm, that naturally ruins the future of a swordsman. "My own arm once stopped working during a match. I can't imagine what life would be like for the rest of my life if I had to live like that." On this side, Ariel continued, "Normally that is true, but he was very different. Have you ever heard of the one-armed swordsman Wajiro Duran?" Hearing this name, Gray seemed to have heard of him. "Wajiro Duran, he was an extremely famous swordsman in the past, right?" Ariel nodded and continued, "That's right. At that time, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was the one who survived that time. I wonder how strong he would be if he still had both arms. Do you realize now how dangerous this training course is? I don't want that to happen to you. I can't let your talent be wasted." When she said this, the look in her eyes could not hide her concern for her student. After a few seconds of silence, Gray finally replied, "I understand this training course is very dangerous. Initially, I didn't have any intention of participating either. However, there is one thing that concerns me. According to the legends I know, rumors say that Duran became exceptionally strong after losing his arm. Could the real reason he became that strong be precisely because of this special training course?" Gray said matter-of-factly that if the real reason he had become stronger was thanks to that special training program, the red-haired professor suddenly froze, sweat beginning to fall. Gray realized he'd guessed correctly, while the professor whispered a curse, regretting having mentioned that Duran was a survivor. She warned that Starseer was a notorious instructor who had driven countless students to their death. Joining his training was no different than laying oneself on Professor Varian's operating table for transformative surgery. Gray recalled Bella Albright, the most powerful mage in the world before he turned back time, who was herself a product of those surgeries. Judging by the results alone, Varian's experiments had indeed produced one of the planet's most domineering entities. If there were a safer way to gain strength, he would prefer it, but Gray was ready to risk his life if it meant attaining absolute power. He clenched his fist, thinking silently that the price wasn't so bad. The young man smiled confidently, asserting he would certainly return alive. The professor looked at Gray with worry, but at that moment, a noise from outside interrupted their conversation. A courier appeared, carrying a notice from Central Command addressed to him personally. Taking the mysterious black envelope, Gray thanked them and wondered about the people running this academy. The red-haired professor opened the letter and admitted she didn't even know what they looked like, and wasn't sure they were even human. Her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw this was a special directive concerning Gray's training. The letter said Central Command anticipated the professor would obstruct things, so they sent this addendum to apply pressure. The letter offered two options: standard training or a life-or-death program where 80% would die, but the survivors would be stronger than all others combined. Using his authority, Starseer had elevated the training to a high-level directive, leaving the red-haired professor powerless to intervene. Starseer himself declared he eagerly anticipated Gray's development for the sake of this world's future. The red-haired professor was stunned. She had never seen Central Command issue a special directive for a freshman like this. Her gaze was full of suspicion, unable to understand why Starseer was so determined to push Gray into a death trap. Seeing her freeze, Gray asked if something was wrong. She apologetically said that now the only way for him to avoid the deadly training was to withdraw from the academy. Gray held the directive, his face oddly calm. The professor gripped her cuffs, admitting this was the world's best academy but also the place that crushed the most talent. Looking out at the magnificent academy, she wondered whether accepting Gray as a Divine Eye student had been a mistake. Given Gray's talent, she believed he could succeed anywhere outside these walls. She even promised to use her connections to find him a good master if he agreed to quit right now. But in response to her concern, Gray looked her straight in the eyes and affirmed he would not drop out. He declared that if he fell to this training, then he had no right to exist in the harsh world beyond. The red-haired professor sat dazed at the desk, sighing because she knew Gray would be stubborn like this. Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she offered a piece of positive information to encourage him. Although Starseer's training was extremely dangerous, The truth was that most of the strongest figures from previous generations were survivors of it. Gray smiled wryly, telling her she should have said that from the start. She glanced at him, thinking that if she'd said it earlier, he'd have rushed in without a second's hesitation. The professor turned her face away, confessing that she had desperately wanted to stop him, but now it was impossible. She let out a soft sigh, trying to hide the lingering anxiety. With a faint smile, she offered one simple piece of advice: come back alive. Gray replied confidently that that was his plan. The roster for the special training included Gray Lee, Leonhard Appias, Leonel Hartman, and Pons Bard. In the briefing room, a hooded figure appeared, announcing that Starseer would not meet the students directly but would convey his will through him. The representative's enigmatic smile echoed, signaling that a journey of blood and tears was about to begin. This mission was to strike a human trafficking base run by the Blood Drinker organization. The representative said supply lines had been intercepted by other units, so the place was currently out of stock. Therefore, the targets were not civilians but bona fide criminals, posing no risk of innocent casualties. Pons Bard and Leonel listened with tense expressions. The representative continued coldly, "Of course, they'll rush at you with murderous intent." Gray and Leonhardt stood silently as they absorbed the order to wipe out the enemy. After finishing the briefing, he asked if anyone had questions. The air in the room grew thick. Leonel frowned and asked if this seemed more like a real military operation than a training exercise for students. The representative replied that they could indeed assign professional soldiers, but opportunities for this kind of real combat and killing were extremely rare and precious. He sneered that even trained soldiers would struggle to survive if 4 people were thrown into such a war zone. An extreme survival equation. Pons Bard trembled as he raised his hand to ask whether any professor would accompany them to ensure their safety. The answer was no. The core of this training was facing death with no guarantees, so no safety measures would be provided. He pointed at the defensive pendant Pons was wearing, and coldly declared that all such support items were strictly forbidden. He added a painful note: don't count on the professors, because by the 3rd year, many students are even stronger than those who spend their time researching or teaching. Gray broke into a cold sweat and muttered, asking if it was true that students could be stronger than professors. He looked somewhat shocked. Leonhardt snorted, saying that with Gray's current power, he could single-handedly take down a professor if he wanted. A bold assertion of strength. Gray's eyes sharpened at the thought. A massacre awaited ahead. No one had further questions, and the representative receded into the shadows. The star-marked gleam of his eyes flashed beneath the hood. He announced they would be moved to the staging area in 2 hours. A death countdown had begun. Everyone had only 2 hours to plan and prepare. Gray's crimson gaze shone in the dark, a fierce killer's aura surrounding him, ready for the upcoming hunt. A hand tapped lightly on the pile of operational documents strewn across the table. Pons Bard picked up a schematic and announced it was data on their destination. Leon, standing beside him, couldn't help but worry as they prepared to leap straight into the enemy den. Gray Lee stared at the map, wondering why the gang's base had no anti-teleportation barrier. Starseer remained seated silently in the back. Starseer spoke up to explain that the place had originally been protected by an extremely powerful force field. She said the Academy had found a loophole and destroyed that barrier remotely, but it would be re-established in 10 hours. Leonel, Leon, and Gray received the clear order. They had to flatten the base within that short window. Pons Bard looked at the dossier, sweat beading on his forehead, as he realized the enemy had certainly smelled out the raid. Starseer calmly asserted that destroying the barrier was tantamount to a declaration of war, and the enemy was now actively hunting intruders. She gave a knowing smile and countered, asking the students whether this wasn't a fantastic training exercise. Pons Bard could only hesitate, not daring to contradict the fearsome professor. Leonel suggested the group thoroughly discuss tactics first to increase their chances of survival. He placed a hand on his chest, saying they first needed to verify each other's capabilities. Leon and Gray nodded in agreement. Although they'd sparred before, they still didn't fully know Pons Bard's abilities. But Pons Bard coldly stared at the stack of papers, saying a glance was enough to judge their level. Leonel's expression went blank at the senior's somewhat disdainful attitude. Pons Bard turned his back and declared he was the strongest here, and looked down on the abilities of the 3 underclassmen. A chart appeared showing Leonel slightly ahead of the other 2, but Pons insisted that gap was negligible compared to him. Leonel began to get hot under the collar at the senior's overconfidence. Gray Lee looked at Pons with displeasure, thinking that if he was the worst of the 3rd years, his scores probably weren't anything to boast about. Pons Bard turned back, holding a pencil and challenging the 3 of them to attack him anytime. A blue light flickered from the gem at Pons Bard's throat. He wedged the pencil between his fingers, ready to receive the strike. Unable to bear the provocation, Leonel stepped forward and accepted the challenge. Leonel let out a roar, drawing his sword and lunging with all his might. A powerful slash came down, producing a shockwave that rippled through the room. But Leonel's smile vanished when he saw his blade easily stopped. Pons Bard casually remarked the attack was too light. Pons Bard's eyes remained calm, without a flicker of hesitation. With a lightning-fast counter, a burst of energy sent Leonel flying. Leonel collapsed to the floor, pained and stunned by the opponent's overwhelming power. Starseer stood in the shadows, quietly smiling in satisfaction at the display of force. Pons Bard straightened and asserted that even the weakest 3rd year like him would never lose to 2nd years. Gray Lee broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gulf between class tiers was truly abyssal. Pons Bard twirled the pencil in his hand, adding that his previous comment applied only to ordinary swordsmanship. He looked directly at Gray Lee and admitted that if Gray used his full power, Pons would be the one knocked down immediately. Gray Lee was astonished that the senior had seen through the secret of his power. A vision surfaced of Gray ending his freshman losing streak. Pons reminded them that feat was still vivid in everyone's memory. Gray Lee's red eyes wavered slightly at the other's words. Pons Bard warned that power came with severe backlash, so it was best not to rely on it too much. Gray Lee admitted that if he unleashed his full strength, his body would be exhausted to the point of being unable to continue fighting afterward. Pons Bard advised him to use it only in absolute emergencies, to guard against the worst-case scenarios. After Gray agreed, the group began to move. Lionel went at the rear, his legs still trembling with fear. The operational maps were left on the table. Only 30 minutes remained before the teleportation began. Pons Bard gathered the group and announced they had a rough idea of the enemy's movement directions. He pointed to an area on the map, saying it was the hottest spot so he would take it personally. Lionel glanced over the 3 remaining routes, saw the enemy numbers were similar, and suggested picking randomly to save time. But Pons Bard dismissed that, saying he would assign positions based on each person's fighting style. He pointed to one wing of the force and put Lionel in charge of that direction. Next, he indicated another spot and ordered Leonhardt to handle that area. Though hesitant, Lionel accepted the senior's arrangement. Leonhardt also gave a slight nod of agreement. But then Leonhardt suddenly noticed something odd about the force distribution plan. He pointed to the remaining route on the map and realized Gray Lee had been pushed onto an extremely isolated path. Leonhardt's gaze sharpened as he questioned whether there was an ulterior motive in sending Gray into that dangerous area. Pons Bard calmly explained that the terrain there suited Gray's fighting style very well. He narrowed his eyes with calculation beneath his long bangs. Leonhardt was not convinced by that reason. He insisted he had seen through the senior's real intention. He emphasized that especially dangerous criminals were in that area, and Pons was intentionally pushing Gray into the riskiest spot. Pons Bard exhaled, knowing he could no longer conceal the truth. He admitted that within this training zone, there was indeed a criminal listed as especially dangerous. Leonhardt worried that if that was true, then even if the 3 of them combined, they wouldn't stand a chance. Pons Bard nodded in confirmation, asserting the only one capable of confronting such foes was Gray Lee. A blaze of red murderous intent flared in Gray Lee's eyes as he accepted the responsibility of facing death. Gray Lee pondered the term specially designated criminals. The name alone smelled of danger. He knew well that in this world there were beings with monstrous strength, capable of wiping out 1,000 elite soldiers with bare hands. But what would happen if such earth-shattering power was used for dark purposes? The answer was those specially dangerous criminals, the kind even justice had to fear. In the briefing room, the group discussed the mission's difficulty. Even the professors in charge of first and second years might not handle them. Gray knew that if they charged in head-on, their chances of victory were almost zero. Pons Bard spoke up, saying he'd heard there was never an easy win in these training exercises, especially when preserving Gray's strength was necessary. Pons flatly opposed the current plan, finding it too risky without any certainty. But Leon had a different view. He argued that splitting forces when facing a powerful enemy was a fundamental mistake. Pons sighed, seeming to lose patience as his teammates failed to grasp his point. He asked Leon what he was there for if Gray was fighting a monster. Was he meant to be dead weight and needlessly sacrifice himself? Pons delivered a sharp final line. Let monsters fight monsters while humans handle the human part. Leon immediately replied, reminding them that Gray's power had severe backlash. After use, he'd be completely unable to defend himself. Leon looked at Gray, wondering couldn't they do anything more. Were they really just going to stand by and watch their teammate collapse? Pons countered, arguing Leon was underestimating the blood drunkards since the enemy outnumbered them, and they only had 4 people. He jabbed a finger at the map, stressing that clustering would lead to immediate encirclement, so splitting up to create disruption was best. Lionel also agreed to split the team, but he remained worried about the risk of being ambushed from behind if only 2 people covered each other. The debate over forming pairs remained unresolved, and Leon apologized for his harshness. At that moment, Gray Lee coldly declared he hadn't bothered listening to anyone until now. He wanted them to understand that the skill gap between school years wasn't just numbers, but an abyss. That gap showed in both combat capability and tactical thinking, things the others seemed to lack. Gray looked away, as if he already had his own plan for the upcoming battle. An announcement sounded. 10 minutes remained before the teleportation began. It was time for a final check. He knew there was no time left to persuade anyone. An internal conflict now would be the worst possible outcome. Gray walked off, leaving only a terse understood, forcing the others to watch him go in tense silence. Lionel relented if Gray had decided there was nothing more to argue. The cold full moon outside the window seemed to herald a massacre about to begin. Leon still felt uneasy and asked again if Gray was truly okay with the plan. Gray closed his eyes and smiled faintly, as if everything had long been part of his calculations. He suddenly asked Leon about the medicine storage in the operation area, a question that left Leon flustered. Gray explained he needed a few vials of healing potion so he could return to the front lines immediately after using that excessive power. He clenched his fist with determination and entrusted this crucial task to his teammate. Leon's eyes lit up. He vowed that even if he had to die, he would deliver the medicine to the designated spot. Elsewhere, the sound of a mop scraping across a floor stained with blood was chilling. Two guards grumbled as they cleaned, seeming annoyed and bored by the task. One tried to comfort himself that guarding the hallway was still better than the awful stench in the goods store. He just wanted the slaves to come out and clean it up, although there weren't many fresh ones left to abuse. Those who couldn't be sold were taken for experiments, since keeping them alive only wasted food and resources. The guard looked up complaining that the surviving slaves always tried to escape, which was a nuisance. But his companions sneered viciously. He treated recapturing and torturing them as entertainment and even wanted to flay them out of spite. Their cruelty was horrifying, yet at that moment a hand tightened ready to put an end to those disgusting words. The guard curled his lips into a bestial grin, believing brutality was precisely why they were stationed at this den. Both remained engrossed in discussing their perverse pastimes, unaware that disaster stood right behind them. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the quiet, making the stone corridor feel oppressively tense. The two guards startled and looked around, chills running down their spines. A razor-sharp streak of steel flashed in the darkness, too fast for any ordinary eye to follow. Before they could understand what was happening, a guard's head was severed from his shoulders, blood splattering across the damp stone walls. Pons Bard stood at the rear, witnessing the entire horrific scene unfold in an instant. His eyes widened in shock at his teammates' ruthless, frightening decisiveness. Leonhardt acted immediately as well, delivering a powerful slash to finish off the remaining guard before he could cry for help. He looked down at the corpse with contempt. These blood drunkards were truly disgusting scum. Leonhardt and Lionel affirmed that since there were no innocent civilians here, the group could purge them without hesitation. Gray Lee stepped forward radiating murderous intent, and ordered that anyone who dared move to block them be killed. A finishing strike was driven straight down to ensure the enemy had no chance of survival. Lionel sheathed his sword and reminded the group to move according to the plan discussed before departure. He nodded resolutely, ready to face any challenge in the darkness. Gray responded curtly in his characteristic cold tone, his blazing red eyes revealing his will to annihilate the enemy. Leon took a deep breath to regain focus before delving further into the enemy lair. Gray Lee led the team, rushing forward. The operation officially began, promising a bloody purge. Gray Lee darted down the corridor, not wasting a single second. His red eyes were sharply scanning for any trace of the target. In another corner, the guards caught wind that an intruder had entered. They shouted, claiming Gray was arrogant to dare sneak into this den alone. One confident guard demanded to kill him to relieve the pressure. He sneered, smug at the thought of soon having tasty prey to relieve stress after days of waiting. He lunged wildly, the knife in his hand ready to take the opponent's life. He grinned madly, thinking he was about to stab the one standing before him. But in a blink, Gray slipped past him, leaving a long spray of blood. The man's body collapsed to the floor, leaving his comrades utterly silent. They panicked, unable to match the speed of that strike. Gray, however, felt disappointed. They were so weak he suspected it might be a trap. The squad leader roared, beginning to sense the seriousness of the situation. He led another group of soldiers in, determined not to let the intruder escape. From behind, the lot saw Gray's figure fatting deeper into the base. The blonde with the headband remained casual, thinking that with only Gray alone there was nothing to fear. A soldier moved to rush forward for Glory, but before he could finish his sentence he was targeted. The head was severed instantly. Gray's speed truly belonged to another class. Gray stood amid the wreckage, his sword still dripping blood after a light swing. The commander began to pale as he recognized the familiar uniform on him. Not giving them a chance to breathe, Gray unleashed razor-sharp strikes, sweeping away an entire squad blocking the way. A cold glare flashed through and a few more bodies fell. The leader trembled as he shouted, having confirmed that it was him. He yelled for his men to stop charging piecemeal, since advancing singly would mean certain death. The blonde remained bewildered, not understanding why his boss was so panicked. But the commander was sweating bullets. He well knew how terrifying the man before him could be. Ignoring the warning, another reckless thug dared to leap at Gray from behind. Gray needed only a glance. That man had effectively sentenced himself to death. A decisive slash ended the poor fellow, and Gray began to reveal his identity as a student of the World Union Academy. The blonde stubbornly persisted, thinking the opponent was just a swordsman with a single blade. He believed that by surrounding him with numbers they would surely take him down. The whole band rushed in to attack at their leader's command. Suddenly, bright blue magical beams intervened in the battle. A magic user appeared, blasting the soldiers aside to deal with them personally. Gray slid between the magical projectiles, quietly assessing the difference this power made. He recalled the magic theory he had studied with the red-haired professor, a secret not everyone knew. Taking advantage of the caster's incantation, Gray added a crucial strike to the nearby soldier. Heartrending screams echoed down the dark corridor. Gray thought to himself that though these guys were weak, their eyes were fiercely determined. The enemy's crazed faces appeared. They were willing to risk death to take his life at all costs. Gray spun to block blows within the ring, each movement extremely precise and cold. His blazing red eyes showed he would give no mercy to anyone who got in his way today. Gray Lee realized these men were all too accustomed to killing. From how they moved, he knew even the weakest student in his class could take down 10 of them at once. But why are they this weak? Gray wondered as he sliced off a soldier's head. A lightning-fast blade tore the air, blood spraying everywhere. His red gaze remained cold, not a flicker of change. Gray stood amid the corpses, facing a new squad frantically charging forward. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate more deeply the enemy's actual strength. Images of the academy surfaced, where every student had to pass extremely grueling exams. Clearly, comparing those academy students to these criminals was like comparing apples and oranges. He continued swinging his sword, each cut decisive and carrying widespread destruction. The only worrying issue now was that the specially designated criminal had still not appeared. Gray stopped in front of a soldier crouched on the floor, trembling like a leaf. The soldier screamed in panic, saying he had a proposal and wanted to negotiate. Gray looked at him with hollow eyes, showing no interest in whatever he was about to say. But then he thought he might extract some information about that SDC criminal. He enticed Gray to join the Blood Drunkards as their senior bouncer with generous pay. Gray repeated the title with curiosity, since it was the first time he'd heard of the position. The soldier began babbling, insisting it was the best job in the gang. He explained Gray would have to do nothing unless someone too powerful showed up, in which case he'd step in to deal with them. Rumor had it the pay for this position was even better than the base leaders. Judging by his ability, he guessed Gray must be a second-year academy student. He grinned wickedly, promising Gray all kinds of fine wine and women. "Leave that damned academy and join us, it's much more fun here," he invited. Gray tightened his grip on the hilt, wishing inwardly his current strength were enough to settle everything. The soldier continued his sermon, advising him not to aim for goals that were too lofty. He rambled about perverse pleasures in the underworld that ordinary people would never know. Gray coldly shot back, "And if I refuse?" He broke into a sweat, admitting Gray could easily kill them all, but then Gray himself would be eliminated. Because the current senior bouncer was a former third-year student, whose strength far surpassed even the professor's. He laughed triumphantly, waiting for Gray's reaction. "So do you choose pleasure or do you kill me and get finished off by him?" he offered as the final choice. A sly, mysterious smirk played on the man holding the rein. Gray Lee stood coldly before the kneeling red-haired soldier. He gave two options: submit to the Blood Drunkards to spare your life or die here at the hands of him. For Gray, it was an easy question. He didn't hesitate for a second. He decisively stepped forward, ready to end this meaningless talk. His red eyes radiating brutal intent, Gray drew his sword and declared he would send both the soldier and that one to their graves. The red-haired soldier froze, cold sweat trickling down as he realized he'd awakened a monster. A blade tore the air so fast the eye couldn't follow. The soldier's head came off in an instant, ending the life of the one who dared make that arrogant offer. Blood spurted violently. Gray stood motionless in the victim's pool of blood, expression unchanged. His gaze remained calm and cold as he stared straight ahead. Gray strode through the underground corridor littered with mercenary corpses. He was certain his target was hiding somewhere in this den. He reanalyzed the dead man's words. He used him, not them, meaning there was only a single target. Despite the useful information, Gray began to regret agreeing to split from the team. If a strong enemy attacked while he was suffering recoil from a technique, the situation would be extremely dangerous. He needed to regroup with the others quickly. In another corner of the base, an iron hand was choking a miserable soldier. Ponsbard lifted the soldier and slammed him against the cold stone wall. With a sharp gaze, he calmly asked if the man was ready to reveal the truth. The demand was simple. What was the name of the specially designated criminal hiding here? The soldier wailed pitifully, blood all over his face, trembling as he blurted out the name Medu Bradley. The Professor Bradley's daughter, Pons repeated skeptically while still not loosening his grip. He pressed to know if there was anyone else besides her. The soldier swore there was only her. Seeing the man's pathetic state, Pons knew he wasn't lying, which also meant the man had no more use. Ignoring his final pleas for mercy, Pons's blade was ready to strike. A decisive thrust pierced the chest, pinning the soldier to the wall. As he predicted, there was only a single specially designated criminal here. Blood dripped steadily from the sword. Pons felt quietly satisfied with his decision to split the team. To him, the biggest mistake in group combat was carrying dead weight. He coldly withdrew his sword, leaving the body to collapse to the floor. He reasoned that if Gray lost his fighting ability facing the criminal, the whole team would expend a lot of effort just protecting him. A calculating smile appeared on Pons's face. If Gray were killed, the team's loss would be limited to him alone. That was the optimal calculation. He calmly awaited the outcome from the other side. He drove his sword into the corpse once more to ensure no surprises. How convenient. Pons wondered whether Medu Bradley might appear where Gray stood, but based on the area's layout, he could predict where the enemy would concentrate forces. Suddenly, Pons's gaze sharpened as he sensed something abnormal. A massive surge of magical energy struck. Pons quickly leapt to evade. A terrifying explosion erupted where he had just stood, hurling chunks of rock aside. Pons landed and slid a distance, hand on his sword in a ready fighting stance. From the darkness, a pair of long legs and elegant high heels slowly stepped out. "Well, you dodged that," a mocking voice rang out. Pons couldn't help but be astonished. He blurted out in surprise when he recognized who stood before him. Medu Bradley revealed herself, exuding authority, holding a scepter that released mysterious purple energy. He hadn't expected to run into her here. She casually smoothed her hair, wondering why her secret whereabouts had been exposed to these people. Her purplish lips curled into a dangerously faint smile. With cold purple eyes fixed on Pons, Medu Bradley resolved to eliminate anyone who had dared reveal her identity. Ponsbard arrogantly declared he had wiped out her subordinates. Medu Bradley responded only with a challenging question. Looking at the base map, Gray Lee realized every route to the key areas passed through Sector D15. It was the choke point they were defending. Medu Bradley let out a soft sigh, surprised that even the internal map had been leaked. Sure enough, her checkpoint was Sector D15. She confidently asserted that feeling her every move was being predicted had led her to make an unexpected play. It seemed she had taken a step ahead of her opponent this time. Gray Lee clicked his tongue and swore at the unforeseen situation. The enemy before him was far more complicated than he'd thought. Medu Bradley, a transformed entity created by Professor Bradley himself. Her magical power was not to be underestimated. She was famed as the strongest among the third-year magic students. As the lowest-ranked student this year, Gray understood he was at a disadvantage. Medu looked at Gray with contempt. She sneered that he didn't appear powerful at all. She coldly issued a killing remark, unwilling to waste more time on someone she deemed weak. A colossal black-purple fire spell erupted, aimed straight at Gray Lee. A dense, murderous aura filled the corridor. Pons Bard stood frozen, staring at the roiling mass of magical energy above him, feeling the immense pressure bearing down. In that life-or-death moment, Gray Lee's eyes sharpened as he focused intently to find his opponent's flaw. A deep blue magical explosion erupted, tearing the night and blasting aside Medu's purple fire magic. Dust and debris filled the air. The two opposing energies collided violently, producing blinding arcs of lightning across the space. Under the terrifying pressure, Gray Lee was pushed back but managed to land a slash to neutralize the area attack. The real battle had only just begun. As the smoke cleared, Gray Lee stood firm with his sword in hand. Medu Bradley was astonished to see her attack so easily nullified. She realized Gray had infused his life force into the blade to dispel the magic. Such a refined technique made Medu wonder if it differed from magic at all. Medu thought that if Gray were from the Magic Academy, he would understand the disparity. No matter how skilled, a swordsman had limits. Pons Bard spoke coldly, asserting that when swordsmanship reached a certain realm, it was indistinguishable from magic. The blue electricity surrounding him was proof. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning at speeds far beyond what Medu imagined. A swift counterattack began. Medu Bradley could not tolerate that remark. She had always believed magic was the supreme power far above mere swordplay. She produced a mysterious purple vial, ready to use the special material to boost her power. A terrifying aura began to envelop her. Numerous purple magical hands rose from the void, surrounding Pons from all sides. The sight was horrifying and grotesquely uncanny. Pons Bard swung a powerful arcing slash to break the phantom siege, but the hand seemed endless. She truly was a formidable foe. Medu Bradley exclaimed with satisfaction as she watched her magic take effect, reveling in the sensation of power. The giant hands writhed in the air, terrifying yet possessing a brutal beauty. Medu called them works of art. Pons Bard suddenly froze in shock, realizing something was wrong with his body. He had fallen into her trap without noticing. His blade was suddenly gripped and completely neutralized by the magical hands. Cold sweat began to bead on the young man's brow. A gigantic hand from Medu's magic reached out and grabbed Pons Bard like a small prey. She laughed with glee at his helplessness. Pons was wrapped in purple energy and lifted into the air. Medu's power was gradually choking the life from him. He gritted his teeth through excruciating pain as her magic ravaged him from within. A pained groan escaped the youth's throat. A massive magical explosion engulfed Pons Bard. His screams echoed throughout the ruined underground base. Medu's power was truly horrifying. After the blast, Pons's corpse lay motionless on the floor, his body shrouded in black smoke. She had succeeded in eliminating another obstacle. Medu Bradley looked at the empty vial and clicked her tongue in regret at having used such precious material on someone like Pons. But she had other plans. A cruel smile crossed her lips. She thought she could easily create more material from the still warm corpse. To Medu, human lives were merely tools. She spat on the corpse with contempt and looked triumphantly into the distance. Who would be next, Gray Lee or another unlucky soul? The chapter closed with an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Gray Lee stood motionless among the corpses lining the corridor. The echoes of the recent battle lingered, but the feeling was unlike anything he had known. It was definitely high-level magic, a power of a completely different order. He knew he was facing something truly terrible. Suddenly, an enemy dropped down from above to ambush. But Gray stood there motionless, as if he had seen it all through. In a single breath, Gray's slash split the attacker in two. Blood sprayed as the body crumpled onto the cold stone floor. Gray looked down at his bloodied sword. He knew Ruinal was unlikely to survive an encounter with that kind of power. Even without using a recall-inducing burst of power, losing a piece like Ruinal was an enormous blow. Things were getting worse than Gray had imagined. If only he had used that power earlier to protect his comrades, the upcoming battles might have been a bit easier. Gray exhaled, his eyes glowing red with calculation. A regrettable loss of combat strength that could have been avoided. Gray blamed himself for hesitating in that life-or-death moment. Even knowing this future, he felt he couldn't convince them to believe what was coming. They were too stubborn to change. Gray recalled the earlier meeting where everyone was still arguing tactics, unaware of the tragedy waiting ahead. Back in the present, shouts from soldiers rang out at the far end of the corridor. They had discovered his position and were calling reinforcements. One soldier panicked and ordered his comrades to fall back. He knew all too well that charging in alone would mean certain death. By contrast, the blue-haired soldier beside him grew greedy. He fantasized about being promoted to senior bouncer if he brought back Gray's head. But immediately fear seized them. One screamed in horror, realizing the figure before them was not human but a true monster. Gray watched his enemies. They had begun to act wary and no longer dared to expose themselves carelessly like before. What were they waiting for? Perhaps they awaited the arrival of the one who defeated Senior Pounce. Gray curled a lip, ready for the next purge. He lunged forward like a black streak. "You're coming too close," he thought as he aimed straight at the soldier's weak points. A group of guards ambushing from the shadows surged out at once. They roared with murderous intent, believing their numbers would overwhelm Gray. Shouts echoed down the corridor, "We've got him! Kill him!" They threw everything into this coordinated attack. Gray immediately realized this was an organized ambush. Sickly green magical bolts ripped through the air straight at him. Amid the chaos, Gray moved with pinpoint precision. He swung his sword, cutting down every attempt to encircle him in an instant. An arm flew off with a grotesque scream. Gray's slashes were not only fast but brutally efficient, leaving enemies no time to react. The commander bellowed for his men not to falter and to keep firing magic. He hoped overwhelming firepower could crush Gray's agility. Gray crouched low and slid across the floor like a phantom. The magical bolt struck only the empty space he had just vacated. The soldiers tried to encourage each other with numbers. "With our advantage in numbers, we'll definitely crush this swordsman." But Gray's gaze brought only cold death. He saw through their hollow confidence. "Kill him," was the last cry many could utter. Gray barreled into the crowd, swinging his sword in deadly arcs. The soldiers scattered, coordination lost before overwhelming force. Gray noticed the disarray in their attacks. To him, they were nothing more than puppets dancing in vain. If his opponent's skill remained at this level, Gray knew the outcome was decided. Blood dripped from his blade, marking the end of the obstructors. No matter how many of them there were, numbers meant nothing against perfect swordsmanship. Gray pierced their defenses like a hot knife through butter. The only issue now was the location of the senior bouncer. Gray feared she might be mingling with these insignificant soldiers, waiting for the right moment to strike. He needed to clear these troops quickly before she revealed herself. Each slash was executed carefully and decisively. Gray moved among the corpses. His steps were light yet carried a suffocating pressure. He could not afford to be careless for even a second. But he had to act fast. The sword flared with a deep red spiritual energy, ready for a larger-scale massacre. Finally, the corridor fell into deadly silence. At Gray's feet lay dozens of bodies strewn in pools of blood. He had wiped out an entire ambush squad by himself. Gray wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he dealt with the small fry, the vague presence of the senior bouncer still gnawed at his nerves. "It seems I'm a little late." A woman's voice sounded from behind. Medu Bradley strolled out, casually smoothing her hair as if on a walk. She smiled, admitting her original plan was to blend with the soldiers to take him down. But things hadn't gone as she expected because Gray cleaned the area too quickly. Gray held his breath, that aura, that dominance, only someone truly powerful could possess it. There was no doubt, the figure before him was the target he had been seeking. Gray's gaze fixed on the senior bouncer. Medu Bradley looked seductive and lazy, but behind it lay an immeasurable danger. However, Gray sensed something very strange. His instincts told him there was some kind of artifice hidden within this form. Her presence was too faint, or rather like something artificial. Gray wondered in astonishment, is she really human? Medu Bradley said flatly that she didn't care about her subordinates' deaths, only that she wished they had died after accomplishing something more useful. She looked at Gray with an enigmatic smile, as if probing his reaction to her cruelty. Gray flatly refused the blood drunkard's offer. He affirmed he would never team up with a cold-blooded person like her. In the dark corridor, the two faced each other. Medu was confident she would get a nod from the genius before her, since she looked down on the surrounding trash. She even promised to persuade her superiors so Gray could become a senior bouncer directly. A powerful offer promising a markedly different status. Gray observed his opponent. She stood in a completely open stance. He wondered whether this was a trap baiting him to strike. With his speed, Gray believed he could end this before the enemy could react. One decisive blow to lessen the burden on his increasingly exhausted body. Logically, throwing everything into a single moment to finish her now was the correct answer. The blade reflected his blood-red, murderous eyes. But deep inside, Gray's combat instinct screamed something different. She was certainly not an opponent who could be easily defeated in a direct fight. Gray's eyes narrowed skeptically. He was trying to analyze the artifice emanating from this woman's presence. The intuition from his past life was screaming that he must not touch this woman. An unprecedentedly evil premonition overwhelmed his mind. Gray stood motionless, his hand gripping the hilt. He was locked in a fierce struggle between cold calculation and a time-spanning survival instinct. Medu Bradley smirked, assuming Gray had recognized the power gap and therefore dared not act. Once again, she tempted him to join. Gray remained silent, his lips pressed tight with tension. The pressure from the senior bouncer weighed on every inch of his skin. "Very well about that offer," Gray uttered a trailing sentence. His hand twitched slightly, preparing for the most unexpected action possible. Without warning, Gray launched a lightning attack that tore through the air. Deep red beams of light shot straight toward the target. A dagger drove straight into Medu Bradley's forehead. The strike was terrifyingly precise, sinking deep into her skull. Medu froze, the dagger still embedded in her brow, but not a single drop of blood flowed. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Cracks began to spread from where the blade had struck her forehead. Medu's body did not seem to be made of ordinary flesh and bone. Right before Gray, Medu's body shattered into pieces like a ceramic statue smashed to bits. The dagger fell free. Gray stared in shock at the fragments suspended in midair. One of her eyes still stared at him from a falling shard. From the void, ink-black hands reached out from within the shattered body, seized the dagger and began pulling the pieces back together. A dark purple magical energy enveloped the fragments, initiating a grotesque, terrifying process of reconstruction. Medu's head slowly reformed from thick black smoke. The scene defied every rule of logic Gray had ever known. Within seconds, Medu Bradley returned to her normal form as if never harmed. Black wisps still swirled around her like a protective veil. Gray wondered if she had truly returned to normal. He realized his earlier caution had been completely justified. No, this is. Gray breathed a soft exclamation, his eyes never leaving the mysterious enemy. He tried to steady his breathing. Medu watched him with amusement, remarking that he was extremely cautious. She began to realize Gray was no ordinary swordsman. The two kept their distance in the wide corridor. The atmosphere had grown heavier and more tense than ever. But I've figured it out, she said. Medu stared at Gray with violet eyes glowing malignantly. She asserted that he possessed a power capable of actually killing her. A sword plunged through the forehead. This was the image Gray Lee analyzed in his mind of the opponent's death. With his current strength, Gray knew he couldn't defeat the opponent through a conventional direct fight. Medu Bradley smiled cunningly. She guessed Gray was hiding some trump card, otherwise he would have risked a counterattack then and there. She further inferred that Gray's choice to stand and watch proved he wasn't worried about missing a sneak attack. Am I right? Gray Lee looked at her with cold eyes. Inwardly, he found those who used fakes extremely annoying. Memories surfaced. Gray knew that power would allow him to fight those above his tier. A dreadful slash sent blood spraying. He was convinced he could end the fight with a single blow before the enemy could react. But considering the recoil, that power would be tantamount to a suicide strike. Gray recalled collapsing with his chest drenched in blood. Back in the present, Medu Bradley stood proudly among the corpses. Gray told himself that if he'd been deceived by the earlier bait, it would have been over. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He realized this was the toughest opponent he had to face. Gray surveyed the dark room. If the enemy had deliberately used a decoy, she was truly experienced. He wondered whether he should crush both at once to see who was real. Medu Bradley stepped closer as if reading Gray's thoughts. She asked whether he intended to take out both at once. She licked her lips provocatively. What a pity. A series of Medu Bradley's illusions appeared along the dark corridor, encircling Gray. Gray Lay kept his expression calm. All right. A massive burst of magical fire erupted. Medu challenged Gray to find which was the true body. Gray Lee nimbly darted among the sparks. The nearby soldiers were swept up in the explosion as well. He realized they could create many sophisticated clones at once. An explosion detonated right beside Gray. Dust and smoke filled the cracked stone floor. Gray assessed that the illusion's magic wasn't very strong, they were likely power limited. Sparks flew as Gray swung his sword to parry. The enemy's goal was probably to prolong an attrition fight, denying him a chance to use his true power. If their stronger spells missed, they'd switch to steadily wearing down his stamina bit by bit. Medu Bradley smiled confidently. Attacking from range and setting traps for a charging opponent is basic sorcerer strategy against a swordsman. Flames flared violently. Gray Lee shot forward in the blink of an eye like an arrow. Gray glanced at the attack that had just grazed his shoulder. You missed. Medu Bradley summoned a colossal floating boulder wreathed in purple light. Then try this. She sneered, revealing a small, wicked fang. The boulder crashed down with an earth-shattering blast, white smoke engulfing the corridor. Gray Lee flinched as he felt an immense pressure bearing down. Shards of rock flew everywhere. He was jolted and pushed backward. Too many attacks came at once. Gray realized he had no room left to dodge. He swung his sword wildly to parry, trying to avoid wounds to vital spots. Blood sprayed onto Gray's face. His eyes still burned unwavering. A deep cut opened on Gray's shoulder, blood beginning to soak his sleeve. Medu Bradley remarked casually, "Seems it's not very effective if you dodge the dangerous spots." Then one more. Medu gathered magic again, forming a radiant orb of energy. Gray Lee gasped. If he kept taking hits like this, he'd bleed to death. He wondered whether to risk charging in even though they were waiting. Gray's steps faltered on the corridor's dark floor. His gaze shifted suddenly. A red radiance flared from him, full of killing intent. Here it comes. Medu Bradley watched Gray sprint straight at her, a magic circle already prepared in her hand. She laughed cruelly, raising the blazing flame. Burn like that blinded fool over there. Gray Lee swung his jet-black sword, his eyes blazing as he prepared a decisive strike. Medu Bradley's magic attacks converged everywhere. Inky shadows like monsters pounced on Gray Lee. I am the arrogant proclamation of the one holding the advantage. A single sword, for Gray, one strike was enough. Gray Lee lunged through the crimson glow, a sword swing carrying terrifying force. Medu Bradley's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Gray to counter so swiftly. A razor-sharp blade tore through the air, slicing Medu's illusions in two. A blinding explosion erupted in the corridor, hurling everything around. Medu Bradley stepped back behind the hole in the floor, staring toward the billowing smoke. She was still stunned. Gray Lee began to speak, unmasking the opponent's deception. The answer is, you ask which one is real, a mocking counter-question. Gray Lee's gaze was as sharp as a razor. None of them are real, right? He swung his sword and cleaved apart the fake shadows that surrounded him. A clone's head fell. Medu Bradley wondered how he had found her position. Gray Lee turned his back. He knew from the start the true form hadn't mixed among those lackeys. If she could make so many fakes, why show herself at all? The question was where the real body was hiding. Gray used that very flow of magic to pinpoint the direction of the vibrations. Sending such a large amount of mana through a wall can't be easy, can it? Gray Lee wiped the blood away. His eyes narrowed as if trying to stifle the pain. Suddenly, Gray collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth. He groaned in excruciating pain. Gray's arms and hands were stained with fresh blood and began to tremble uncontrollably. His tattered clothes revealed wounds that were bleeding. His body was screaming from being overloaded by power. Gray Lee bit down on the bandage around his arm to hold the bleeding and keep fighting. He panted, realizing the recoil from a single sword stroke was so heavy. This power was clearly unsuitable for prolonged use. At that moment, the mercenaries charged. He shouted in triumph when he saw Gray wounded and exposed. Gray Lee knelt on the ground, his jet-black sword plunged deep into the cold stone floor. The enemy leader swung his sword in from behind. He was certain he'd reap the glory of finishing Gray Lee off. But in an instant, a blade thrust upward from below, brutally piercing the attacker's jaw. He gaped, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to even cry out for help. Gray Lee gripped the hilt tightly, the enemy's blood dripping onto his hand. Taking credit for finishing me. Gray's blood-smeared face held a savage smile, his eyes glowing red like a demon's. You speak as if you're truly capable of killing me. Leonhard Appias ran frantically down the corridor, his blue eyes shining with urgency. Behind him, the lackeys lay strewn in pools of blood. He stopped, sword at the ready, when he noticed something amiss ahead. Hearing the loud noise from Gray Lee's position, Leon jerked to a halt. Sweat beaded on his face as he wondered whether Gray was facing that dangerous criminal alone. Leon quickened his pace again, knowing he needed to be there to provide immediate support. But then his steps suddenly slowed, the scrape of his boots on the floor filled with hesitation. He came to a complete stop, eyes fixed on the dark floor. A fleeting thought made Leon hesitate. He feared his aid might be pointless now. The image of Gray fighting powerfully flashed before him, an overwhelming force that made Leon feel insignificant by comparison. He clenched his fist, afraid that rushing in to help would only lead to a wasted death. Standing on the edge of fear, Leon tried to calm himself to decide what he should really do. His eyes ignited with determination. He would deliver the healing vial no matter the cost, even if it meant his life. Leon took a deep breath, casting off the self-doubt that had been closing in. He admitted he wasn't yet skilled enough to fight alongside Gray in life-or-death battles. He turned on his heel, realizing the place he needed to go wasn't the front line of the blazing battlefield. With absolute faith, Leon was certain Gray could finish that criminal on his own. Back with Gray Lay, his sword had just sent another enemy to the earth in a shower of blood. A powerful impact hurled everything aside, producing a violent shockwave. Gray collapsed to his knees, hand braced on his sword, panting. The pain forced a groan out of him. In the distance, the assassin squad began to appear, gleeful at the sight of what looked like his severe wound. The soldier beside them was surprised to see the person Medu Bradley had gone to deal with still alive, questioning whether Medu had been defeated. The assassin leader couldn't believe it. He dismissed the idea that a swordsman could have taken down Medu. But the report of Medu's corpse in the next room, killed with a single sword stroke, left them stunned. Seeing Gray struggling on his knees, the leader warned his men not to be complacent. He ordered a sorcerer to be summoned for support, since he himself was wary and wouldn't approach the monster. The hooded assassin reported with concern that all the sorcerers sent out had lost their traces, likely cut down by Gray. Hearing this, the leader ground his teeth in regret at losing precious resources for nothing. He drew his sword and ordered the lackeys to fall back, since they would be useless in the coming fight. Gray forced himself to stand, his sword still trembling in his hand as his body had reached its limit. His eyes glowed red as he stared, but inwardly he knew his hands had no strength left. His legs wavered and then collapsed onto the rigid floor. Gray knelt on one knee, sweat and blood streaming down his face. He decided it was better to hold a steady guard than try to stand and fall. The assassin leader slowly approached, his sword poised to finish the exhausted prey. He squinted, still uncertain whether Gray was faking or truly unable to stand. A flash gleamed along the enemy's blade. He lunged forward fiercely, chuckling with satisfaction at getting such an easy fight against an immobile opponent. Though kneeling, Gray still managed to raise his sword and block the leader's brutal strike. Gray's unexpected resistance made him startle, eyes widening. Gray calculated quickly. He had disrupted the leader's momentum and exposed a weakness after that block. Before him now was the leader's unprotected abdomen. Seizing the moment, Gray thrust his sword upward into the enemy's stomach. A fatal thrust made the leader only manage a pained scream in shock. The leader was flung backward after taking Gray Lee's full strike. He panted, clutching his chest and trembling from nearly losing his life. Gray frowned, wondering why his blade had been stopped. Seeing the large tear in his clothing, he was shocked to realize that without the armor underneath, he would have been dead. Gray Lee remained kneeling, blood streaming down his face. He felt humiliated that his attack had grown so weak. The leader gradually regained his arrogance and told his men to fall back so he could handle Gray himself and take all the credit. The accompanying assassins chattered in agreement. They just wanted Gray eliminated as quickly as possible. He drew his sword decisively, ready to finish the fight. They charged at each other again, but Gray now had to rely on technique to compensate for his lack of strength. Gray understood his opponent, had seen that he no longer had the power to deliver the heavy blows he once could. He laughed with delight as he continually pressed Gray onto the defensive. Gray admitted he was in a battle with no hope of victory. Gray stared at his enemy, knowing that if he tried to use that power one more time, the price would be death. The leader raised his sword high, mocking Gray's exhaustion as he saw him reach his limit. No choice, Gray decided inwardly, gripping the hilt tightly. A blazing red mana burst erupted around Gray, leaving the leader stunned by the overwhelming pressure. He still tried to appear calm, sneering at the stubbornness of the dying man. But Gray's eyes now shone a deadly red, filled with brutality. His pupils contracted, radiating a chilling, killing intent. He began to feel uneasy seeing the strange transformation across from him. The sword in Gray's hand was suddenly enveloped by a brilliant teal-purple aura, exuding unmatched power. Before that dazzling energy, the leader could only gasp in astonishment and ask what kind of freak Gray actually was. A blade flashed like lightning, sending the leader crashing to the floor utterly helpless. Gray Lee held the sword glowing in his hand, quietly confirming this was the power of the life sword. Despite his bloodied face, Gray smiled with satisfaction. This was the first time he'd used it in a real battle. Gray Lee, eyes blazing red, his face blurred by smeared blood. The soldier froze, cold sweat beginning to run as he took in the sight. Reflected in the pool of blood, Gray stood towering like a demon that had slain its prey. Greva had fallen completely. His crushed body lay motionless among the rubble. The mercenaries panicked, unable to believe their leader had been taken down so easily. The commander shouted for his men to fall back, warning them not to recklessly run into death. Gray forced himself up, but the sword in his hand felt immensely heavier from exhaustion. The life sword technique was ravaging his body, making it feel as if the blood in him had stopped flowing. The enemy commander assessed the situation as turning bad and ordered reinforcements at once. He looked into the deep darkness of the corridor, fearing others might still be hiding. Gray bowed his head, thinking he might rest for a moment, but the enemies would soon return. He groaned in pain. The aftershock from the strike still hadn't subsided. The old wound on Gray's arm split open again, blood beginning to soak the white bandages. He had to stop the bleeding immediately, or he'd faint from blood loss before reinforcements arrived. Gray's vision began to blur. His body had reached its limit. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that tore at every fiber of his flesh. Gray realized his life force showed no sign of recovery, not even a little. He recalled his promise to return to the academy, wondering if he could hold on until then. The space fell silent, with only the wind whistling through the cracks. The sounds of battle faded into the distance. Gray realized he could hardly expect help from outside. Thinking of Senior Pounce, Gray guessed he was probably more injured than not. "I need to recover my strength," Gray told himself as his breathing remained ragged. His gaze was still keen, tracking the slightest movements of the enemies. The enemy commander warned his comrades not to be careless, for the opponent before them was not as weak as he appeared. Gray clicked his tongue. He had planned to rest a bit longer, but these nuisances had returned. A new squad of mercenaries appeared, each one clutching their weapons. Seeing Greva had been dealt with, the commander decided to move to Plan D. Gray narrowed his eyes warily, unsure what trick they planned next. It seemed the power of the life sword had made them hesitant, unwilling to attack head-on. He had to focus all his attention to guard against a sudden ambush from the shadows. The troops began to form ranks, surrounding Gray from all sides. "Execute Plan D," the leader's iron command rang out. The underlings obeyed perfectly, beginning to tighten the encirclement. The whole unit kept a safe distance, merely watching with no intention of charging in. Gray realized they were waging psychological warfare to drain the last of his stamina. Having to hold himself together in that state rapidly exhausted Gray. The enemy commander studied Gray meticulously, trying to find even the smallest gap. He sneered when he realized Gray was truly forcing himself to hide his exhaustion. Gray chose silence. He knew that even a breath could reveal his true condition. The commander reasoned that if Gray had strength left, he wouldn't be standing still letting them encircle him. The smile on the leader's face grew more vicious and triumphant. He asserted confidently that Gray was only pretending. In reality, he was drained of energy. The leader analyzed that although those who went before didn't kill Gray, they had succeeded in depleting his strength. Gray Lee stood motionless in pain, hearing the enemy commander order a switch to Plan A to finish him off. Gray's vision blurred. He realized the noose was tightening and he hung by a thread. The assassins surged forward in unison, their weapons flashing in the corridor's darkness. Gray gripped his sword tighter, preparing for one final mortal fight despite his battered body. Sweat mixed with blood trailing down Gray's face as he stared straight at the approaching death. He tried to rise but realized his arms were completely numb, unable to lift his sword. In desperation, Gray considered using the forbidden final power to gamble his life against the enemy. The enemy closed in, a huge shadow blotting Gray's vision accompanied by mocking laughter. He raised his weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow to the exhausted man. Suddenly a tremendous sound rang out, the ground beneath their feet seeming to tremble. Blood sprayed as a terrifying surge of power abruptly intervened in the battle. Gray Lay looked up in astonishment at the scene before him. Streaks of blue light ripped through the darkness, sweeping away the entire squad of mercenaries besieging him. Leon appeared like a lightning flash, his gaze sharp though his face was smeared with blood. Another soldier tried to slip around for a rear attack, but Leon spun in time to counter. The attacker didn't have time to cry out before being felled by the lightning-fast blade. Fresh blood stained the ground red as Leon stood towering amid the broken encirclement. Leon sheathed his sword. His body was likewise riddled with wounds after cutting through the enemy line. Leon stepped close to Gray and apologized for arriving later than expected. Leon pulled a glass vial containing a vivid green liquid from his inner pocket. It was the extremely potent mana recovery potion Leon had struggled hard to obtain. Gray Lee gave a small smile. He knew he had truly been saved by his most trusted comrade. Leon beamed broadly, affirming that he would never forget the promise he made to this friend.